Hello guys, how are you all? Oh, okay.
Hey, what's up, morning, everybody?
What's up, lads?
Oh, I must see those. You're doing good.
Doing well. It's awfully early.
It is. I don't know why you're up this early.
No, either.
The first place you wanted to come to was on Discord. Dang.
Oh, well, I mean, I've been addressing emails and all that stuff, so I wanted to
Oh, of
post
course, of
a
course.
video in one of the other rooms, but it's too long. So I've been trying to figure out which part which part of that bomb do I want to drop in there?
It's just an email. Is it like a video or anything?
That's funny. It's this lady talking about the Bible and men and women and how only men wrote in the Bible and that they wouldn't accept any women's submission because they were too detailed.
Oh my goodness.
And how it's funny. I mean, it's just making a joke at the it's laughing at the whole 'cause
Yeah.
I think some people take themselves and everything a little too seriously. So uh however, I'm sure it'll be a lot of fuel for a fire though. It shouldn't be, but it's funny.
Man,
I
look
wonder
at
if
you being
there's
an instigator. Thought I
what?
was the instigator. Oh my goodness.
It's so hard to resist sometimes. I mean, everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. Everybody's got a different angle. That's so funny. Is there there's got to be a compressor. Can I compress that file? Well, is that one way to get around Nitro? Or
Are you trying to send a video?
yeah, because I didn't,
Hmm.
I lowered my tier in Discord. Now I can't send like larger files. I mean, I might even
I don't
just
know.
raise it just to send this one. It's that good.
You know what? Oh, just go look for like a Discord boyfriend. He could buy you Nitro for a month and then you could dump him after.
No, that's
That'll
not
be
my
way
style.
faster than you know.
I have a
I'll just
job.
be way
Yes,
faster.
I have a job. I don't have to tolerate any of that bullshit. I can pay it myself if I want to.
I mean, there's good dudes on here though. Look at
No, that wouldn't be very nice. I'm talking about
I mean,
disingenuous.
nobody. I mean, not. I'm talking not talking about FE guys, but maybe go talk to Rich Evans or something.
No.
He sounds.
Why don't you talk to him?
Um, I have not like
I
that,
think
but
you're a lot
I'll
more
get him.
smooth like that. You could butter him up a little better.
I'll get him.
Let's see. Let's see.
I'm a little nervous right now. I'm going to a new gym. I don't know why I'm freaking nervous. This is my third gym that I've gone to.
That sounds a
Pretty
little
sure.
gay, lads.
Dude, I know. Not even a little. It's like a lot. Like my heart is pounding right now. It's freaking weird.
Oh my goodness.
Like the first time, right before you ever kiss your first girl, like your heart starts
It's
beating
like
all fast.
a social acceptance thing. Are
I
you
don't
worried
care if
about
they
not
accept me
being
or not.
accepted into the tribe?
Oh no, I already paid, so I don't give a shit if they don't accept me or not. I have to sign up for this membership online, so I'm actually hoping that nobody talks to me. We'll see though. I want to just go straight to the front desk and be like, "Hello, I just signed up online. Can you give me
I think
my?"
you should go in there real strong and just start talking about flat Earth right away.
Oh
Just,
shit!
just go in there like a Christian, like, and just be like,
In between all my sets, yeah,
instead of
just go up to
pushing Jesus,
everybody.
push
Yeah.
flat earth, yeah. Just be like, "Yes."
You heard of the good word? The flat earth. Damn, why are there so many cars in front of here? Holy shit. Oh no, is this gym packed? Oh man. If this is a busy gym, I'm gonna cry because I picked this Planet Fitness because I heard it wasn't busy.
Planet Fitness is super busy because it's cheaper.
Dude, but it's like 6 o'clock in the morning.
Mm, yeah. Oh.
Oh no. I'm actually gonna cry if this gym so I didn't have to hang out with all these other people. Because even the what was it, that rec center that I was going to, that gym started getting a little busy. That's why I decided to sign up for this one. And it's summertime, everybody wants to get a six pack, so oh jinx. I'm going to procrastinate in my car for about 10 to 15 more minutes before I go in. You guys are gonna have to listen to me nervously chatter in here. Does anybody in here have any questions about the Earth? Or why outer space is fake? Any booty in here? Anybody? Alright, guess not. I'll be sipping my coffee. Quiet. Ish. I don't enjoy it.
Hello, hello.
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 How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you? I'm glad to hear that you're doing. Do you have any questions about the Earth? Alrighty. Guess not. Just kidding.
What are you talking about, guys?
I'm talking about the earth, the ground underneath your feet, and how flat it is.
Oh.
Why are you laughing at me? Did I say something weird?
No.
No, it was her response.
Oh, oh my goodness! I'm like looking at the amount of people walking in. Holy, nervous. My social anxiety is gonna start kicking in. Good thing I have a nice flat earth to brace my fall when I pass out. Yes, low, low, low. 90, 90. I'm speaking. How are you?
Just put yourself in a protective bubble so nobody's energy can get you. You'll be fine.
I don't know how to do that.
Just envision like this white glowing light around you.
Can you send me a bubble? I don't know how to do
Sure, you
that.
want me to put you in a protective bubble of light? Okay.
Yes,
I'm
actually, yeah.
doing it
That
now.
would help.
I'm gonna do it right now, okay?
Thank you.
I have your coordinates.
Lolo has me muted. I'm speaking. Hello. Yeah, good morning, everybody, by the way. Said that already. Oh my goodness, there's so many people walking in there. I shouldn't have worn my tight pants.
Don't focus on it. Why are you focusing on all that?
I don't know.
They're all like NPCs. Just like tell yourself that. It's just what is that called in the Matrix? There's just little programs. It's just a program running.
You know, you're right.
Are you in the north, south, east, or west of that city? Which part are you in?
I'm on the east side right now.
Like far east?
Mm,
Or by the
ish, yeah.
center?
I'm pretty close to Sunrise Mountain now.
Ugh. Mm.
Hey, Lats. Good morning.
Oh, what's up? Hmm.
You know, neurologically, anxiety is almost identical to excitement. So I just tell myself I'm excited rather than nervous. And that
Does that work?
works. It does
Oh,
work.
shoot.
I
Okay.
mean, anything you tell yourself will work, right?
You know, that's true.
That makes sense, actually. That makes sense. You're excited to start a new gym.
I just gotta ignore all the old dudes staring at my bulge. I'm ready. I'll be fine.
Oh God.
So why are you going to a new gym? You got tired of getting hit on at the old gym?
Yes, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you wear a wedding ring? I guess people don't care about that. I suppose. I mean, it might help.
I don't wear rings.
Just wear,
You know
get one of
what?
those. Get that black like plastic band and just wear it. And pick your nose a lot. And pick your nose like a lot. That should work.
Last one seem
Well,
like a
maybe it might
creep.
not turn off men, but I don't.
Like, whoa, look at him stick his finger in his nose hole. Whoa.
You know, or like just cough, spit on cookies a lot. Like just be gross occasionally.
I I think the gyms with more people are easier, because there's just you can kinda blend in more easily than the smaller gyms.
I hope so. We'll see. I'm gonna stick out because I got a lot of tattoos and stuff, you know. I got a big back. We'll see. I'm about to walk in there right now. Wish me luck, everybody, if I start.
Alright, have
I
a
mean,
good time.
let's get a shirt that says Flat Earth on it. That should do well.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Should keep people away.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Alrighty.
You can do it. You got your protective bubble around you. I'm out. I'm gonna go disrupt another server.
Uh, let me see. Hey, bro. Over fences. How are you doing, bro?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
Oh, you are a girl? Okay.
Yep, I am. So I saw you posting
Yeah.
a lot in the side chat. I haven't been here all that long,
Yeah. Yeah.
but you did have some insults there. So I was hoping that you could provide some evidence that the Earth is indeed a sphere.
Did I insult somebody?
Yeah, you told me to buy a brain.
Is that an insult?
Yes.
What?
Okay, so do you have any evidence of surface curvature?
Why would I give you an evidence, bro?
Because the reason we are in this room, the reason we call ourselves flat earthers is because we've gone out and tested the Earth and have found no surface curvature anywhere. So therefore, it cannot be a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
See, bro. You can believe whatever you want to, and I have nothing to do with it. I'm not here to
That's not
prove
a
anything or disprove anything. See, it's not my matter.
okay. Well, all right. Well, it's not a belief when we measure it, right? It's something we can know. And if you're not interested in knowing, that's fine. That's your choice. You can keep your
What?
beliefs.
You can measure whether the Earth is flat.
Uh-huh. You could do it too if you wanted.
Oh,
I
I
mean,
have it.
there's a pretty
I'm gonna
simple
have it.
process for it.
Okay. Um, Let me gather my thoughts because I can.
Yeah, sure.
There's so many reasons why this is why flat Earth is not a thing.
Well, it's
Um,
a thing because the Earth measures flat.
So,
If
okay,
if you wanna point to
can
something in
you,
the sky or
uh,
or claims about things you can't prove, well, those
okay,
don't have
okay,
anything to do
let's
with it.
assume the Earth is flat. Then how can you explain how seasons change, or
Because
how
well,
will you
hold on.
describe that? Okay, let
Thought
me
you weren't
complete my question.
interested. I thought you weren't
Yeah, yeah,
interested.
right.
You're
hold on,
interested
hold on.
now?
I got this. I
Why
got this.
Hold
the
on,
polar
Unreal
regions
Daddy.
are
Hold on. We're talking to the other guy now, so just a moment. We'll come back to
Okay.
you.
Okay. Look. First of all, if if you believe the Earth is flat, then that means that you believe that space doesn't exist. Is
Yes,
this
that's
true?
correct.
Is this
Yep,
correct?
that's correct. Uh-huh. But it's for a number of reasons and
Okay.
not because the Earth is flat. It's not only because the Earth measures flat, right? The Earth could measure flat and,
The-
you could still have a space vacuum, right? That's possible.
y-
But I
y-
just do wanna
wait,
clarify that when we say the Earth is flat, we don't think the Earth is a disk in space, right? So you're already ahead of that. Go ahead.
not even that. If the Earth was flat, its own, essentially if the Earth was flat, this flat Earth would disintegrate under its own gravity. Um,
Well, that's an assumption
other
and a claim you're making that you can't prove, right? Because we measured the Earth is flat and it isn't hasn't
laws of
dissolved, so
physics.
that's not the case, you know?
That's literally how physics work. That's how
No, you
gravity works.
oh, okay, so well, we can talk about
there.
gravity next, but if we measured the Earth is
You
flat, then
it
what?
says that gravity is also not a thing. And if
Okay,
gravity
you're gonna
doesn't
have to
exist,
define we could have gravity if we had an equal distribution of mass, correct?
yes.
Okay, so anyway, but the point of it is you're skipping to other things when we can simply start with the measurements.
Okay. Let's go with the measurements.
All right.
Have you heard
Yeah.
of um Hold on, actually, let me pull this up because I want to get this word for word.
All right, I'm gonna grab some
Uh,
coffee while you're
Can
talking.
you tell me where
The
is Earth?
distortion
Like,
of
where
vision
is the
from the
Earth?
human eye and
It's not in
everything.
space, so where it is? Like the Earth and the Sun, where are these things?
The
Well,
sun
the
is in
Earth
the
is under
sky.
your feet and the sun's in the sky. Yeah,
And where is the sky? What is the sky?
And what
the
happens
thing
in the
that you
night?
see above you.
Above
What
your head.
happens in the night?
Yeah. Hold on, I really need to just talk to one person at a time. So Unreal Daddy, can you just try to be patient?
Good morning,
Okay.
Overfit.
Hey, Sheepdog, how you doing?
Let's see. Meta. This is actually a really long word. Metamorphos. Morphosia.
Morphosis? Okay, what
No.
is this? A
Metamorphosia is a visual distortion caused by issues with the retina, particularly the macula, the central part responsible for sharp, detailed vision, or sometimes by brain-related visual processing issues. As a symptom rather than a standalone disease, it can alter the way you perceive straight lines, angles, or shapes, making objects appear flattened or bent.
okay, so are you claiming that I have an eye issue?
No, everybody has this. Everybody
Okay,
on the
so
planet. That's how our eyes are
okay, well, it's
designed.
not a planet. You'd have to prove it's a planet first. But so the question is, well, let me ask you. Are you aware of what size the Earth is claimed to be? If it's a sphere.
Uh, it's something like 15,000 miles in diameter.
It's actually like 8,000 miles in diameter, supposedly. Okay. So, if it is a sphere of that size, we should expect a certain amount of drop over distance, right?
Yes.
A certain rate of curvature. And because we're told an approximate size with the radius actually supposed to be 3,959 miles. Because of that, we can test for the curvature because we know how much curvature to expect. So, do you have any idea, say, how much curvature, how much drop over distance there should be over, say, 10 miles?
There is the especially all right. It's a perspective limit from the surface.
Wait, we're just
The
dealing with geometry right now. Let's just
yes.
deal with geometry first. Okay. So, do you know how much drop there should be over 10 miles?
Do you know that Earth is not a perfect sphere? Do you know that?
Yeah, I know, but that's for all intents and purposes, a
If
14-mile
you
difference is irrelevant.
you
So, go
were
ahead.
it would be as smooth as a cue ball.
Yep, exactly.
But that aside,
Yeah.
it's even over 10 miles. Okay,
Uh-huh.
the difference is not noticeable enough
Okay.
because of
Okay, so where, where did you why do you think that it wouldn't be noticeable over 10 miles? What I'd
because of
like you
how
to do is there is you can just Google Earth curvature calculator. There's a pretty good one on Omni calculator if you want to go on there. I like that one. You can just go ahead and type in how much drop over distance there should be over that distance. I'm going to post something in the side chat for you too.
your curves approximately 8 inches per mile squared.
Correct.
Up to about 8
Correct.
inches at 1 mile, 32 inches at 2 miles, and 72 inches at 3 miles. Yes,
Correct.
inches on the ground with
Right.
how large the planet is. It's not noticeable. Your eye level is
What?
roughly
Right. At 10 miles, how much is it?
5 to
At
2
10
meters
miles,
above.
at
1
The
meter
10
Earth
below.
is
miles, how
not
much
a flat surface. The terrain is like somewhere
This
up and
limited
somewhere
viewing
down.
makes
There's not
it
a
hard
flat terrain
to
on Earth.
detect the planet's
Don't you know
Okay.
that?
curvature, making the ground
Hey,
appear.
Daddy, I'm going to mute you because you keep talking over people. Okay.
Okay,
So
let me
Waffles, look in the side chat.
make
Look
Yeah,
in the
I
side
got you.
chat. So there's an Earth curvature calculator that DJ Rakesh has linked. Okay. But that he lists the geometric horizon there too. Do you understand what he means by geometric horizon? That would be the physical edge of the ball that blocks what's behind it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you say it shouldn't really be noticeable, but over 10 miles there would be over 66 feet of drop. That's like a 6-story building.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you go out to a 10-mile lake and you put your friend at the other end of it, and your friend has a big mirror and flashes the sunlight at you and you can see it, then your friend isn't obstructed by over 66 feet of curvature. Or you can use lasers and you can do it over that distance. You can do it over longer distance. Wherever we test this, the laser is hitting its target. It is not being obstructed by Earth curvature. And that's why we say the Earth is flat, and not for any esoteric reasons or any beliefs or anything in the sky. It is purely a surface measurement. It's a surface description. We don't make claims about the shape of the Earth. We just tested it and it's flat. There's no curvature.
Okay. Look at it like this. I'm gonna give you a thought experiment. When you if the Earth is flat, you watch a ship sail like directly, like it doesn't turn, it doesn't shake, it doesn't bend, it doesn't anything. It is directly going away from you. It is sailing away from you. What should happen whenever it reaches the horizon? It would shrink. Yes?
Well, define horizon because I think we're probably talking about two different things. Are you talking about a geometric horizon or are you talking about the apparent horizon?
The edge in which the human eye can see. Like the
Well,
farthest you can see.
well, that would depend on atmospheric conditions, right? I mean, you can resolve
Perfectly clear.
it. Okay. Well, there's a limit to your vision. It's generally about what? I mean, 15. I mean, if you go on your weather app and you look up visibility, that should tell you how far you can see.
Okay. You watch a
I mean,
ship
when you say perfectly
sail
clear,
away
we never have an atmosphere with nothing in it, right? It's not a vacuum. So, and we have a limit to our own eyes. So, those are
You
limiting
watch
factors.
a ship sail away from
Okay,
the
so
shore.
it gets
Hold on.
smaller. Yeah,
Right? And it should shrink
it does.
if it's
Yeah,
flat.
that's what happens.
If it was flat. But in realistically, the hull disappears first and then the mast.
Okay. For one, I have spent a lot of time on the water and I've never seen that happen.
I worked on a
Two,
pier.
if yeah, okay, well, two, if that was a direct result of Earth curvature, it would happen consistently every time at the same distance.
Also,
Are you just skipping by that? Do you understand what I'm saying here? If it is Earth curvature
okay.
blocking the hull of the ship, then it would happen consistently in every direction every time. But you realize that things can appear to disappear bottom up on flat surfaces as well. So, how something visually appears isn't evidence of surface curvature, since we can replicate
Okay.
that on a flat surface. We can replicate a boat appearing to disappear bottom up on a tiny pond where it's not possible for it to be surface curvature, right? But I would say how a boat appears over water in the atmosphere is not a good indicator when we can just shoot a laser over water and prove that the laser is hitting its target. That seems far more accurate, don't you think? I mean,
Okay.
you brought up that our eyes can see
Hold on.
things in certain ways, right? Or not. So if
Laser,
we just relied on how it appears,
an energy
that could be faulty, right?
all energy, it doesn't matter what, all energy on Earth dissipates. All energy in the universe dissipates at some point. including lasers. They don't completely dissipate, but they dim slowly over time. That's not a viable experiment, especially
Well, wait
over
a
that.
second. If we're shooting a laser and it hits the target, tell me how that's not viable.
Well, you also
How
have
can
to
it hit the
account for
target if it's blocked by Earth curve?
you have to also account for the elevation of the ground.
Of course, yeah. That's why I said to go look at the Earth curvature calculator, because you'll actually add in your observer height.
1.5 to 2 meters above the ground is general.
Yeah, I mean, we account for that, obviously.
And then my other point, if it isn't if it is flat, then how come everywhere and all over the world, it doesn't matter where, in every country, every state, every sect, every denomination, every time they send a satellite up there and it takes pictures, they are always taking pictures of a round Earth consistently. Consistently. There's never been a picture of a flat Earth. Never once.
Okay, so you've only ever seen a flat Earth. That's all anyone ever sees. So if we are measuring the Earth as flat, and someone shows you a picture and says, "Oh, look, the Earth looks round," well, we would need to verify that with surface measurements. The same way if somebody tells you that, they're 15 feet tall, and then you go up and you measure them and they're 6 feet tall, then clearly they're not 15 feet tall.
Well, then, okay, so you're saying that everything needs to have a verified reason, a second verified reason.
No,
Then
I'm saying that if it measures flat, it's flat. And if someone tells you it's not flat, then they need to show you the measurements that prove that.
that that definitely doesn't apply to quantum like quantum mechanics. Sorry for cursing, but that doesn't apply to quantum mechanics. And we still, like, everybody agrees that quantum mechanics is like kind of like where atoms freaking start.
Well, a lot of that is pseudoscience, We're not proving that with the scientific method. So speculation is not proof. Math is not proof. It's quite simple. We just need to measure the surface of the Earth. It's really not any more complicated than that. And like I said, you could do it yourself. It's not hidden from anyone.
Yeah, it's right over there.
Okay. So then why are the moon and every other planet, no, like literally ever, you can see them from here with a telescope? Why are they all round then? Why is everything else
Well,
in the universe
everything in
round?
the sky isn't round. I mean, not everything in the sky is round, but just because something appears round doesn't mean that what I'm standing on is round. I mean, how does the Earth resemble the stuff in the sky? Right? Like if I wanted to figure out how flat or curved a surface is, like my floor, I don't look to the ceiling, right, to determine that, or look to the lights on the ceiling, right? And just because some things, not all things, up round doesn't mean that the Earth is a sphere.
What
And
in the
things can
universe?
appear round and not appear spherical, right? We can't necessarily test whether they're spherical or not, but it's irrelevant because we can measure the Earth that we stand on. We can't test those to find out if they're actually spherical or not, and they have nothing to do with where we stand.
Well, what in the universe doesn't, when it is created and formed due to gravity, what in the universe does not form round, or sorry, spherical?
The whole universe is said to be flat.
Okay,
Yeah,
hold
yeah.
on.
Galaxy
No, no,
is said
no,
to
no,
be
no, no,
flat.
no, 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 no. Yeah, okay, this is like Christians with Bible verses. You're taking that way out of context.
Well,
Everything.
wait, no,
No, no,
that's
no,
not a
no, no,
Christian claim. That's not a theistic
no, no,
claim.
no, 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 no,
That's
no, 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 no.
mainstream. That's
No,
mainstream
you're not listening.
cosmology. Is that the universe is flat?
You're not
That's what he's
listening.
talking about.
You're not
Well,
listening. I'm saying you're taking it out of context.
taking what out of
No,
context?
flat. The universe isn't a flat plane.
Okay, can
Every
someone post this in the side chat for
no,
waffles?
okay. No, everything
Yep.
geometrically adds up to 180 degree. Everything in the universe. Fucking everything.
Okay,
I will
listen,
let
you listen, it's
defend.
not an emotional topic. Like it's it's we should just be able to talk about this and be cool about it. So, you're claiming that everything formed into spheres as a result of gravity. That's your claim, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but if we measure the Earth and it's not a sphere, what now?
That would not make that it can't. That
Okay, so you
couldn't make
instead
sense.
choose to believe a story that you cannot verify rather than a measurement which you can. Okay, and someone
Yeah, I'll
posted in the
read
side chat. If you look in the side chat,
look in the chat
there's
right now.
the hold on, look, there's the thing about the universe being claimed to be flat.
Yes, I've seen this
Okay.
many times. I've seen
Okay.
this so
Well, why do you choose to believe a story that cannot be verified, that has never been tested through any kind of with any kind of scientific rigor, right? That it's just a story. Why do you choose to believe that rather than test the surface of the ground that you're on? Like you could, like I explained before, and I've explained it a couple times now, you could actually go out and verify this for yourself if you wanted to.
how?
Okay, well, I told you you could go to a 10-mile lake. You could put someone at the other end with a mirror, and if they flash the sunlight at you and you can see it, they're not hidden by over 6-story buildings worth of curvature. And we have laser tests over that distance and further, showing that the lasers are hitting their targets. Plus, it's
Okay.
just it's been your it's axiomatic. I mean, it's how the Earth presents itself to us. I mean, we test it with lasers, but it's all you've ever seen and experienced your whole life. Children before the age of 4 understand innately that the Earth is flat until they're told to believe that it isn't, right? So it is our base experience. So if that is the standard from which we exist, then we need proof that it's not what we experience, right? And when we test, we're not finding proof of that anywhere.
Okay. Look, all right, look. The universe is described by its curvature. The shape of it is, right? Everything in the universe is described by its curvature, which can be positive, negative, or flat. Yes?
I'm not sure what you're getting at. I mean, things don't have to be I mean, things can be, they're either flat or they're not. They can be all different shapes. I'm not really
That's
sure what you're
that's
getting at. They could be
it's curved or it's flat. Yes, that's positive and negative is just like
okay. All
graphs.
right. So
All right.
what are you getting at?
The universe is closed like a sphere. If you've seen every estimation, every mathematical provocation of what the universe looks like, yeah, it looks flat. No, it doesn't.
Well, you
It
can't
looks
see the universe,
it's
right?
round.
You're just
It's
you cannot see the universe. You're just so I don't know what you're talking about. You can't measure that. You just have to believe some what some people tell you about that.
Hey, over fences, can I just read
Yeah.
out a couple of citations from
Yeah,
the side
please
chat
do.
quickly? So I'm just going
Yeah,
to
please
read a
do.
few citations, right? So let's see what the so-called experts say, right? So we have nasa.gov. The geometry of the universe is flat like a sheet of paper. All right, then we've got Flat Earth Judge has done a search on Google, and he says in the search query, is the universe considered flat? And it says the observable universe is considered geometrically flat, right? Then we have Stanford University. Within 1 to 2%, the prediction that the universe is flat. Okay, then we have Stanford again, right? We thought that the universe was round and it turned out to be flat. Right, so there's a few citations. Back to you, Overfence.
okay. I
Oh, no,
can't
it's
post,
fine. If any
but
Yeah, I mean, just the point is,
mathematical, not mathematical, but I put the description of what the universe is. Everything
okay, but
adds up.
that's a claim. You
to
realize that's a claim you can't prove, right?
How? Literally how? Okay, he just pulled that information.
Tell me how you would prove any of this that you've posted.
Who claims
As
the
far as-
universe is round? Can you cite the claim? Like who said the universe was round?
And I want to see how that's determined. Like what
what
measurements
So
have been performed.
just quickly, just before he gets his citation, my citations were Harvard, Stanford, and NASA. Right? What's your citation from?
Let's see.
Looks like AI copy paste.
You all. Come on.
Is it ChatGPT?
Sources.
Waffles, did you look at the sources that were posted by us by DJ and Sheepdog?
Yes,
did you see?
posted my
Okay.
sources,
All right. Are those sources that you quote unquote trust?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Much.
So can we move on from claims about the shape of the universe?
I mean,
Because it's really irrelevant to the nature of the surface of the Earth.
Like to say there's I keep getting interrupted, and that's why I keep getting mad, because I keep getting interrupted, and it's pissing me the fuck off. I personally care about
real quick. I looked on astronomy.com and there's no link. It's a dead link.
Everything in the universe, okay, the universe follows a Euclidean geometry. Parallel lines remain parallel. Triangles have 180-degree angles, and expansion can continue indefinitely, but at a rate dependent on energy content.
Okay, that's
so
nice.
Your first link. Your first link. I clicked on your first link, right? Astronomy.com. What shape is the universe? Flat like a sheet of paper, according to your first link.
Oh my god.
That's what it said. Astronomy.com. You said you trust these sources. It backed up Stanford and Harvard and NASA, also all saying it's flat like a sheet of paper as well.
So, okay.
That's what your link said, bro.
By definition, how many degrees is a circle? 180 degrees. Everything in the universe adds up to 180 degrees.
Cool, you can just draw a circle on a piece of paper, dude.
Yeah, and that's 180 degrees.
Yeah, so you can have a flat circle, you can have a CD pancake, right? These are flat. Circles are flat. If you're talking about a sphere, that's very different. But it very clearly states, not only in your citations, but also from NASA and Harvard and Stanford, that the universe is flat. The geometry of the universe is flat, like a sheet of paper. Like your links say, like NASA's links say.
Yeah, and a circle is 360 degrees, not 180. A triangle is 180.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, then fucking how do lunar eclipses work then?
Well, hold up.
No, don't hold up. How does a lunar
We can
eclipse
talk about that in a minute. I'm happy to address any of those questions that you might have, but I find it interesting that you are immediately deflecting from the ground that's measurable to things in the sky when I already talked about the fact that we can't determine the shape of the ground from the things in the sky.
Actually, technically, we're both wrong.
No.
The Earth is an ovular shape, not really like fully ovular, but the Earth is realistically an ovular shape.
How did you determine
Okay,
that?
that's a new one. Okay, so where can we measure it to prove that? Show me the measurements to prove your claim.
Let me go to a reliable source this time, since you guys don't.
The Earth is supposed to be like someone mentioned earlier.
It's not
It's
perfect.
supposed to be smoother than a cue ball, right?
Yeah, from the perspective of a giant that's
A
60
giant.
times
Okay.
the height of Earth.
Okay. Listen, I don't know why you're getting upset about this because it should just be, it shouldn't be an emotional consideration. But I just want to see, and this is what you said you're getting, so I hope you're right. I want to see a measurement of the surface showing that it's curving. And whatever you want to call the shape, if you want to call it a spheroid, if you want to talk about it being oblate, whatever you want to do, I want to see the measurements to back that up.
So even according to the mainstream, right, they say it's so perfect of a sphere, right, that it's only within 0.3% of being a completely perfect sphere. And that if you shrunk the size down, it would be the most perfect sphere in the world. So you can call it an ovular if you want, but you can draw a perfect circle around the pictures that NASA presents to us, and it fits perfectly inside.
Okay. The true shape is best described as an oblate spheroid, a sphere that is slightly flattened at the poles and bulging at the equator.
Okay. Where can we measure that?
How,
It's a very tiny difference,
how can you measure that the Earth is flat with the differences? And I'm not saying the difference between the height of a human. I'm saying the differences between like sea levels and land. Yeah, the lake. It's still
I don't understand your question.
it still doesn't work.
Well, we're measuring it, and the lasers are hitting the targets and not being blocked by Earth curvature at any distance that we test. So
Because you're
that's how it works.
because you're angling the laser because of how
No, we're
the
not.
angle. Yeah, you're
Oh,
you
really?
angle.
Which laser test have you looked at that you've determined that the laser is being angled? How can the laser curve around the surface of the Earth? That's not an angular issue. The laser is traveling straight.
I never said that. I did not
Okay,
say
so
the
tell me how the laser tests that you haven't looked at are wrong.
a laser is flat. It continuously goes forward in one direction. I'm saying
Correct.
that you're changing the angle of the source. The angle of
Well,
the
it
source
was
is not
so you're saying you're saying the laser goes up or are you saying the laser goes down? Either way, it
down.
cannot be hitting its target on the other side if the Earth is curved at the rate we're told.
Give me a piece of paper. I can't fucking describe this in words. I will
The
take a
laser
picture.
would form a tangent, right? The laser is not curving in accordance with surface curvature to perfectly hit its target on the other side.
Never said that the laser.
I think this picture is going to be quite funny. Let's let him do the picture.
Okay.
Where's my photo editing? Oh, do I have one with a black background?
Do you think it'll be to scale?
And Waffles, I don't mean to interrupt you, but if you look at 4 minutes past the hour, there's some pictures that are supposedly quote unquote from space agencies that all show the Earth as a perfect sphere.
Let me just take this and draw over. Nah, hold up.
And slightly above that, there's what are considered the only two official pictures from space.
Really, they don't have. Okay. Interesting.
No, I don't agree with them, but those are supposedly the only two official pictures from moon
NASA
missions.
Reports Server, NTRS. Here we go. The effects of the. Okay, hold on. I'll put this link in the chat.
I thought you were drawing a picture.
Yeah, I mentioned that still on that. There, look at that. While I finish this.
Can you tell me what your citation is?
NASA.
No, I'm aware of where it comes from,
Literally
but can you tell me what you've cited?
NASA.
Can you describe what you've cited?
The oblate spheroid shape.
Yeah? What about that? We're looking for measurements. We were talking about lasers, not another claim. We're aware of the claims.
Yeah, nobody's denying that it's an oblate spheroid shape that they claim, dude, right? But it's only slightly off being a perfect sphere by 0.3%. So it's negligible. Doesn't matter when it comes to how much curvature there should be over 10 miles or 20 miles or 30 miles. Doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, like if the diameter of the pole and the equator are around just under 8,000 miles, and the difference between those is 26 miles. If you just converted those over to pixel, right? Let's just say it's 8,000 pixels. 26 pixels over 8,000 pixels is negligible.
This is being so annoying.
That's a good way of putting it, sheepdog. To help people visualize it, you know.
Thank you.
Oh, why the fuck is night mode on? There. Okay. Let's see. Markup. The fuck was that? Okay.
What the hell?
Hey, FYI, I'm at work now, and I appreciate y'all letting me run a little interference. I haven't talked to y'all in forever, and I love y'all.
Okay, have a good day.
She.
Okay. Your source is the dot. You're angling it this way to the laser. Angling it like that. When in realistically, it should be like that to get a realistic measurement of what you're speaking.
How do you know? How do you know laser is being angled when you haven't even looked at the laser tests yet?
I've seen the laser tests.
Okay, which one? Okay, well, after you post your picture, we can discuss which one you're speaking of specifically, so we aren't just speaking in generalities.
Man. Oh my god, this is so annoying to do on iPhone. I can zoom in. Alright, you've got the dot. And you've got this here. This and the end source right here. That is happening. That. This is so hard to do with my fingers. I think that
It's
is
okay. It doesn't. We'll get the general idea. I'm not holding an art contest here.
I draw, so it kind of hurts my feelings personally. Where are you at? I cannot. Fucking Christ. Alright.
I posted something for you if you want to look in the side chat.
Who can send images in the side chat?
You can't post. You don't have perms.
No.
Can he send them to you, DJ? You can send them to DJ.
Okay. Because it won't let me send anything to... I can't send anything to him either. Jesus Christ.
I'll give you the permission. Just wait a sec.
Oh.
Okay, cool.
This is in English Hub, and this is. Why
All
does
right,
it
it's
say?
I've given you media perms, so you should be fine to post now.
Okay, 24/7. Nope, not on there. The chats and that. Did it pop up? Yes, it did. It's a really shitty drawing, but you get the idea. Okay, this top line is where the
Okay.
laser should be going, and this bottom line is how you guys are measuring it.
Okay, so the Earth is, you realize, relatively, that would be that would be hundreds upon hundreds of miles from the surface of the Earth.
I'm putting this, just put it in the perspective of the lake.
No, because we're
It might be-
measuring above the surface of the lake, not hundreds of miles from the surface of the lake. Just a few feet above the surface of the lake.
Yeah, put it in that experiment.
No, it doesn't work like that because we're measuring across the surface, just above the surface, not hundreds of miles from the surface.
I'm
And
not putting it. This isn't supposed to be super realistic. I'm showing you the angle at which the laser that you are shooting, or not you, but this experiment you speak of to prove the curvature of the Earth is not real, and the actual point in which the
Brother,
laser
let
should.
me hold on a second, bro. Right, so in between, right? So let's put this in like an easy analogy, right? So let's say I'm standing on one side of a 20-mile lake. Okay, I'm like 6 foot tall, and you're standing on the other side of the 20-mile lake, and I have a laser, and you're the target, right? Now, in between me and you, if the Earth's a globe, is a huge hump of water because of the curvature of the Earth, right? You should be hidden by 266 feet. That's how much curvature there is on that other side. So even if you were 266 feet tall, I still wouldn't be able to see you because you'd still be behind the curve, right? So let's say I'm 6 feet tall, you're 6 feet tall, you're on the other side of the 20-mile lake, and I want to shoot a laser and hit you with the laser, right? But in between us is this giant hump of Earth curvature. It doesn't matter if I point the laser upward, it doesn't matter if I point the laser downward, or if I point the laser directly at you. There's no way that that straight laser beam's going to make it to you because you're physically blocked behind the curvature of the Earth. Make sense?
No.
All right, look at the picture in the side chat that Overfence has just posted. Right? If that person, observer A, has a laser, right, and you're observer B, you're not going to be able to hit that person with the laser. It doesn't matter if you point it up, it doesn't matter if you point it down, it doesn't matter what you do with it, they're physically blocked behind a giant hump of Earth curvature. In fact, over 20 miles, it's 133 foot sagitta height.
And also, one question: does your laser experiment account for
well,
fucking
wait, hold
what's
on. Do you understand what he's saying before you move on to a new topic?
No, this is the same topic.
But
Yes,
okay, but do you understand why your drawing is not reflective of reality?
Yeah, but this isn't.
Do you understand that Earth curvature would be obstructing the laser? We are not shooting a laser hundreds of miles above the Earth. We are shooting it a few feet above a body of water.
That this makes scientifically this makes no sense to me. This image.
What makes no sense to
Want
you?
it actually save image as. I want this image.
Yeah, so this image in the chat is exactly how it's described on a globe. Obviously, it's not to scale, but this is the same thing. Over 20 miles, you should have 266 foot of curvature if the Earth's a globe,
Right, that's a
right? So,
26-story building.
yeah. So that 133 foot height in the center, that's the Sagitta height, that's the hump, right? That's the maximum height in the center of the hill of Earth curvature that would be between two people standing on different sides of a 20-mile lake.
Yeah, that no.
Yeah.
Okay,
All
this
right.
isn't. No, I'm
All right.
lost, especially
All
with the
right. Right. Right.
description.
Look. Let me try to make it more simple for you. Right. Let's just go over it step by step because it is confusing the first time that you get presented this information because there's lots of maths and lots of numbers getting thrown around. Right. So over 20 miles, there's 266 foot of curvature on a globe. Did you want to check that on AI or Google or something like that?
No, I trust that.
Okay. All right. 8 inches per mile squared, right? So 266 foot over 20 miles, right? So if observer A is 6 foot tall, observer B is 6 foot tall, right? In between that person, right, there's that 266 foot of curvature. So I shouldn't be able to zoom in across that lake with a camera and see the person 20 miles away, right? Because they would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, I understand how mathematically that would appear flat, but
How would it
What
appear flat
what
mathematically?
no, I understand from that description what you were getting at.
Mm-hmm. Right. So there should be a bunch of curvature, but when we test it, there's actually zero curvature there every single time. And we have extensive tests that have been done and repeated. And some of them have been done by scientists, some of them been done by engineers. Right? These have
Wait,
been done extensively.
question. You
Waffles
said
did say
in
that he had looked at a laser test, so I was curious as to which one he was referring.
I don't know. It was one on YouTube, and it was I don't know. It was a whole video of flat earthers trying to prove that the Earth is flat, like publicly.
Oh, are you talking about behind the curve? That's not they didn't use a laser.
Yeah, it's a mockumentary. What you watched is just like it's like a film to make fun of flat earthers. It's not actual flat earth tests.
L rage bait. Um. Okay. Right. Let's speak. Okay. What is the? I want the name of the experiment that the laser experiment that is being referred to me.
Okay. Were we talking about a specific one?
I hadn't referred to a specific one, so we can give him any of
Or
them.
not?
And
Or not? This
I'm
is
thinking
just a
All right,
general
okay.
laser experiment under that guise. Yes?
Yeah, here's one. Here's one. So
Okay.
this was an optical test, right? So basically let me present it to you really quickly because they did observations and then they did a laser test as well. So that's the full video, but I've got a little presentation here so I can show you. So you don't have to go and watch the full video right now. You can watch it after if you want, but I can show you what they explain in the video if you want.
This video is already impossible under the globe. If
It's
you are
already
claiming
into it.
looking at a mirage, then you need to tell me where the mirage ends and the real line of sight begins. That's awesome. Pop the curvature to present a false platter. Absolutely straight.
Okay. Let's do the laser test. Optical can be misread. I think that, a laser.
Right. So we have a 21 mile we have a 21-mile lake. We have a 21-mile lake, right? And the camera is set up on one side of the lake at 5-foot height. Right? The shoreline of the lake is 21 miles away on the other side of the lake. So he's able to zoom in with the camera and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake that should be hidden behind hundreds of foot of curvature. He does that during the daytime, and then he does it again during the nighttime because there's lights on the distant shoreline, and he can zoom in and he can see all the lights perfectly, right? It's crystal clear footage. And then they do a laser test, right? Then they shoot the laser all the way across that 21-mile lake and hit the target 5 foot high above the water. So the laser's 5 foot high above the water, and it just goes straight across the surface of the flat water and hits the target on the other side. And I can show you some information about that test if you want. Right, so instead of me just explaining it visually, explaining it vocally, I can show you it. All right, so have a look in the side chat. Right, this is the camera set up 5 foot above the surface of the water. And
Okay.
the next picture is going to be Google Maps, right? Just showing you where it is, shows the coordinates, it shows the distance marcation tool on Google Maps. So it's the yellow line that you can see there. So he's standing at the top of that yellow line with that camera that you can see in the picture above it, and he's going to be zooming in 21 miles away to the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Now, he's got a friend over on the other shoreline who's filming some footage over there. Okay, so this is what it looks like in this next picture on the shoreline that he's going to be zooming into, just so you can see what it looks like. All right, so now here is a picture. Sorry, this is just a small clip from the video. All right, so that's why I was saying you don't have to watch the whole thing. Here's a clip straight of the zoom footage. So he's zooming in from that camera that I showed you the picture of, and he's zooming into that shoreline that you can see in the picture above this video. Right, and we can see the shoreline, we can see the big white tower in the distance. Right, that shoreline should be hidden by 223 feet behind the horizon. The horizon should be at 2.3 miles. Right, so just 2.3 miles away from where the camera is, that should be the maximum distance that you can see the surface of the water, because that's where the horizon should be. All of the water beyond that should be hidden. The horizon, the shoreline should be hidden. The whole bottom of the town and the smokestack should all be hidden behind the horizon. But when he zooms in, we don't see any horizon over the whole lake. We don't see any curvature. He can zoom in, he can see the shoreline. And then he does it again at nighttime. So I'm just going to show you some pictures from the daytime versus the nighttime. Okay, so here's a close-up picture of the shoreline again. Right, so this isn't from the zoom footage. This is a close-up. Right, this is from the zoom footage, this next one. Right, so this is the nighttime footage. So you can see the whole of the white tower. You can see the shoreline, you can see the bank. Right, there's no curvature. That bank and that shoreline should be hidden completely behind the curvature of the Earth. So after they do, yeah.
No. Look at what Night Fury put.
Night Fury.
In the side chat, right underneath your image. Bro.
What? Night Fury didn't put. He just wrote me when I wake up at the morning.
Do you don't get that? Never mind. Whatever. Never mind. Get back to the topic.
Oh, I get it now. Night
Yeah.
Fury. What the hell, dude? Come on, man. Little creeper.
Can I? You said it was 8 inches squared. Yes.
8 inches per mile squared. It's a formula that works just fine for observations up to about 1,000 miles, which is more than what we can test for. So
Okay.
over 20 miles or 21 miles. This one's 21 miles. So there should be 294 foot of curvature over that distance. But then we have to take in the height of the camera. So the camera is 5 foot high, right? So taking that into account, the shoreline on the distant side of the lake should be hidden behind 223 foot of curvature. And I can post the mathematics. So the easiest way to check the math is to just go onto an Earth curvature calculator. Here's screenshots from 2 separate Earth curvature calculators. So basically, it says eye height. So first you have to put in the eye height. It says 5 feet. That's the height of the camera. And then it says the target distance, which is 21 miles. So we put that in, and then it will calculate based off the globe size, right? So then it says the horizon should be at 2.7 miles away. So the horizon line should be at 2.7 miles. And then anything that goes beyond the horizon should start to become hidden behind the horizon, like the water, for example. Now, the shoreline on the other side should be hidden by 223 feet, right? Target hidden height, it says there in the Earth curvature calculator, 223 feet. That's like a 23-story building, like a skyscraper, skyrise building, 23 stories. But we see zero curvature, right? So he zooms in, we don't see any curvature. He does it again at nighttime. We don't see any curvature at all. And then he does a laser test after that and gets a direct hit. Just shooting the laser 5 foot above the surface of the water, and it's picked up on the other side.
Okay. Right.
They're
we
just
taking
to
into account for atmospheric refractions?
Yeah, so if you wanted to add atmospheric refraction into it, then it would mean the horizon, instead of being 2.7 miles, it would just mean that the horizon's a little bit further away. So 3 miles. 15% is standard atmospheric refraction.
Laser beams
And
also
then-
naturally spread out over distance.
Right, but it doesn't spread out much because it's a very expensive high-powered laser beam. And even if it spreads out, it's not going to help you see over hundreds of feet of curvature. And you can see, right, so I'll show you. You can see how much it spreads out. It's not much. You can actually calculate. So there's actually a laser beam divergence calculators, and you can put in the power of the laser beam, and it will tell you how much it spreads out over distance. Now, these aren't just some cheap laser pointers that people are using. These are actually very expensive lasers. Right, so you can see here from the video, we can see the laser beam going perfectly straight. They do spread out a bit. All laser beams they spread out a bit naturally over distance. But then you can see in the last image I posted there, it's not spread out that much. It's still a little dot that the camera's picking up on the far side.
Okay.
Yeah, so look, there's so many of these tests that have been done, and every single time we're not finding the curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. I mean, there's even a guy called Dr. John D who's gone out, and he's a PhD scientist, from the United Kingdom. He's got a PhD in spectrophotometry, so he's an expert in light propagation. And he actually went out to try to debunk flat earthers. And he took a bunch of his laboratory equipment, and he ended up becoming a flat earther, not because he wanted to, but because he did all of these tests and he couldn't find the curvature, and he documented all of his tests. His name's Dr. John D. And now he has a YouTube channel where he shows people all of these high-powered laser tests and long-distance observations, and he challenges anyone to, to try to debunk him. And he, he documents everything. So, I mean, there's a lot that's being done now. And instead of this stuff being analyzed by the mainstream, it's been kind of swept under the rug. It's been censored and hidden from the search results in YouTube and that kind of thing, right? Congress got together with, US Congress got together with YouTube and Facebook, and they had a meeting about how they're going to have to censor the flat earth information. I don't know why people would be censoring long distance observations. It doesn't seem very harmful to test what we get told. Anyway, thanks for looking at the test that I showed. I'm going to go on mute.
Can I ask if the Earth is flat, then how do we have day and night? Or sorry, time zoned day, right? Right,
Yeah.
with how in China right now it's 10:34 a.m. for me currently, but in China or directly on the other side of the world, it's dark.
Right, I gotcha.
How's
It's
that?
a valid question. So we don't think the Earth is a flat disk floating around in outer space, right? Like in the globe model. A lot of people hear about flat Earth and they try to change the globe to like a flat planet. And then the sun's really big and really far away. And if you're on this flat planet, then it would light up all of the Earth at the same time, right? Is that where you're coming from? Okay, so yeah, that's a misinterpretation people have, or misinformation that gets pushed, of flat earthers claiming a disk in space. That's not what we're claiming. This is a completely different way of thinking about the system that we live in, right? Now, if the sun is much smaller than we get told and much closer than in the globe model, then the sun, as it moves over the top of the Earth, right, over the surface of the Earth, like we see happening in the sky, right, it moves east to west in a particular path throughout the year, which resets every 365 days, right? The light from the sun, it's not able to light up the entirety of the Earth at the same time because we have an atmosphere. So when it's above Australia, for example, the light from the sun, it's not able to push through all of that atmosphere, right, all the way over to light up the whole Earth. So it's going to be nighttime in Europe, for example. It's going to be nighttime in Alaska and Iceland because the light from the sun isn't able to push that far. It's called the attenuation of light. Light attenuates, it becomes absorbed by a medium, right? And the medium is the air that we breathe, and it's filled with dust and pollution and gas particles and fog and mist and all of this stuff. So as light pushes through it, it scatters, it becomes absorbed by the medium. And then also, as the light moves away from the sun, right, from any light source, there's something called the inverse square law of light. So every time you double the distance that the light travels, you lose 4 times the intensity of that light. So as the sun pushes its light out, right, it's only able to spread out and cover so much of the Earth, right? So if the sun is taking a particular path over the Earth, right, and it's moving east to west in cycles, then it's only going to light up a certain part of the Earth at a time. And that's going to create daytime and nighttime. Now that path alters throughout the year, throughout the cycle that the sun takes every 365 days. And that's what creates the seasons. For example, when it's summer in America, the sun's taking a path where the sun's transiting very close to America. And it's going to be winter in Australia at the same time because as the sun's taking its path, it's not going directly over the top of that part of the Earth. And that's going to change 6 months later. 6 months later, Australia will have their winter. Sorry, yeah, their summer. and then it'll be winter in America, and vice versa. And that cycle resets every 365 days, and that's why we have years. Probably a lot of information to take in all at once, but once you understand it, it makes perfect sense. And it's
Okay.
exactly what we observe.
Could you disprove
Hey,
the 2-6
hold on,
experiment?
Waffles.
Yep.
Before you, this is what when I was talking to you earlier, and I said, we can talk about
Damn it.
eclipses or whatever after we deal with the surface measurements. I feel like DJ did a really good job of presenting the laser test to you, but at the end of that, you asked about day and night cycles and time zones, and so I'm not quite sure if you really understood what he presented or the implications of that.
What, the laser? The laser
Yeah,
experiment?
the Great Salt Lake laser test that he presented to you at length.
I haven't slept in 3 days. I don't we were on the same topic of the laser experiment, and I have other things I would okay, bro, Larry, you've been shitting on my ass the entire time. Like, shut the fuck up. Like he's genuinely just being an asshole.
Don't
But
worry about the side chat, Waffles.
I haven't slept in 3 days, and we were on the same thing, and you guys were saying the same stuff, and
Okay.
I'm so mentally
Okay, well,
like
I
I'm
think
here, but I am
it's a
tired.
lot. Yeah, like DJ said, it is a lot of information. So that's why I think it would be best for you if instead of like jumping onto new things that you just dealt with the first one and took some time to think through and process that, especially if you're not sleeping, you know.
Well, I want
So,
to see
maybe
experiments
copy
that
down some of the stuff that's been posted to you so that after you get some sleep, you can come back and ask us questions about that, and then maybe we can move on to some new topics. I don't think it's a necessarily a good use of your time right now to jump onto other topics if you can't fully process the first one, which is the most essential one, which is the only one we need for flat Earth claims. We don't
Well,
need to
now
understand the rest of this to prove the Earth is flat. And so, that's something you need to deeply you need to understand our claim before we can move on to the other stuff.
now I've gone from like wanting to disprove this scientifically to just wanting to see how many experiments that have been tested, like how many experiments you guys can debunk.
Yeah, I know, but that means you're not really absorbing the first one. I mean, you've seen one laser test, right? We've got dozens and dozens of laser tests. So, I mean,
Um,
that's the place to start. Not the stories about the sky kind of thing, right?
but
I'm just
yeah,
saying
I
I think
mean,
it'd be best if you just processed this for a while.
although we are happy to take you up on that challenge if at
Yeah.
some point.
Yeah. I mean, I told them earlier, we can answer all of that stuff, but
I would love to hear your guys' answers because I
well,
have a list.
but I did ask you if you understood what he presented to you, and your answer was that you haven't slept in 3 days. You didn't really say you understood it.
I do understand the premise. Yes, I understand the premise of the laser
Okay.
experiment and
Okay,
the
good.
the
So could you just
mathematical
steelman
case.
our argument for us?
If I could what? Repeat that?
Could you steelman our argument for us? Can to us what argument DJ was making and the argument I was making earlier ab about measurements.
Okay, you guys were saying that it drops 8 inches squared and over you said 12 miles, I believe. Um,
This lake is 21 miles that DJ
or
posted.
sorry, 21 miles. taking in account for the 8 inches, it would drop 8 inches per mile,
8
or 8
inches per
inches
mile square. Yeah.
mile squared, and that would be the drop would be the size of a skyscraper, and therefore you wouldn't see the other person because of that. Yeah.
Well, he was presenting the smokestack on the other side, and you could see there was no obstruction at the bottom. Right.
Mhm.
Okay, so you understood that at 21 miles, that should not be the case if the Earth was curved.
Mathematically, yes.
Right. And that we see this and everywhere we look and everywhere we test, we're not seeing drop over distance in accordance with the globe geometry. In fact, we're not seeing any drop over distance anywhere.
Um,
And that's why we're flat earthers.
Yeah, can I say something real quick? So, if you directly measure the Earth to be flat, no observation of something that's not the Earth can falsify that. You realize that, right?
Can you
There's
simplify
nothing
that?
about the sun's. What? Well, you can't. You can't look at the sun, stars, moon, whatever, to falsify a direct measurement of the Earth's geometry, right? Just like if you had a table, right, and you measured it to be a 48 by 48 inch square, it doesn't matter what the fucking lights do above it. It's going to be that no matter what. You can't change that with a theory or with a hypothesis about how the light should work above the table. You measured the table, you know what it is. And we measured the Earth, we know what it is. We don't need to explain any astronomical phenomenon because, regardless of an explanation or not, we know it's happening over a flat Earth, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Right? Let's say we measured you to be 6 feet tall. Do you think you can prove that wrong with a theory about how tall men should be? No, we know how tall you are. We measured you. So that's the end. It's over. There's nothing more to know.
Mm. Uh,
It seems simple because it is a simple thing.
yeah, I understand.
It's made out to be and presented to people to be something that's complicated, esoteric. You got to be a rocket scientist, blah, 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 right? Something only smart people can figure out. And that's not the case. It's like 6th grade geometry class.
Oh, the Earth is freaking around. It's not flat.
Oh no. Don't do this, Matt. Don't do this. I've been here for an hour.
Who can
How
prove
do you
me?
know it's
Don't do this. I promise. I promise.
the Atlantic Ocean can prove you wrong?
Yeah, sure. Prove me wrong. The Earth is freaking around, man.
No, don't do this to yourself. You're gonna be here for an hour.
What happened?
I'm still stuck in this. I can't leave now.
Can you explain what happened to you? What have you gone through?
Can I present the math equation exactly
Sure.
how? Okay. The drop is 8 inches times d squared, right? Your variable squared. Where d is the distance in miles for a 21-mile span, the math The problem would be your drop equals 8 times 21 or the parentheses 21 squared equals 8 times 441 equals 3,528 inches. Dividing by 12 inches to get feet, that would equal 294 feet, correct? Am I wrong?
Hell no.
No, I'm asking DJ and
Yo, what's up?
yeah, where'd you go?
What were you
Oh,
asking? I was gone for
yes,
a
yes.
minute.
Can you verify that my math equation is correct? Your drop is 8 times variable squared, and d is the distance in miles for your 21-mile span. The equation would be drop equals 8 times parentheses 21 squared equals 8 times 441, which equals 3,528 inches. Dividing that, you will get 294 feet. Is this correct?
That's correct. That's perfect. Yep.
Very deep.
Okay. That 294 drop assumes that your eyes are glued exactly to the water level at the starting point.
Right. That's just the raw curvature, not taking the height of the observer into account or anything like that. That's just how much it curves physically over that body of water.
Okay.
So now
If you're
the viewer's eye are 5 foot high. 5 foot high.
okay, if if your tripod where your laser is mounted, or your eyes, right, where you're saying is 5 feet, right, off the ground, the horizon moves farther away anyways.
Yeah, that's what creates the horizon in the first place, in my opinion, is just being above the surface, right? So if you're not above the surface, there's not going to be a horizon. As you start to get above the horizon, then the horizon distance is going to extend. Now, if you're on a globe, then it should be 2.73 miles to the horizon from a 5 foot observer, if you want to double
Okay.
check the math.
And right, because you're shooting a laser directly over a lake, the air above the water is cold. Yes, and the air higher up is slightly warmer and thinner. So, and the temperature difference creates a natural lens, and it bends the light.
It can, right? So let's just go with globe law, right? So let's say that you have a nice clear day and the Earth's a globe, right? You can have a little bit of bending, sure, but surveyors only use 0.13 refraction coefficient, which means that essentially it would allow you to see 15% beyond the curvature of the Earth. Refraction isn't something that just makes the globe look flat, right? It's something that would allow you to see a little bit further or a little bit less, depending on the temperature gradient.
Okay. Um, to see and part of this is the to see the curve, right? To see the distinct arc of the Earth's curve looking left to right, you need a field of view that it would need to encompass a significant fraction of the Earth's total circumference.
Right. We're not looking for curvature. We're looking for the byproducts of the curvature, which would be the hidden things being hidden behind the curvature. Not necessarily seeing the horizon bending, but seeing things that should be blocked behind the horizon, like the shoreline on the other side of the lake, for example. So I agree with you that you wouldn't see curvature, like you wouldn't see the horizon bending left to right at that altitude if the Earth was a globe. But we're not checking for that. We're just checking for the byproducts of the curvature, like the hidden height, for example.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that video you showed me, heat tests at different times, like for example, at noon and at 3 a.m., right? At different times when the air is at noon when the air is turbulent and hot, like where when the air is hot at noon, and when the air is like still and cool at 3 a.m.
He does it at 3 different times during the day. So
He
yeah,
does.
he does it in the afternoon, and then he does it again at nighttime, and then he does the laser test as well. So 3 times.
Well, is there a version of the experiment that did this higher?
Yeah, we have tests done all the way from 3 inches above the surface of the water, all the way up to 40,000 feet and everything in between. So we've got long distance infrared observations from the peak of mountains, for example, like 9,000 feet altitude. We have long distance observations from like 40 feet high, or if we want to go really high, then we've got people that do it from planes as well, where we can use infrared cameras that allow you to see really, really far through the air. And from 40,000 feet height, we're able to see things that should be hidden by miles behind the curvature, right? Like we could see a mountain, for example, that should be many miles hidden behind the curvature. So we have, that's why I said earlier, we've got hundreds of different observations. This has been extensively repeated at all different heights, different weather conditions, different technology. Just let us know what you want, and we'll have something something along those lines. I mean, we've even got people in this room right now that have done great tests themselves. Like India that you were talking to a minute ago, he's done some awesome tests where he actually accounted for the temperatures, right? The water temperature, the air temperature. He used infrared camera. He tracked the boat that he was looking at on ship tracking. And yeah, every single time, zero curvature detected.
I was wondering if, Waffles kind of absorbs this information as best he can on little sleep. If maybe we could talk with Happy Atheist Jew, who's posting in the side chat. Are you able to open your mic?
Yeah, bitch.
Yo, you're gonna be stuck here, dog. Don't do this. I've been here for an hour and a half. Don't do this, man.
Dude, she
Is that how
is a
you
bitch.
always enter a room? Is that how you always act?
You're such a stupid bitch.
Yo,
What
listen
a
to me,
bitch.
Happy. I've been
What
here
a
for an hour and a half.
bitch.
I've had 5 different
Okay.
AIs helping me.
What
I've
a
had the internet. They've had a
Okay.
camera on
Is this somebody you know, Waffles?
forever.
Is that somebody you know, or are you just talking in
No.
general? Yeah.
I'm just talking.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, he seems to have some mental issues, so I think we're gonna leave him on mute. So what do you think so far about everything that's presented to you? It seems pretty straightforward to me.
Hey, look. Cause I don't wanna. I was playing a game and shit, and I like fully closed the game. So y'all believe what y'all want to believe. I do have one more test that I would like for you guys to debunk for
Well,
me.
hold
And
up. We
fuck
we
off.
didn't say anything about belief, did we? Like, if you measure your height, is that a belief? Do you believe in your height now? Do you believe in your shoe size? Or do you
I mean,
just measure it?
I do believe in it.
Really? So you don't just measure it and know?
Well, you can know and believe something at the same time, can't you?
Well, when people say, "Oh, it's not," you can have your beliefs about flat Earth. What they're implying is that it's just like a selective choice, right? Rather than something that has been tested and measured. No different than like any other religion. Like heliocentrism requires belief because there's no evidence to back it up. Measuring the Earth is flat is simply done. You don't have to have any beliefs about it.
Okay. Then can you debunk this for me? The two sticks experiment. I assume you know what that is.
Yeah?
Can you debunk that?
Well,
Mhm.
what is your claim about it?
I have the full explanation of it right here.
No, I'm well acquainted with it. I'm asking you.
Oh no, I want you to debunk the
Did you
gas.
just find out about it?
Personally, I told you I have a list of stuff, and it's like the
Oh,
last one.
right, right. Yeah, well, you realize we've been doing this for like 10 years. We know all these things, right? So diverging shadows is not exclusive to
Nah,
a spherical
not
surface. We
that-
can have
what I mean.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Did I talk over you? I didn't mean to.
No, you're good.
Okay. So yeah, we can have diverging shadows on a flat surface as well as a curving surface, right? The claim with that is that there's an infinitely distant sun and a curving surface. It's supposed, and supposedly this person that we cannot verify ever existed, and we have no proof of it, um, assumed the Earth was a ball, assumed the sun was infinitely distant, assumed a bunch of other things as well, and then noticed these diverging shadows and made the claim. However, at the same time, someone in China did the same, same test, the same observation, with the assumption that the Earth was flat and that the sun was closer, and they came up to the conclusion that the Earth is flat. So it's not proof for or against the sphericity or flatness of the Earth, because with
I
a
saw
more close sun, with a more local sun, you can have the same effect on a flat surface.
I just saw yeah, Kathos put um
Right, exactly.
that image. Well, he put an image of it on a round Earth.
Right. So you're seeing how it's not exclusive to a globe, right?
No, I thought you would put it. Oh no, hold on, I'm lagging. All right, I just got it. Oh my god, he got text muted. Wait a minute, look at that. Yo, leave him alone. Oh no, he said 3 words and he got banned. Oh. Okay, guys, you have
Waffles?
a nice day.
Yeah. It's your
Uh-huh.
excuse to leave now, Waffles. If you
No.
It's gotten too real, it's time for you to go.
Yeah, so Waffles, just quickly, right? So we unmuted him and he started calling over fences a bitch. I don't know if you heard that, but we don't really allow people in here that act like that. We need people to be respectful. So yeah, we don't take kindly to trolls in here. You haven't been muted once. You haven't been muted once though, right? Because you've been respectful
Yeah.
in like over an hour. You haven't been muted or anything like that. We've been pretty cool with you, so don't worry about some troll getting muted, man. Happens. This topic triggers people.
Sorry, Overfits. I'll see you in 8 hours. Send me a friend request, buddy.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Kid got broken.
Yeah, he kept getting kind of emotional at the beginning. I think we managed to get him back down pretty well. You could feel him getting really worked up early on.
Did he think
So
he got text muted?
no, he was referring to the other guy.
Well, how come he said, "I'll see you in 8 hours"? It's almost like he thought that he got text muted or something.
I don't know. Hey,
I don't know.
Waffles. I thought he was just
left.
gonna go get some
Oh no,
sleep.
he's still here.
He came
Sorry,
back, yeah.
to interrupt. Overfence. Go to feminism.
Hey,
No.
I think he is meant to need to sleep for 8 hours before he's going to
That's
get
what I
back.
thought. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to the feminist board, thanks. We argue enough in here.
he changed his name to Overfences as a bitch. That's pretty funny. All right, maybe I'm going to extend that mute time.
They're so triggered by the topic. It's kind of funny. It's so emotional for them. You know, if this was just purely a mathematical consideration, a measurement consideration, like why would you get emotionally bound up in it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
They get upset because they know what we're saying is true. And also because of, you know, as we have observed, they come in here expecting to finally find someone dumber than them, and when they don't, it's upsetting.
Yes, measurements are a bitch. Night Fury, I think you can get a good laser for $100, $200. You can get a pretty good laser, I think. Probably not 100 for the pretty good one, but I think 150 to 200 you can get a pretty good one. Laser, Laser. Or you can use a Z if you want to be even cooler.
Well, of course it's a sphere.
How do you know?
Because I know.
Is that because you got taught that while you were growing up? That's the only reason?
I saw a picture.
Yeah, but pictures can
Earth.
be... Right. But pictures aren't proof, are they? Like a
Then why
picture...
is the
If I show
sun
you a
and the
picture of
moon?
a... I could show you a picture of a unicorn. It doesn't mean that unicorns are real.
Well, they are.
Maybe, but you don't have any evidence that the Earth's a globe.
How do you know it's a flat?
Because we shoot lasers across the surface and test it.
That doesn't work like that.
Okay, why not?
You see, the sun is a sphere and the moon is a sphere and the Mars and the Jupiter and the all of that planets are a sphere. Then how can Earth be a flat?
Well, that's because Earth's not a sphere or a planet. And
Everything
yeah,
in the
that's
universe is a sphere. I don't think we are that special that out of billions of trillions of things in the universe, we are flat and all of them are sphere.
well, we don't think it's a flat planet floating around in the universe.
What do you think it's like a different dimension or what?
Well, it's like a different cosmology than the heliocentric cosmology, right? Where everything exists in this big space vacuum, right? Like we get taught. I think the Earth is more like the foundation or the ground or the floor of the system that we live in. And then everything in the sky is above the surface of the Earth. And everything moves in cycles like a clock. The sun determines the years and the moon determines the months because the cycles reset once a year for the sun, right? Once every 28 days, the cycle of the moon resets. Everything moves in like a clock in the sky, and the Earth measures flat.
Mhm.
This is what all of the ancient cultures also depicted as well.
That's a good conspiracy theory, bro.
It's not a conspiracy theory. This is exactly what you experience. You know, you've never seen the curvature of the Earth. You experience the Earth as flat and stationary.
Then,
It's not,
then how do the ships disappear in the ocean?
well, the only time that ships disappear is if they get too small to be able to see, or if we have some physical obstruction like waves. And sometimes we can have different types of effects like atmospheric conditions that can cause different types of effects to take place. Occasionally, we can have mirages and things like that. But most of the time, the ship sails out, it gets really small, and then you can't see it anymore. But you can take a camera and you can zoom back in and see the ship again.
If you're saying that when it becomes small, we cannot see it, then how is that when it gets so far, the lower part of it disappears, but its upper part, like the tower that's in the ship, we can see it. Why doesn't it gets that small and it also disappears with the
That doesn't
body of the ship?
happen. That doesn't happen all the time. That only happens sometimes. Well, only when sometimes you can have certain miraging effects, right? Certain effects of refraction, whatever you want to call it, right? Atmospheric conditions. Sometimes that can cause that effect. Sometimes waves can cause that effect. Look in the side chat. Look in the side chat. Right? Here's a giant ship. Can you
Yeah,
see the side chat? Right. Look at
yeah,
the
I can
video I
see it.
posted. Right. So look, when he zooms out with the camera, you can't see the ship. When he zooms in with the camera, wow, we can see the ship again. Notice there's no waves. It's a very nice day. There's no waves on this day. Now, if there were waves, if there were big waves on this day, the bottom of the ship would look like it's missing because those waves are very close to you, and something small in the foreground close to you can block something very large in the distance further away from you. So sometimes it can be waves, and then sometimes you can have different types of effects of the atmosphere that are going to cause that to happen. Are you still here? That's it?
Yeah. So sad. We've had 225 years of physics knowledge, and people still think ships disappear over the horizon.
Yeah. Even according to their own, to their own scientists, you can have something disappearing bottom up on a flat surface.
Like we can make entire cars disappear at 500 meters. It's an optical phenomenon. People get with the program. I think it's mostly just because only a minority of the population actually lives near large bodies of water, so they believe what they see on the internet.
It never even really used to enter my head before I learned about flat Earth. If I would go on a plane, I would never be like even looking for curvature or anything like that. It was never even a thought. Or if I saw a ship out in the ocean, I would never, you know, be wondering if it's going to disappear behind the curvature or something like that. It was only after FE that I started noticing all of that. And what you notice when you go on planes is a freaking completely flat horizon. I don't know where these people think they see curve on planes. I get that.
They must
I've been
suffer
on.
from astigmatism.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, yeah, and if you sit in the cockpit of a plane, you can see there's no curvature, right? Where the window isn't, doesn't flex.
Yeah, I mean, I've never even seen it. I mean, I've never sat in the cockpit, and I've never seen it through the side windows either.
No, I've never either. I don't know.
Maybe,
They're
maybe
delusional. It's like thinking that they always see boats disappear bottom up. Like, I think they've probably never seen that. Or if they have, they didn't really take note of it. It's just something that they slap on to their worldview after the fact. You know? It's kind of crazy, really, how much they
yeah.
think they see curvature where they can't.
Mental delusion.
Yeah.
One thing I do notice though, if you have a good angle of view, like if you have a wide angle of view out at when you can see the ocean horizon, if you're out on a peninsula or something, and when you look around, it's like a big circle, a big part of a circle, even though it's flat. It is a circular horizon. So I guess that could confuse people that don't understand how we can see the same distance in all directions.
Yeah. See, they're used to looking at the limited distances on the ground. They have no clue what they're supposed to see from higher elevations.
I still love this screenshot from about 5 years ago from a globe earther who was one of the coolest globe earthers that we ever had in the server called Caddy. I don't know if anyone remembers Caddy. I'm sure some people do. But he says, the horizon cannot curve on a globe. Well, it can't. Look at the horizon. Now turn to the right. Did it drop? Now turn more to the right. Now did it drop? Continue turning to the right. After turning 360 degrees, what happens? It meets up with where it started. How could it have curved down?
What does he think? Yeah, I mean, he's
It's pretty good. I mean, like,
yeah, I know. I see why he left. You know, it's probably getting too real for him.
I think he left. He had some health issues, but
Yeah.
that
Sorry to
that
hear
guy
that.
was funny, very funny guy.
Disappeared during COVID.
Oh, really?
Aha! There we
Yeah.
go. Yeah.
Caddy was with us for like 5 years.
Yep.
Yeah. I think he was old. I think they got him with the ventilator.
Right.
That's a shame. I wish we had more cool globers, you know. Well, we do have Ross in the room. He's pretty cool. But he's been staying on mute. Ross, I
Oh,
wondered if you had
thank
a chance to
you.
do Hey. I wondered if you had ever had a chance to do any more observations.
Uh, Not the kind I'm hoping for, but I don't know.
Are you in Ireland? Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Um, there was one kind of observation I made that I thought was interesting. I don't think it's of a standard that y'all would. I mean, I don't even think it's a standard I would accept, but I found it interesting.
Oh yeah.
Uh, I was on a plane recently, last month, and I actually made note that I was going to be able to see the sunrise while on the plane. And I thought, okay, maybe I'll see something interesting. I don't know what I'll expect to see, but maybe something. So I actually I waited until the sun started to rise, and I did notice that it appeared that the sun appeared above, obviously the Earth's horizon, but it also appeared beneath. I guess you could call it the cloud horizon. I don't know if there's a word, like the tops of the clouds, right? If there's a layer of clouds, it kind of makes its own horizon, right? If you're like flying above them. The sun appeared below this horizon formed by the clouds. So I was actually curious what your thoughts would be on that observation.
On the sun appearing lower than the clouds?
Yeah, I have a photo of it actually. I can. Let me just pull that up real quick. I just have to scroll back a little bit here. Where is it? Here it is. Should include. Yeah. I don't know. The photos probably doesn't do it so much justice, but hopefully you can kind of see what I'm talking about. So my mind goes back to this, and I keep wondering, like, because I think we could argue that maybe I'm not at a higher elevation than these
Guys,
clouds, and
hey
that could
guys,
explain the observation.
yeah,
But
I have a question.
Hold up, Waffle. Someone else is
Stop
talking.
being rude, dude.
Yeah.
I'm only gonna be here
So
for like.
Ross, you can have clouds higher than that elevation, right?
yeah, I know
But even
it's
so, it can just
possible.
be an optical phenomenon with perspective. You know, we have lots of pictures like that. And, you
Yeah,
know,
I
of
suspect
above as
there's
well. Pictures where the sun is shining a hot spot over the clouds. Have you seen one of those?
a hot spot over the
Yeah,
cloud,
let
like
me
on the
yeah, on the top of the clouds,
like
like
if
just
they're
in one
flying like
spot.
above
Yeah.
the clouds, and yeah, they can see it. Almost
Yeah.
like looking out on the ocean and seeing a hot spot reflecting off the ocean, kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, doesn't really appear to be 93 million miles away when we see that.
I mean, the distance doesn't matter; it's the angle. You can't.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
it
even
does.
in the gold model, we only see. Hold on. Even in the gold model, we only see an apparent sun. We never see the sun's true position, ever.
I
Even
mean, yeah, they
in the gold
explain
model,
that with like
they say
atmospheric
when
refraction.
you see the sunset, that the sun's already over the horizon. That's what
Right,
they
yeah,
say.
they say like near the horizon, the atmospheric refraction can shift the apparent position by like half a degree, roughly.
It's like
Yeah.
0.83 or something. And sunrise
Uh,
times can't be predicted with an accuracy greater than 5 minutes, with errors as large as 14 minutes. This has been tested by astronomers and shit. So trying to figure stuff out by looking at the sun is it's a no-win situation.
can
Like I said,
I?
even in the gold model, it's apparent. Go ahead, Waffles.
Hey, Indo, this
Need
question is for
attention?
you. All right, let's not be rude now. Do you believe in the Holocaust and the bombing of
That's
Hiroshima?
hilarious. What's the Holocaust?
What do you mean? What is the Holocaust?
Yeah, what do you mean by Holocaust?
The Holocaust, the one and only
Yeah,
Holocaust that
what's that?
happened.
Yeah, what's that?
What is
Yeah,
the
it's really
Holocaust?
weird. Whenever I ask somebody what that is, they can't define what it is.
Okay, the Holocaust was Hitler's personal action when he was given
Personal. He
political
did it himself?
when he was
God,
given
he must have been
political
busy.
power. It was his personal decision and personal belief that the Jewish people were not supposed, like, they didn't deserve to live.
It's not true. It's
So
not
you're
true at
saying the
all.
Holocaust did not happen?
No, but your story of the Holocaust is wrong. That's why I asked
Okay.
you what it is. You don't even know what it is.
What is the story of the Holocaust
Well,
then?
so tell me, why is there coins with to Zionism with Nazi with swastikas on one side and stars of David on the other, where Jews collaborated and the Germans paid for Jews to go to Palestine? Oh, you didn't know about that? Yeah, that's what I thought. You don't know anything about it. Just close your mouth.
I didn't even hear what you said.
Dude, the Nazis collaborated with Zionists to move Jews to Palestine. He didn't want to kill the Jews. He wanted them out of Europe.
There's like literally he wrote a book.
Yup,
Am
to
I
move them out of
am I
Europe,
wrong?
not to kill them. Not to
Am I
kill them.
wrong that
Mein
Hitler?
Kampf, I have a copy of it. In
Okay.
German, from Germany, taken during World War II. Want a picture of it?
Yes, I do. I would love a picture. DM it to me.
I'm not DMing you shit, bro. It's well known. There's no
well, then,
evidence that Hitler wanted to kill the Jews. The only evidence was a speech given by Himmler in 1941 where he suggested it publicly.
well, then
There was never any plan. There was never anything written on paper. There was never there's no evidence of the final solution ever being written down anywhere.
Okay, well, then
That's why you need to get learn your history, learn the actual history of what happened, and then come back and talk. Because if you want to
alright,
talk
fine,
about
let's do
Holocaust, then
history,
let's talk about
right?
the Russians or the Poles or the
Okay,
Romanians or the
hold on.
Gypsies or all
What
those
about
people that got killed by the Nazis.
Alright, what about the bombing of Hiroshima? Because we just moved past that completely.
What about it?
What do you believe in that? Do you believe that happened too?
Was Hiroshima bombed? Well, I don't know for a fact, but I'm pretty sure it was. It's firebombed.
Firebombed. No.
Firebombed, just like Dresden.
The atomic bomb. The
Oh.
atomic bombs that were dropped on Nagasaki and
Yeah.
Hiroshima.
Yeah, I heard that
in World
story.
War II. Yeah, do you believe in that?
Do I believe there was an atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki? No.
What about
Why
COVID vaccine?
do you believe hold on, why do you believe in it?
From a war standpoint, that's the only thing that would have made sense to do.
Oh, Jesus, no. They killed more
Yeah.
people in Dresden firebombing it.
Okay, it was that or a homeland it was that or a homeland invasion. And that would have caused 2 times more
Firebombing.
casualties
Firebombing.
on both sides.
Firebombing. With napalm.
Did we do that? Hold on, let me look that up. I actually want to know if we did that. The
The bombing of Dresden, look it up. Firebombing of Dresden.
Dresden.
The problem with the atomic bomb story is that the radiation problems never happened. And not enough buildings were destroyed really to justify that claim. Literally, like a clock on the town hall was still working. Like, there's a lot of problems with it. But what's that got to do with flat Earth?
What about vaccines?
You know the victors. You know the victors write the history, right?
The who? Who wrote the history?
The victors of war write the history.
Yeah, because they. I feel like that's like kind of their trophy.
Well, yeah, and they could make up anything to justify what they did, right?
Closing months of World War II was a series of combined RAF and USAAF.
Yeah, I have Google tell me how to.
Nothing. That has literally nothing to do with the bombing of Hiroshima. That didn't even take place in
How do you know?
Hiroshima, by the way.
Because Google doesn't say so.
There isn't even a city named Dresden in fucking Hiroshima in Japan. What?
Germany. The same technique was done.
Okay. No, well, technically, no. We dropped 2 atomic bombs on that
that's the
country
story.
and absolutely
Yeah,
eviscerated them.
I heard that's. Yeah, I heard that story too.
There's literally still shadows in
Yeah,
Hiroshima.
that's
to this
yeah,
day.
that's
I've
bullshit
been
story.
there. I've stood on a shadow before.
Yeah.
I've
You're
literally stood
lying.
on.
Just stop it, dude.
No, I'm
You're
not.
lying.
Stood on
No,
a
you're
fucking
lying.
shadow.
There's only one claimed shadow. It's in the side of a building, not on the ground. Stop lying. You don't know anything about this to be even talking about it. All you know is what Google tells you, which means you know nothing.
Okay. Okay. Hold
So
on. Hold
if
on.
I
What is the
could Google
definition
it
of the
too. I don't.
internet? What do you mean? What do you mean? What is the definition of the internet? The internet is a collection, a worldwide collection of all information gathered by
All of it.
humankind.
Oh
All
yeah,
of
try to
it.
find. Oh yeah, sure. Try to find an anarchist
And
cookbook,
that's including the dark web, by the way.
dude. You don't know anything
All
about any of this, dude.
information.
I've been on the internet since 1993. Okay, before web browsers even existed. Don't tell me what the internet's about. You don't even know
Yeah,
half the technology that even
I
existed
literally
then.
work for Google, by the way. Can we like clarify? I work for
Yeah,
Google.
they.
Wait,
Yeah, they, so tell me about Google Groups.
I work for
Yeah, I don't even know what it is.
I work in fucking IT. I do my job,
Well,
by the way.
that's
So
great.
let's not
Okay,
say that
well,
I
Google
don't know
Group.
what I'm talking like about the internet.
So there used to be
I'm
something called news
I'm
servers,
not Gen
right? Back
Z.
in the bro, there used to be something called news servers back in the day. Okay,
Mhm.
Google bought all the news servers and created Google Groups, and then killed it. All the information that you could possibly think of that's gone was in those Newsnet servers. Now you don't know anything about Newsnet news groups because you're young, and all you know about the internet is the modern corporate version of the internet.
Okay.
I'm just telling you the facts, dude. I
You have
remember but I remember from before Microsoft had a website or IBM. I remember that before there were search engines. So you had to buy a Yellow Pages. It was called the Internet Yellow Pages, where a company there was no DNS, so you needed their IP address to actually connect to their webpage.
there were no
Dude, I am
links
all.
console.
There was no
I
hyperlinks
know.
were invented in 1994, and the first web browser was called Lynx. Lynx
Uh-huh.
browser, Lynx. In
Uh-huh.
hypertext, you didn't click on it. It would say like link 1, it would be like press 1. Link 2, you press 2. Link 3, press 3. It's completely
Okay.
different, dude.
And before that, they
I
were
also
all
used
console
Telex,
commands.
which was on DOS 5.0, which was completely console driven. Surfing the web that way. You don't know anything about this, dude. You're a noob.
Okay. Oh
You
wow.
don't, dude.
That's
You're a
a
Johnny come lately noob.
that's a millennial word. I haven't heard that in a long time. That's new.
I'm Gen
Um,
X.
yeah. But okay. Well, if
Yeah, that's right. Tuck your tail between your legs and realize you fucked up.
yeah, this guy's crazy.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
You can fact
Uh,
check everything I said.
I was told that you have a degree of some sorts.
Computer science
Computer science. What does that have to
from the
do
Boston
with?
University.
Okay. In which I don't need the official, you know what I mean? I trust you on that. But what does that have to do with Earth being flat? I have one more question after this and then
Oh,
I'll be
nothing.
done.
Who said it did?
Okay. And then one more question for you. Do you believe in COVID vaccines?
Yeah, they exist.
Or do you believe not necessarily that they exist, but that they're like all the allegations about how they're bad for you? And
Allegations? I believe what's in the peer-reviewed published literature.
okay. And
What's that?
what is your point of view on that?
What's in the peer-reviewed published literature?
No, no. What's your point of view on sorry, what is in the vaccines, the COVID vaccines that are so bad for us?
Well, nobody really knows because they had poor quality control. You know, genetic material, DNA, was found in COVID vaccines, right?
Yeah, they use eggs for vaccines.
No, DNA, I said, not mRNA, DNA. So simian DNA, which is known to cause cancer, SV40, was found in the COVID vaccines.
Literally the air you're breathing.
You have no idea what you're talking about, bro. You're out of your depth. Go back to playing with your crayons, okay? You're out of your depth.
Oh my god. Oh, I just chugged 3
Yeah,
Red
as if
Bulls.
posturing is going to help you.
Woo.
All
This
you can
is
do is
fun.
posture.
All right.
Look, Florida.
For real.
So why
Holy,
did the
for
state
real.
of Florida stop the COVID vaccines?
Well,
Because there was DNA in it.
okay.
There's
There
not
was
supposed to
DNA.
be DNA in it.
Right, you realize the metal and the plastic that you touch to interact with your phones, computers, literally everything in this on this planet could cause
Yeah, but
cancer.
if you have mRNA, right, with DNA, you got DNA fragments, right? You're gonna make these chimera fucking DNA strands, which are gonna cause cancer, which are known
Okay.
to cause cancer, which is why they could never actually. They've been trying to develop mRNA vaccines for 40 years, but they always cause cancer because they end up with DNA fragments that the mRNA replicates and replicates into the regular host DNA.
Okay.
Of course, you know all about this because what?
And
Oh, Google. That's right.
no, I'm not even looking at Google. I don't even have a web browser open right now.
No,
So
previously.
saying that I haven't looked at Google since I joined the call, by the way.
The fact is, you don't have an opinion. You're told what to
Oh.
think, and you parrot it.
Oh. Oh, is that so?
Seems that way.
Wait. Oh,
Because
hold
you're
on.
bringing
Let
up
me
because you're bringing up subjects, but you don't know the particulars of any of those subjects. Yet you've drawn conclusions about what they are and the veracity of them. Which is, I don't know anything, but I'm going to conclude it's true because my lack of analysis,
Okay.
or you just
Hold on.
automatically believe things that you're told, just automatically.
All right. I can give you the link to this too. The ingredients. Right, and here it is. However, according to the CDC COVID-19 vaccines basics, vaccines do not interact with your DNA or alter your genetic makeup.
Okay, that's
For cancer to happen, it
that.
has to alter your
That's
genetic
false
makeup.
when you have contaminated batches.
Okay, when we
There
have
was not supposed to be any DNA. There was not supposed to be any DNA in the mRNA vaccines, but
hold
there
on,
was.
let's
You
pause here.
understand?
You're adding another
Look,
variable. Pause here.
no,
Hold
I
on.
am not.
No,
What I'm
no,
telling
no,
you
no,
is,
no, no.
look, bro,
Pause here.
shut up.
You
Shut up.
you just said that it was what was it? Contaminated batches. Yes?
Yes.
I never
All of them.
never talking about
It's all contaminated, dude. You said, do they work? I said, they didn't
Literally-
have good quality control. All the batches are contaminated, dude. All of them.
literally okay, hold on. But here's the thing. The CDC says this, right? The CDC is saying that vaccines do, you know what I mean? What I just said. Vaccines do not interact with your DNA or alter your genetic makeup. I never said,
That's right.
I was never talking about contaminated batches. And I bet I could look up right now because I have my web browser closed. You can look up and find from the CDC, I guarantee it, that their batches are not contaminated.
CDC does not make the batches, okay? The drug manufacturers do. Their batches, when tested, have been shown in the peer-reviewed literature to be contaminated with fragmented DNA. Of privacy. Good try, though.
Does it say that in the Discord
Says it in the U.S.
privacy?
legal system. You need to have a
Does it
expectation of privacy.
Okay, does it say it in the
Doesn't matter.
Discord privacy? No. Let me pull it up actually right now. The Discord privacy policy.
You know, just kick this guy. Just ban this guy. Go stir shit somewhere else, girl.
Okay, I'll take care of it.
Oh, hold on. No,
He was right. He was right.
All right, I'll permaban this clown.
Yo, y'all niggas retarded, bro. Get the fuck
You
on.
were really triggered by
Yeah,
flat
imagine if
water,
you-
weren't you?
Yup, he hates that shit.
Well, he was triggered by flat water and came back with the Holocaust. So that's a new one.
Then try to pretend, oh, I'm just curious. Let's talk about the Holocaust and the vaccines and every other verboten subject. That's why I asked him to define it.
Yeah, that was good. I appreciated that.
Yeah, I always ask, do you believe in the whole? Oh, what's that? I don't know what the Holocaust is. Tell me what it is. And they never can. They can't define it. They want you to make a statement, yes, I deny it. And then they'll try to ram every possible thing under the title Holocaust.
Cześć. Here. Ciocia jest here. Here. Papa.
So there's this guy on TikTok. We've debated him multiple times before. He's actually one of the more cordial guys. I don't know if you recognize him before. He wears sunglasses. He always drives in his car. But generally, um, we always pin him down to the point where he ends up, saying that, "Oh, I'm not a professional," and "Oh, I'm just asking questions and I'm just seeing what your worldview looks like." All right, so he starts off arguing, but when you pin him down to certain points, he gives up, right? But the funny thing is, when I go to his like lives and when we're not debating, I see like who else is chatting, and he goes full Glober on these guys, like debating them, and doesn't give up. But when we're in the room with him, it completely changes. It goes from, well, I'm not smart enough, and I just want to figure out your guys' motive, your guys' emotions behind the flat Earth, right? So it's kind of funny how with us he completely gives up on his shtick, and with the other guys he just completely fights them at every for tooth and nail. So
What'd you say his name was? I missed that.
let me double check. Let me go to my freaking TikTok here. Dude in the story.
Could you
Yeah,
say
dude in
that
the
again?
story. Dude in the story.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, we've talked to him multiple times, and he's probably one of the most cordial people we've had on here. But he gives up every time we talk to him. We walk him to the points, and he gives up. And he says, "Yeah, look, I just want to know the emotional reason why you guys are flat earthers. Why?" But with everybody else, he doesn't do that. So I find that kind of funny.
I'd like to bring that Baron guy in and talk to in a like a moderated kind of debate. That would be hilarious with
Yeah, he
his
came
1
here
mile
last week.
theodolite tests.
Yeah, he talked to Indio in here last week or 2 weeks
Oh,
ago.
really? Oh, well, I can only imagine how that went.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it went. I was like, what about the readings that you like throw away, right? And then the guy said he
He
doesn't
actually come
throw
in?
away any. Yeah, he
Oh,
came in
sorry.
here.
Yeah. Well, I guess he won't be
Yeah,
back then, right?
uh, maybe.
But
I think he'll come back. I think he got banned for 2 days, but he's
well, he
welcome to
really
come back.
freaked out when I asked him why he didn't have longer distance tests or why he was
Well,
unwilling to do a test over anything longer than a mile with his theodolite, you know.
he said he did, but I don't think
They
he.
can say anything, you know.
Yeah.
He didn't say that to me, you know. His
Well, I think in
evidence
the
of
call
not
because you were
being
asking. You were asking him.
yeah.
He's like, "Yeah, I have thousands of tests." And then you said, "Oh, well, do you have one over a mile?" He's like, "Yeah, I've got thousands." He just kept on repeating himself, right?
Yeah. But he couldn't present any like
Well, he said, fair enough. He did say go to his channel, right? And so he did say go look at his channel. But
have you
yeah, I
seen
mean,
them?
he's there every. Yeah, but it's like pretty laughable. Like India
Well,
went through it. Like he's not like because apparently I don't know. I don't know what the heck you do when you do the things, but India says he does, and he says you got to like throw away certain measurements because they don't match what he's claiming to see. All right. And India's like, okay, well, what about the ones that you threw away? And he's like, what are you talking about? I never threw away any measurements. And then that's where it kind of got like stuck on.
yeah, it's like
So,
the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, you know. Like we're gonna take 10,000 photos until we get one where it looks a little wonky, and then that's what we're going with, you know.
yeah, that's exactly what his point was. So, and then it was just a big argument. And then India's like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. And the guy's like, you don't know what you're talking about. And then, yeah, banned for 2 days. Yeah, I was just mentioning this dude in the story guy because I don't know when we talked to him before, he had like 50 viewers, 80, but right now he has like 250, right? And I feel like it would be like almost pointless talking to him again. It would be okay like for me because I would get like our side, we would get lots of more viewers and like oh who's the Neil guy with the 24/7 crew and you know we would get out there, but like we've had the convo with him so many times, and he just gives up every time. To us, anyways, but not to other people.
System was talking. Let's listen into Globe Crusher on TikTok.
With gravity and Newtonian law of motion, it collapses the model. They affect the orbits of each other. Like the moon passing between the sun and the earth would reduce the gravity that's holding the earth in perfect harmony. The earth would spin away. The tiny moon would be pulled towards the sun. It would spin out of orbit. The first pass.
Their only response, I imagine, if I were to say they're a lawyer, right, and I were going to argue in court, and I only had 30 seconds, like right now, to think of an answer, I would say this. Well, the Earth and the Moon, they would not function. They would not. But because the perfect design, that instant where the Moon passes between or the Earth passes between the other body, that stabilizes everything just when it's about to destabilize. Right.
See Ryan's dumb comment? He said, plus the three-body problem is only for bodies of similar masses. Doesn't apply to Earth, Moon, Sun. So Ryan, pull up the three-body problem in physics. You'll get a Wikipedia page. If you read the second paragraph, it tells you the first three-body problem that they tried to model was the Earth, the Sun, and the Moon. Idiot.
And speaking of two bodies, by the way, of the three bodies, did you guys see the new study that Forbes magazine and all these other scientists, Globies put out that the Earth is now spinning slower now because the ice caps are melting and like, well, for starters, they said the orbit is now slower than ever. Well, how do they know that when we've never been able to measure an orbit at all? How could they ever prove that we're spinning slower now than ever? It's just ridiculous. It's just garbage they put out to scare everybody.
If it started spinning slower, it would destroy the model as well. If it changed its rotation.
Why did you say that NASA had a rocket explode?
I said a rocket explode. I didn't say NASA. I'm pretty sure it was.
You said something about a rocket and a lander.
Yes.
That was Blue Origin.
Rocket explode. What?
That was Jeff Bezos and Blue Origin. That was a completely independent thing. It had nothing to do with anything.
That's the rocket that's going to take the Artemis lander.
The Blue Origin one?
The rocket that exploded is the rocket that's going to take the Artemis lander. I don't care who fucking runs it.
You're saying Blue Origin is
I'm saying that's the rocket scheduled to take the lander, yes.
Yeah, but that's not true.
It fucking is true. Go try and read it. Read it. Did you read it?
No, I didn't read anything.
They tell you the rocket that's scheduled to fucking take the lander blew up. So go read the article. Fucking Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, the article you read is wrong.
Jesus fuck. So what do you have to counter that? Bring evidence. Show me that I'm wrong.
Well, I'm just saying it was just.
I don't care what the fuck you say, right? You Globies say a lot of shit. So give me evidence or shut the fuck up, Chase.
All day long, all the time. You guys say nothing but wrong stuff.
Just back
Fuck
up what
off,
you're saying.
Chase.
Back
We
it up.
cook
Back
you
up
all
what
the
you're
time,
saying.
clown.
Back
Get
up what you're
lost.
saying. Back it up.
You can go chase something else now.
That's right. Back up what you're saying or shut the fuck up in my life.
But either way, yeah, I popped up real quick because I saw the article from Forbes yesterday that said something unprecedented was happening. I think BBC also covered it too. Unprecedented is happening. The Earth is now orbiting slower than ever because the ice caps are melting. And I'm just sitting there going, we've never measured the orbit one time. The orbit's never been measured. How can they proclaim that it's now orbiting slower than ever? It's just absolute rubbish.
I have a question about that too. I would assume that going on the globe model, right? I would assume that they would say that the Earth is constantly in the state of slightly slowing down. Wouldn't you think, or no? Because it's in space. Like,
so here's the
now it's just going slower. Now it's slowing down even more. Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, they're saying it's slowing down more than ever. It used to be a millisecond per a millisecond. This is how ridiculous it gets.
Yeah,
because their measurements are so accurate.
Yeah.
A millisecond per year, but now it's even more, and it's going to have by the year 2100, which none of us will be alive to see. There's going to be consequences. Like, come on, this is ridiculous.
What does that say?
You better start worrying
Blue
now.
Origin rocket explosion throws off future of NASA's Artemis program. It took a simple fucking Google search, right? because I already knew this. This is what's called evidence. I bring fucking evidence. Like, fuck off, Globetard.
That guy might have read that and thought, well, that explosion will freak them out and make them think twice about their mission. I mean, he could. I try to think of any excuse they could use, and his excuse.
Their excuses don't matter. He didn't
That
bring
doesn't
any
mean it's the
evidence.
rocket. That doesn't mean it's the one that's going to get the Artemis. They could mean that they're going to slow them down because they're worried about problems. I mean,
Dave, you want to come talk?
Yeah, I was getting ready to invite him up in the chat actually because he wants to say a bunch of words. He's a
Come on up,
keyboard
Dave.
warrior. Come on up.
Dave, tell us we're wrong. How we're lying. Come on up, Dave. That's 2, 3 invites. Come on. Don't duck the invite, Dave.
Hello. Is there any moderator here?
Dave, you're ducking the invites. That's 4. Come on, buddy. Let's see your...
Cheech and Chong. Dave's not here, man.
Yeah.
Dave?
hey, Dave, you know the word Dave almost spells evade backwards. He's evading.
Yeah.
God.
Can you get that right? It's
Well played,
evad.
well played.
Evad.
Poor Dave.
He's not even typing anymore. The keyboard warrior put his keyboard fingers away, I guess.
Yeah, when you send too many invites, they just leave the room. You know Dave isn't special, right? It's one of the most common names on the earth.
All right, that was an insight at Globe Crusher, and he's active every day on TikTok. He has a pretty big audience, like 50 people at least every time. See if we can find a Glober or something.
An audience of 50 people. Wow.
Well, it's better than us.
Well, for that topic, yeah. So
All right, I might get dude in the story again.
I actually think that's the way to look at it. Also, the idea of the firmament comes from the Bible, but it doesn't, because the word rakia just means vast expanse, great plain, great expanse is what rakia means. They translated it into Latin, and it had this word in Latin that kind of implied firmness. And then from Latin, there's so many different translations in English. Some of the translations use the word firmament, but most of them use the words vast expanse, because that's what the Hebrew said, right? So the idea of the firmament is something that is through misinterpretations, mistranslations.
I'm trying to get in this, guys, but it's not
But if
accepting.
you really want to think that there's this vast expanse that separates the waters above from the waters below, hear me out. The ozone layer is composed of O3, 3 molecules or 3 atoms of oxygen, right? And the heat from the sun breaks up ozone all the time, so it's kind of unstable. It's in this unstable area. So there's O1 going all over the place around the ozone layer, outside the ozone layer, inside the ozone layer. Hydrogen is H, right? And often H2. It floats up into the atmosphere. It actually escapes the ozone layer very often. And what's water made of? H2O. 2 molecules or 2 atoms of hydrogen, 1 of oxygen. Those things exist.
Well, he's
outside
not
of the ozone
accepting
layer.
me for some reason,
Water in
but
its more stable form exists in the ozone layer or under it. Therefore, the ozone layer is the firmament. Water's above, water's below.
oh, he accepted me. There we go. What's up, dude?
How are you doing, man?
Good, man. Good to see you on here.
You too. How is the 24/7 flatearth.org group?
Chilling, yeah. We're all chilling here, just listening to what you have to say. It's just a slow day right now. A couple hours, 15 minutes go by. No one in the chat. I might as well bring up the TikTok, right? Start listening.
Sure. Why not? How is life? What is it you want to talk about?
Chilling. No, I just saw your chat, and I don't know. I know what we always get to like a point in our conversation where we can't go on because you want to talk about like the emotions of flat earthers, right? So I just
not the emotions.
Oh.
No, not the. I want to make sure it's straight. It's not the emotions. It's the thought process.
The thought right. Got it. The thought process. So
yeah.
I'd figured that like I'd come back on here and just get that out of the way before we even start. So I don't personally I don't think there's
we can talk about it from a different angle if you want. That's fine.
Yeah, no, I feel like we have in the past, and we go down like the line of reasoning, we go down the disagreements, and then it just ends up as like, what's your thought process, right? Not as so more of like attacking the argument, but attacking like the flat earthers like opinions, right? And the flat earthers
but there's a reason. So the reason why it comes down to that is because at some point there is a rejection of evidence, right? And that's why it comes down to something like that. Because I can give you all of the evidence, and you can give me your evidence, and I can give you explanations for why the evidence is potentially misinterpreted or something based upon the research of others, or not you. I'm saying like in general, the general you, right? But at some point with flat Earth, it comes down to a rejection of some evidence or a rejection of some explanation. And I'm like, well, why are you rejecting it? So that's why eventually the conversation hits that point of the thought process, because I can bring evidence, and then eventually most flat earthers are just like, well, no. At this point, I'm going to just say, no, I do not believe that evidence is correct. And I need to have a rationalization for that. That's where I go for the thought process.
Yeah, I feel like we've gotten to that point here like dozens of times, and it just doesn't get anywhere from your side.
So why'd you come up, man?
Oh no, I just want to see if it would change at all. I just wanted to see if it was like the same thing that you wanted, right? So that's all it is.
We can talk again if you want. We can see if it goes somewhere else.
Potentially. I mean, what do you want to talk about?
All right, go for it. Up to you. You came up here. I'm open to talk about whatever direction you want to point us in.
Okay, yeah, sure. Do you think like water is, on the surface of the globe, like forming, like curving on it? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it is. It's observational. We can see it is.
From where?
I mean, you can see it from the just standing on a shoreline and seeing it curve in front of you, but you can also measure it using gyroscopically leveled lasers over bodies of water.
You can see. Okay, I'm just going to go over your first point first. You can see the curvature of the Earth from the shoreline.
Yeah, you see it like going away from you. The reason why objects drop from the bottom up and the water basically disappears from your view is because it's curving away from you.
Okay. Why would Neil deGrasse Tyson say that you wouldn't be able to see Earth curvature up to it?
He's talking about this way.
Okay.
He's talking about like left to right.
Left to right. Got it.
Your eyes are not sensitive. I mean, if you want to be technical about it, you can. Like it's just our brains and our eyes are not precise enough to be able to discern the minuscule amount of curvature from our individual perspectives standing on a shore, left to right. But you can measure it. It's just not something that's possible with your raw vision.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna get to your because part 2 was like the gyroscopic measurements, whatever it was. I'm not a big expert on that. Yeah. Maybe someone else in my.
I mean, I'm not like an expert either.
Yeah, maybe
I have a pretty like basic understanding of a lot of stuff.
Yeah, maybe someone else in my chat could go on that. But the first point, right? We'll just stick to that. I'll stick to that because that's where my field of like quote unquote expertise is. So sure. You're saying you see the horizon, right, at the beach, right? And you're saying that is the curvature of the Earth.
Correct.
But isn't like the horizon optical?
Yeah.
So that means it wouldn't be physical.
Well, no, the horizon is the distance that you can see before it disappears from view because it's curving. So the curve is the physical thing. The horizon is the optical, I guess, perspective that you have from wherever you're standing. Like the horizon moves based upon where you move, because if you move closer to what you perceived was the horizon is now further away from you because that's the way that the sphere works.
Okay. So
like the horizon is not a set point in space. It is it's a point in space relative to, well, not even
to your
point
view.
in space. It is a kind of compression of space that in your vision that is based on relative to wherever you're standing, how far you can see before the curvature hides something from view. That's what the horizon is.
Okay, so but if you rise, right, in elevation, it changes, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It changes. You move 1 foot forward, 1 foot backwards, 1 foot up, 1 foot to the left or right, the horizon changes. Because it's always relative to wherever you're standing. That is what the horizon is.
Yeah, that means it's optical.
Yeah.
So it's not physical. I mean, you're claiming optical and physical at the same time, which
the horizon itself. No,
erroneous.
I'm sorry. The horizon itself is optical. The reason you can see a horizon is a physical thing. Like the curvature is creating the horizon in combination. Your perspective is creating a horizon when it's combined with the curve of the Earth. The horizon itself is an optical thing because it is based upon your perspective and your vision. The curve is not an optical thing. The curve is a physical thing. So your optics combined with the actual physical curve make a horizon.
Okay. I got a question from the chat. Just reading out my chat right now. One question. What about weather visibility limits?
What about it?
Does that, do you involve that with
like atmospheric distortion and fog and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, sure.
Is that what they're asking about?
Like, so he says, doesn't weather change how far you see?
That exists in both models, so I'm not exactly sure. Yes, absolutely. But that is kind of a moot point because that exists in both a flat Earth and a globe model. So I'm not exactly sure where the conversation is supposed to go with that. Like we both agree weather affects how far you can see. So what's the extension of that?
Well, yeah. So the chat says, so it's not always physical curvature.
No, the horizon is based on physical curvature and your vision. How far you can see is based on lots of other factors. Like when it's foggy, it doesn't change where the horizon is. It just changes that I can only see, 400 feet in front of me or 20 feet in front of me based on how foggy it is. But the horizon didn't move suddenly.
I mean, okay, here's another from the chat. Yeah, when it's foggy, it definitely changes where the horizon is.
How? I don't understand how that happens. Because the horizon is not the limit to the distance that you can see objectively. It is the okay, let me put it this way. If a building is in front of me, is the horizon now closer to me? Or is it in the same place that it would be if the building was not in front of me? That I'm just using a building as like a stand-in for weather, right? Because I can't control where the weather is. But if the building is right in front of me, I don't suddenly have a closer horizon. The horizon is always going to be a certain distance away from me. I just now have an object in my way. It's the same thing with weather.
Didn't you just say the distance to the horizon changes day to day?
No, I said the distance to the horizon only changes based on where you're standing.
Oh, so how far away should the horizon be if I'm, say, 6 foot tall standing at the shoreline of a large lake?
I mean, are you talking about geometrically or in reality when you talk about like light refraction and like, are you talking about the horizon or how far you should be able to see?
I'm talking about the horizon, which is defined as, yeah, I'm talking about the
Based on the map, you should be able to see this far, right? Yeah.
yeah. So you just said the distance to the horizon depends on how high you are above the surface. So now I'm asking you, how far is the horizon if I'm 6 foot tall standing at a lake? There's only one horizon that you can see, right? So it's
equation memorized. I don't have the equation memorized, but I think it's, I mean, I know the rule of thumb is 8 inches per mile squared is the drop from the tangent. But obviously that changes the higher up that you are. If you're 6 foot tall, you factor that in, the tangent is 6 feet higher up from the surface of the earth. So
right.
I mean,
so it should be 3 miles should be the distance to the geometric horizon if you're 6 foot tall.
That's the rule of thumb. Usually 3 miles is about where the horizon is perceived. Yeah, I agree.
Right, but we've gone out and tested this hundreds of times, and for example, we can see all the way across a 20-mile lake with no horizon from 6 foot height.
Yeah, well, that's why I was saying based on the geometry or based in the real world, factoring in all of the actual things about weather and light refraction. Those are two different questions. So geometrically, that's the 8 inches per mile squared thing. That is based upon a sphere in math, right? But when you factor in things like standard refraction of light, when you factor in weather, when you factor in basically all of that kind of stuff, it adjusts. 15 to 20 miles is like how far you can see something is it's on the further end of standard refraction, but yeah.
Standard refractions standard refractions
every, I think it's sorry.
Yeah, so sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you, but standard refraction is little k refraction coefficient of 0.13, which just extends the horizon distance by 15%. Right, we're talking thousands and thousands of percent further than that we can see. Right, there's no refraction ever measured that is in those orders of magnitude that we can see beyond where the geometric horizon should be.
Got it. I think that you have a misconception of where the horizon starts at that 3 miles and how far you can see. Those are two different things.
No, I'm talking about the horizon, which is defined as the line in. Well, the horizon's the line in which the sky and the ground appears to meet. That's the official definition of horizon. So that's what I'm talking about, right? We see the horizon shifting around on different days, but you're claiming there's such a thing as a geometric horizon, which is caused as a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth. Which should be at 3 miles.
I'm not saying the horizon is suddenly multiple different things. I'm saying you're asking for geometrically the 8 inches per mile squared, and if you're 6 foot tall, and the drop from the tangent, all that kind of stuff. You're giving me like, give me the math, right? And I'm like, there is the math, but there's also reality with which is weather. It is standard light refraction. It is the temperature of the atmosphere at that moment. It is the time of the year, because like the way that the light refraction is affected by that. So all of those different things are factored in. And also, and here's the big thing, the horizon is not a hard line. It is essentially like a compression of the space in your field of vision. I mean, we all know what perspective is, and we know that as things get further away, the distance between, like, you have a bunch of light posts all lined up as they get further away.
Oh, I agree with you. Yeah. I think the horizon is it's the vanishing point. It's the vanishing point due to perspective convergence. Right, I agree with you. Right, so but on a globe.
That's why I'm saying the horizon is not. Hold on a second, please. Hold on a second, please. That's why I'm saying the horizon is not a hard line. It's more like you have several miles of visibility compressed in a small area, because that's the way that the curve is working. Now, to address your point about perspective and convergence never make things drop below your eye line. Perspective and convergence only adjust to the viewer's perspective, their eye line. Like, that's, if you've taken an art class, I'm an artist by trade. That's the way that 1-point perspective works. It doesn't suddenly drop below your eye line. It only makes things compress to a point at your eye line. So to say perspective and convergence is the reason why it looks like it curves down or there is a horizon would be false, because why can't it, why do the things look like they drop down below the horizon at some point?
Right. So most often we can explain that and we can recreate that on a flat surface on a small scale, right? So we have known effects like sinking refraction, for example, right? So just so I could read out a citation for that, sinking refraction is an atmospheric optical phenomenon where distant objects that are normally visible above the horizon appear lowered, compressed, or completely hidden from view behind the horizon, even though the geometric line of sight is physically unobstructed, right? So we have certain things that we need to take into consideration. So I would ask you if you have any tests that have been done that actually measure the atmospheric refraction conditions and validate that the horizon is in fact geometric and not just the apparent line in which the sky and ground appear to meet.
I'm not familiar with what was it, sinking refraction? I'm not
Sinking
familiar
refraction,
with
yeah.
what I am familiar with when it what I'm familiar with when it comes to light refraction is that it bends along with the density of the substance that's in its way, right? Like you can easily bend a laser through water. I mean, there's this cool YouTube video I saw where this guy had like a tank of water and he put a hole in the back and he shined a laser through the tank of water into that hole, and it made the laser kind of curve with the water as it was going into, like, making a right angle into a sink. It was really interesting. So it shows that like light curves with a denser medium. So as that atmosphere at the surface level of the water is pretty dense and cold, it will curve with it. So I don't know if that's sinking refraction or just normal refraction or what that is. But when the standard tests of the refraction shows that 0.13% or 0.13 standard deviation, that is what I'm factoring into it. Like I don't have like the tools to do consistent weather measurement over the span of miles and miles and miles. So that variation affects it as well. Yeah, so I know I don't have the experiment to be able to do that. I'm just like some random dude that works in a normal job and doesn't have like NOAA's weather measurement tools.
Right. Well, look, I mean, I've studied quite a bit into refraction and
sorry.
Well, okay. No, that's okay. We've got some lag, right? That's fine. Yeah, so if you study into it, you'll find that refraction absolutely has limitations, and the observations that we have aren't able to be explained by refraction of light.
Here's the interesting thing. Refraction doesn't have a limitation. You could, in theory, if it was consistently the same weather, like the same exact temperature, and it was unobscured, refraction could make a laser go literally around the entire planet in a circle. If that refraction deviation is 1 and not 0.13, it would go in an entire circle. And it's actually not even that hard. The weather would not even have to be that massively different. It would just need to be consistent, and that's highly unlikely, like almost impossible for the weather to be consistent.
Yeah. Look, that's cool. That's a claim. That's a claim that
It's like that's not a
right.
claim. That's something experimentally done.
That's
so it is
no, it's not something that's experimentally done.
Entire circle.
It's
When
not
you can
something
show-
that's been experimentally done, dude.
Hold on, sir. You can show light bends in an entire circle in a very easy experiment. I even just told you this one that was shown on YouTube that someone's doing.
Well, let me explain the one that you were talking about on YouTube, right? When you put like a hole in a container and the water comes out and you shine a laser through it, that's total internal reflection. So what's happening is the laser beam is actually bouncing up and down and staying within that stream of water due to total internal reflection. That's not to do with the laser bending due to a gradient of density. Now, miraging effects happen when we have heavy gradients. So
before we move
hold
on,
just let me talk for a minute. Just let me talk for just a.
No, because you're moving on to a different topic. I want to make sure we
No, I'm not. I'm addressing what you said.
What?
All right, I'll
Well,
go on mute for a bit, dude. I'll let you get it out, but you need to give me a chance to talk too, because I've actually studied into this topic a lot more than you.
Absolutely. I want to talk about the miraging effect that you're going to get to, but I wanted to address what you were saying about the light bending thing. So showing that light can bend within that dense medium shows that there is no limit to light refraction. There's no maximum refraction, right? Now you can talk about real world maximum refraction, but there's no maximum refraction because you can make that light bend however it is that you want it to bend, as long as it's within that denser material. The reason why it's having that internal refraction, that internal reflection, or whatever it is you call it, bouncing around internally, is because it's that denser medium out inside a less dense medium. The water is denser, so the light essentially gets trapped in there. That happens also in the atmosphere. Okay, now what were you going to say?
Yeah, look, I think you're a little bit confused on how it actually is working in the example that you gave, but I agree that you can cause light to bend inside a medium, right? A single medium. But this is the thing. Once we start getting heavy refraction, we start getting heavy destruction and distortion, right? So once you start having like 0.3 refraction coefficient, that's what's called heavy refraction. And you start getting side effects of it, like inferior and superior mirages, fata morganas, inverted images, that kind of thing. So you can't have a nice clear image when you have extreme refraction. And the amount of refraction that would be required in the observations that we have is beyond extreme refraction. We don't see any miraging effects. We repeat the tests daytime, nighttime. We repeat them in different weather conditions, and we can consistently see things that are orders of magnitude further than you would be able to see them. There isn't any evidence, right, that refraction is able to account for these. And in fact, we've got a guy called Dr. John D, who's a PhD in spectrophotometry, and he's been doing laser tests for years trying to find the curvature of the Earth. And he said that he's actually never seen a laser bending downward, right? He uses powerful lasers, right? And he explains how it's not the same in the atmosphere as it is in a tank of sugar water or something like that. And he videotapes all of these. He said he's seen lasers bending upward and going straight, and he's never seen one actually bending downward before. In over 350 hours of laser tests. And we're always challenging globe earthers, show us these lasers bending downward through the atmosphere. And nobody's ever been able to present an example that's analogous, right? Like a long distance laser transit through the air that's bending downward.
Can I get in to address one point, please?
But okay, yeah, sure, go for it.
Yeah, so the idea that refraction has no limit comes from a fundamental misunderstanding of what's happening when light undergoes refraction. One of the things that will happen with refraction, it doesn't happen with reflection, is something called chromatic separation or dispersion by frequency, by wavelength. If you have a steep enough refractive index, this includes both a gradient and with a transitional boundary between two media, you're going to have, as a consequence of this, a separation of the incident angle of light into multiple different refractive angles according to frequency sorted out. This is why you can take a prism and separate white light into constituent parts, forming a rainbow, like in the Pink Floyd album cover.
Yeah.
So you mentioned that refraction is unlimited in its potential to wrap around. That's not true.
Well, the thing is it is, but the environment and the media in which it goes through can add that. The other guy that was talking, and same thing with you, it basically damages the wavelength, right? It stretches it out, it breaks it up. Like, yes, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. It's nearly impossible, if not completely impossible, to have that undestroyed, undestructed, whatever you want to call it, like a perfect refracted laser that goes in like a circle. Theoretically, it could. Practically, it can't. But that's saying that there is a maximum refraction. It would be false because there's no maximum refraction. It's just a maximum practical refraction, maybe. I'd agree with that. But the thing is like what you guys are saying, I agree with everything you're saying. None of that has disproven, except for the guy saying that there's no curvature to a laser going in the atmosphere. Like the odd thing that I've never heard of that guy. I don't know the experiments that he's doing. All I know is the experiments that I've seen, and all I know is the real world measurements that I have read, that the lasers are bending slightly. So I don't know how to like contend that other than it's his word right now against the words of thousands of other people who have done experiments, but okay.
Well, this is the problem with doing third-party TikTok interviews, is because I want to see the data that you have. If you're saying that you have data showing that lasers bend at a rate that would be consistent with what would be, essentially the Earth curve bendature, then that would be great. Let's see that. In fact, you're more than welcome to come into this particular Discord server and present that evidence.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure something's clear. Like, I'm just some dude that's talking about this with my basic understanding of things. I don't have a trove of data that I've like saved up. I haven't saved my experiments that I did 24 years ago in college. I don't have a YouTube list of things that like I want to have this specific thing mostly for, and I don't mean it in disrespect. It doesn't matter to me to prove to you whether the earth is flat or curved. If you really wanted to do the research on disproving the flat earth with the data that's available, like you would. I just don't think you want to because you are finding.
Hey, don't ad hom me, dude. Don't ad hom me. Don't talk about me as if you know what I've done or what I haven't done. That's incredibly rude and disrespectful. You started off like you were not being disrespectful, and now you are being disrespectful. Don't ad hom me. You have no idea what I've looked at, what I've researched. That's not fair.
Okay, you're right. You're right. You needing me to supply you with evidence that is widely available doesn't really make sense. Because it's widely available.
Okay, you said,
you'd be able to
yeah,
search
we've
it
looked
yourself.
for it. We don't have it. We've looked for it. We don't have it. So you have something that we have not found. I would like you to present it.
I mean, I literally just Google and YouTube videos.
Okay.
That's all.
Give us a link.
I didn't like go to some person's lab or something. Sure, yeah, I'll find it and I'll send it
Give
to
us,
you.
give us something.
Okay. I mean, I don't though. That's kind of my point. Like, I think
so. You don't.
I was going back and forth with Neil about some. No, not I don't have the evidence. I don't need to give you anything.
Okay.
My feeling is that there is a widely available amount of information, and you, from what you're saying, you've done a lot of research. You found all this information, right?
Yeah,
and
that's great.
You don't believe it, right? Right?
No, I don't have anything. We haven't seen anything. You're saying that it's there. We haven't seen it.
You've never seen anything.
So if you have something
that you've never seen anything that shows that a laser bends within a gas medium. Never.
Actually, no. To be honest with you.
Interesting. I mean, like,
I've seen it in sugar water. Definitely sugar water, but we're not dealing with sugar water here. So we're talking about the ambient air. We're talking about the laser bending in a way that you guys say would cause us to hit a target 28 miles away, parallel with the surface of the earth, 6 foot above the water. Haven't seen anything like that.
Okay. Then let me ask the question in a slightly different way. Is every piece of evidence and every experiment that you've done proving the earth is being fully flat, or is it showing that there's flaws in the globe model?
No, it's proving that the water itself on the surface of the earth is flat, level, straight.
Okay, so what about all of the experiments and the evidence? Because it's out there and it's not something that's hard to find. It's literally like you can look and you can see something. You can look at white papers on refraction indexes. You can look at the atmospheric distortion, like all this kind of stuff. There's explanations. There's analysis of all of this.
Where are they?
Why
you're telling us that these exist? Where are they? You're telling us these exist. Where are they?
I mean, I went through just basic physics and astronomy classes in college, and I studied it. So like it's in textbooks, it's in white papers on science journals. Like, are you saying you really can't
saying
find
these
that?
things exist. You have to actually present them.
Yeah, you just saying they exist doesn't help me at all.
I don't have to do anything. I think you guys understand.
Bro, here's the thing. When I was 12 years old, I came across this really beautiful red unicorn, and we danced together. He stood up on his hind legs, and we danced. I mean, the unicorn dancing was fun for me. I don't know why you don't believe me.
Yeah, and to say we haven't
like if I
examined this is
said-
untrue. Listen, our community spent 10 years examining evidence presented by people like you, right? We've done live takedowns of these papers that people thought presented their perspective faithfully. And every time, without fail, each and every presentation has been dismantled for cause, not hand wave dismissed. So if you have something new we haven't seen before, that's what we're asking for.
Got it. So what now first, let me say where the evidence is easily found. I typed into Google white paper showing curvature of lasers within a gas medium, and I got how many?
Sorry, every time he looks at Google, his live.
Yeah, no, I teacup because I have to.
Yeah,
so when I typed that in, I first came up with like a dozen different white papers, right? And it doesn't
So
Google.
you have a general case. Now you need a specific example defining what your argument is.
I don't know what you're saying. You were saying that there's no evidence and no studies that prove that.
No, you're presenting a general case. Just because this effect happens in this setting doesn't mean it will specifically happen for the case that you're presenting.
Yes, it does. That's the way that the universe works.
Baseless assertion fallacy. There it is.
Right. We're trying to shift you from in the realm of philosophy, we're trying to shift you from a modality of probability to one of necessity, right? And we can now examine the necessity based off of physical evidence in the material world.
Sorry, I get you're getting to like a philosophical discussion here, but the laws of the universe.
I'm actually driving it away from that.
It works in another.
I'm driving
place.
it away from that because this is a claim that is resolved materially.
That's fine. Hold on a second, because I get the lag. But if it works in one place in a way that you can measure it, it works in another place in a way that you can measure it under the same conditions. And so if you're able to bend a laser in a similar gas medium in a controlled environment that has similar variables to the area that you're talking about, why is it that suddenly it doesn't work when it's out in this other space?
Well, maybe that's for you to prove to us that it does.
Well, no, it does. That's my point. Like when we have this,
you haven't established that it does. You assume it does based off of probability, based off of your assertion, ipsy dixit, that it has to, and that's what we're challenging.
I am in the middle.
I would challenge to you that it has to do it. I want to see it actually done.
Conversation. Okay, go find someone to do the experiment. That's not me. I don't really care.
We've got years worth of filmed laser tests.
I go to work.
Yeah, this is the thing. We've got countless amounts of evidence backing up our claims, right? And we can show you footage of lasers, and it doesn't bend down in any of them. If it's the normal that lasers would bend down, right, then it should be bending down in the tests that we're getting, right? But we don't see the lasers bending down. In many of the tests, we also have side views of the laser transit, and it's absolutely not bending down. You can see the laser going perfectly straight in the tests. While lasers can bend, right, we've not seen evidence of a laser bending down hundreds of feet or anything like that. But we're getting consistent results where we're hitting our targets with the lasers. So look, here's a challenge for you, right? You don't have to just look into it. Try to find a laser bending downward over a long distance observation with a laser.
Cool. I'll tell you how I did. Went on a beach back when I was in college in Astronomy 101. Put 2 poles, had a gyroscopically leveled laser shooting straight, and on the top of one 6-foot pole on the beach, altimeter said it was at the same exact level as another one that was 2 miles away on the other side of the beach. 2 miles away, 6-foot pole, little mirror on the top, laser, gyroscopically leveled, pointing straight. Went, boom, about 28 inches above the other one. Now, geometrically, it should be 32 inches. That's what it should be based upon the curvature of the Earth. 2 miles, 2 squared is 4, 8 inches times 4, that should be about 32 inches. Right there, it's showing that while geometrically, this is what the curve should be, the laser is curving less than that. So why is that?
I don't.
Standard refraction, weather around it, all that kind of stuff, which we didn't get into.
Right. So look, that's cool. I'm not saying that you're lying about that, but you know,
So-
it's a cool story. Show us somebody doing this.
Hold on a second. Why are you saying that I am lying about that?
I said you're not lying. I said I don't think you're lying, but it's just a story that you're telling us. You're not able to actually show us anything. Whereas we can show you everything that we're talking about if you wanted to see it.
I'll go to your guys' Discord server, and I went a little bit, and I was kind of like looking at some of the stuff, and some of the videos. The reason why I was asking the question is, does your evidence prove a flat Earth? Does it prove what you perceive as flaws in the globe model? Because all the things that I was seeing, and I didn't go through, you guys have a lot of stuff on there. The things that I was seeing were ways to interpret certain pieces of observations as a flaw in the globe model. But that when I followed up with it, I was like, oh no, there is an explanation for this in the model. It's just that explanation is being left out of the context. So I don't doubt that you have like these experiments and stuff. What I doubt is that you factored in any of the explanations of the globe Earth model to make that make sense.
Right. So if you make a claim that the reason that the laser is hitting the target is because it's perfectly bending 400 foot downward around the curvature of the Earth, right, then that's an extraordinary claim. And after studying this for many years, I know that you're not able to back up that claim with any, like, so you can give an explanation, but if you can't validate that that explanation matches reality, right, then it's just an excuse, not an explanation, right? So if you were to say that refraction explains why the laser's hitting the target in every single test that you guys do, right, that's an extraordinary claim because we're doing them in completely different weather conditions with different spectrum lasers, and they're being repeated and they're consistently hitting the targets. If you were to say that somehow every single time the laser's perfectly bending due to refraction to hit the target, right, that's an extraordinary claim. And I don't think you have any evidence that that's happening or that that's possible. In fact, I don't think you will be able to provide a single bit of evidence that lasers even bend downward over long distances when you shoot them through the air, because we've got PhDs like Dr. John D that have spent over 350 hours doing laser tests and never once seen a laser bending downward. And it's not analogous to a small scale example either. And I can tell you why. Right? A small scale example is different because in the real world, we have all sorts of different effects. We have off-gassing from the surface of the water, basically evaporation. So we have much higher humidity lower to the surface, which dilutes the refractive index down, basically. It makes that colder air that would usually be more dense, right? It dilutes it and lowers that refractive index because wet air, right, like water vapor, that kind of thing, it's actually much less dense than dry air. So it actually dilutes it. And this explains why we don't see lasers bending down. We do sometimes see them bending up. We have plenty of footage of them bending upward, but no footage of them bending downward. We've been searching for this for years. And we've had conversations with all sorts of credentialed people. Go ahead.
Wet air is more dense than dry air. As
No,
something
no, it's
condenses, it gets wetter, it gets more dense.
no. You can look it up, right? So it's actually about 40 to 60% less dense.
Oh, okay. That's my misconception then.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, well, it's interesting when you hear about it. Yeah, I thought the opposite as well until I actually looked into it.
okay, so hold up a second, please. The thing you keep saying is I don't have evidence, I don't have proof of it. You're right in the sense of myself. Like I'm sorry, you're not seeing my video, so like I'm pointing to myself. You're right in the sense that I do not have experiments and evidence that I've done myself. However, the fact is that foundation of large scale construction, the foundation of surveying, the foundation of aeronautics and nautical navigation, they're all based upon the same presumption, and the presumption is based off of experiments and measurements that have been done over hundreds, if not thousands now of years. So when you say I don't have evidence, you're right. Me individually, I don't. But the amount of evidence that is available is astronomical. And I'm not saying that your guys' evidence, the experiments you've done are lies or wrong or anything like that. I'm just saying that you can't make the statement that I don't have it. I have so much evidence as a person that is adhering to the globe model that has these experiments that back it up. I have so much that it is now a basic assumption of reality that those experiments do not need to be done every single day because they've been done so much that it would be foolish and a waste of time to redo the experiments because they've been baked into things like basic surveying tools, navigation, aeronautic navigation, all of those different things. So I don't think that
some of us actually understand these things. And I'm going to tell you that we have taken down paper by paper, claim by claim. We've done the work. Okay. We're not just assuming that it's been done based off abduction, based off of a collection of what could be possible. We have done the rote work of sitting down, examining the claims, examining the sources and references used, examining the base assumptions for for hundreds and hundreds of cases, specific documents, specific experiments, demonstrations, and so on. So that's why we're out here turning to the wider community to crowdsource further efforts to see if people can bring us anything that we haven't done before and seen before.
Got it. And so all of your guys' experiments that you've done have basically disproven the basic laws of physics and behavior of
No. We are the most ardent supporters of these things. No, that's not fair to say at all.
But the thing is well, but that I'm asking, hold on. All of the foundational ways that all of our society operates and the around navigation and surveying and all that kind of stuff, your experiments and the data that you have has disproven all of that?
Yes, in fact, I could probably give you a lesson on navigation, the origins of coordinate reference systems and how they're used, and how reference datums, reference ellipsoids are built, how reference geoids are constructed. We can go back in time all the way through the present day to discuss modern systems such as air data inertial reference units of the Boeing 777, a system that I know pretty well. And I can tell you that everything that you think is true and real and happening is actually not.
So can we just, can I ask a couple basic things, because I don't have as deep of knowledge in these specific areas as you do, obviously. Why are flight paths curved on something like this when you go from Sydney to Johannesburg? It's a 14-hour flight, and it's a curved direct flight, and it lasts about as long as something that is in the upper, I'm going to use a globe, the northern hemisphere, about the same distance, same flight time, same curved kind of behavior. This is a curved flight. Oh, sorry, you're not on my video. You can't see my video. I have it's a diorama, right? But you have yeah. So why is it that
I can tell you why it's curved. It's curved because the coordinate reference system that's being used is curved. And the distances within the coordinate reference system being used are calculated, not measured. So you have a calculation.
Sure. Well, why is it only taking 14 hours and it takes a similar amount of time to go in something that is a much shorter distance on the Gleason map?
Distance. Now, how do you know what the distance is? You're just talking about calculated distances on a map. The map in this case for you is self-referential, and you haven't independently validated these distances or orientations of anything.
I'm saying if something's going 500 miles an hour in a plane where they can measure the speed that the plane is going and it takes them a certain amount of time, math is this is the distance you went.
Hold on.
So if it was going
Which
straight,
speed? Are we talking ground speed, map speed, air speed? Do you know the
Air
difference between ground speed, map speed, and air speed?
I don't know map speed, but I know the difference between ground speed and air speed, yeah.
Well, your map speed would be the calculated speed that you went from one coordinate point to another, where the distances between points are calculated based off of assumed positions with the map. Like, I'm here to tell you, nobody actually knows the true measured distance between these two cities that you brought up. We have a calculated map distance, but nobody's actually physically measured.
I'm saying I do. I'm saying we do have it. I'm saying we do have it. Because
You
people
think you do? I would love to see an actual measured distance that foregoes a map calculated distance of coordinates.
So when someone is in a boat and they're traveling a certain distance and they know the speed at which they're going, and then they use time times speed equals
I'm going to
distance.
stop you there. How do you know the speed? This is what's in contested right now. Listen, I'm stopping you because you keep going on. The speed is what we're contesting.
Okay. I mean, so we're going to hit a wall here. So this is what Neil kind of said usually happens. We hit a wall because it comes to a point where it's just a blind refusal of reality and basic.
No. I'm pointing out the problems. There are huge problems, right? Trying to get an absolute speed. You believe that you have an absolute frame of reference for these distances and speeds involved. But the only absolute frame of reference you have is not in reality. It's in a map.
I mean, the math makes it work.
No, the map. Yeah, which is constructed by math.
No, I know. And they're able to measure the wind speed. They're able to measure the speed of the vehicle that's going. And then they're able to measure the reference to the land as a way to judge that speed. Like they can judge speed. I think the thing is, if you're just saying now we just can't even judge speed, then
No, I'm not saying you can't. I'm pointing out that there are problems. There's going to be with every measurement a degree of error, plus or minus. If you don't have the error margin, you don't have a measurement. And I'm telling you that for boats, it's pretty sloppy. I mean, they got knots by literally throwing rope out the side of a boat with knots. And they'd count how long it would take for knots to go from the front of the boat to the back of the boat. Very sloppy, very, very sloppy.
Yeah, also it has to be said that I don't know why you're bringing up the Gleason's map, and nobody here is claiming any Gleason's map. If you don't like the Gleason's map, excuse me, if you don't like the Gleason's map, which we don't claim here, we don't have any model for you to strawman, then you don't like the globe, because the Gleason's is just a flattened out globe. So if it's incorrect, well, then that throws the globe out the window.
Yep, the Gleason's map is actually, when it comes to
I agree with what you're saying, and this is something that someone else had come up and said this another time I spoke to Neil. You don't have a model, right? So essentially,
I don't think the globe has a model either.
Yeah,
you don't have a model as well.
The way that Earth actually is.
Listen, we're jumping over the model part because we're benchmarking claims to reality. That's what we're doing here. We're not benchmarking our claims to a model that you created. If you just use a model to test your model, you're going to be stuck within a pattern of circular reasoning, a self-referential argument. You're not going to be able to independently validate whether or not it's true.
But where do you think the model came from? The model was a conclusion based upon observational evidence.
Yes, it's based off of an observation and an interpretive frame of reference. In this case, latitude and longitude is based off of a subjective interpretation of how the sky operates.
Sure. I mean, the thing is like when you don't have the tools to literally run a ruler around the planet, You have to create a way to extrapolate information from a smaller realm of reference, smaller frame of reference.
Yeah,
That's
laser
what models
tests,
are
we've
for.
done them.
Say that like sure, but to say that like you can't measure these things because you're doing it based off of a model, no, that's the whole point of the model. The model
No, you don't
is
need a model to measure things in reality, dude. I don't need a model to measure my couch.
how do you measure the size of a continent?
That's a very good question. It's a lot more complicated than most people want to believe because we live in an age of technological hubris where the general public believes that we're more advanced in our knowledge and understanding of these things than they really are. The model provides a very convenient oversimplification such that we can have more of a cohesive understanding as a world culture. But all models are wrong.
Okay, so no, all models have a margin of error. I agree, but to say all models are wrong would just be such a broadly sweeping statement that discounts any way of measuring anything.
It's true.
It's
true.
what
All models
feels like
by
that they're taking
necessity are
more
wrong.
of the classic skeptic argument, where it's like I'm skeptical of what is being put in front of me without making any conclusion, because the conclusion would lead to I have a repeatable result and conclusion, aka a model that would be able to explain all of the phenomena that is happening. The globe model is
We're
a
not claiming a
model that will
model.
explain all the
We have a
phenomena that
repeatable
you're
we have a
finding
repeatable demonstration. We have repeatable demonstrations in reality.
small scale. In
Yeah,
small scale,
every time it's attempted,
you can have bigger scale.
every time it's attempted, it produces consistent results.
On a small scale, how do you explain it on a big scale?
Of course. What is there to explain? We keep repeating it all over the place. We've, like the laser tests that have been conducted literally all over the world. Observations from high altitude going over 1,000 miles in infrared.
If you're on an airplane, what I'm trying to say is the requirement to know how to travel a certain distance, where to navigate, all that kind of stuff on a global scale, right? Whether you believe it's flat or a globe, that requires being able to measure and extrapolate your small experience to a larger experience, right? How do you do that if you can't literally, in your frame of reference, measure it?
Modern systems and avionics like the Boeing 777, what it does is it takes your altitude, your azimuthal heading, and your elevation angles, and it takes your measured timing, and it has one job to do, and that's take these alt-az measurements, these angle measurements, along with your speed, and plot them consistently on a map, on a spherical coordinate reference grid. That's all it's doing, regardless of what you're actually doing. The system has one job to do, and that's to plot it, the latitude and longitude over time, in order for these systems to be interoperable worldwide with radio control towers, with other airplanes, and so on.
I'm saying I'm saying, how do you do it? Not how does the globe model do it? I'm saying, how do you do it? Because you're saying
I might choose to use any map or navigation system that's commonly used. The difference is I actually understand what's going on underneath the hood, and it doesn't sound like you do.
Right, but you're saying you can't trust the models. So how can you trust a map or a navigation system?
Listen, I don't inherently trust it. I know that when I use a GPS, it may not take me the most optimal route from point A to B, but it will get me there.
Right, but you're trusting it.
It'll take me there, but I don't trust it to be accurate to the degree that it's able to answer these deep-seated questions that we're trying to get to the bottom of.
I mean, you're trusting it enough to say that it is going to be able to get me to my location. So the model is accurate enough to bring me to the location that I need to. Right? I'm not saying
Let me give you a sense of scale discrepancy between these two systems. If you take a flat swath, that's 69 by 69 miles, like a checkerboard, and you compare that to a curving swath over a latitude and longitude coordinate reference grid of 69 by 69 miles. The degree of error introduced by the presence of curvature in one versus the flatness of the other is on the order of 0.023%. That's over 69 miles. So the amount of tolerance and error that we're looking for might actually be extremely small. So when people talk about airspeed versus ground speed and map speed, or how many knots a boat is going, you know, you have all these variables. You have crosswinds, you have cross currents, you have changes in water density, changes in air density, all of these impacting the things. When you drive, you have changes of air pressure in your tires due to elevation, due to ambient temperature, due to the heat that's generated by the friction of the tire against the ground. All of these variables stack up and produce a degree of error in the measurements.
Yep. I'm not disagreeing with you. There is a margin of acceptable error with all of these things. But on a practical sense, the model holds up.
The model conceals the truth within the margin of error, which is what we're revealing with our high precision laser measurements and long distance infrared observations.
No, the model is not concealing anything. The model is giving you a foundation, and the margin of error is the
reality is the foundation, not the model.
Using of.
I got to get work done. Thank you for chatting with me, but I'll be listening.
Right. So, in conclusion, the model itself comes from where?
Yeah. The model comes from reality, our measurements of reality.
Okay, great. So, in reality, where is the measurable curvature? Let's just get down to the brass tacks.
In reality, where's the what? Sorry?
Measurable curvature.
I mean, I was able to do it over 2 miles. So I was able to measure.
Okay, great. So just show your work or show someone else doing the same thing. We have measurements over 28 miles. We have no curvature. So which one's correct?
I don't know, probably the one that is able to account for the variables and have consistently the same result with those explanations built into it, which is
great.
A global.
No. What explanations? You haven't explained anything yet. You've made a baseless assertion about what you did. I'm happy to have you present any evidence of what you did. We have evidence posted, right? You can come into the Discord server, man. You can give us what you got. I have no problem with that. But in the meantime, your baseless assertion is not going to hold water here. So what we need is laser tests, because we have repeated this test multiple times over multiple distances. You don't have anything to present so far.
Hold on a second. I am a random idiot on TikTok with a basic understanding of a globe model. We're not at an academic conference or a debate, a formalized debate where I'm presenting you evidence. If you want to do that, that's fine.
You're making a claim, are you not?
I'm having a casual.
Are you making a claim or are you not making a claim?
No, he's having a casual conversation. That's what his like excuses for not wanting to present anything, which is fine. He can do that. You know, it's his TikTok.
Yeah, no.
No.
If you make a claim, I will ask for the evidence of said claim.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
When he's ready to get to the bottom of truth, he can come find us.
Lasers, curving, and gas. I said there's lots of evidence.
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah, you've said lots of things. You haven't presented any evidence. I don't care what you say anymore. At this point, your baseless assertions mean nothing here. It's kind of annoying for you to just continue to make claims without providing evidence. I'm inviting you into the Discord server to present evidence. If you're saying that you don't have any, then that is a concession that you do not have any evidence.
All right. I appreciate you doing the story.
Neil's a good guy. I like talking to you guys, but like for some reason you keep thinking that this is some kind of like an academic conference where I'm coming to you with like white papers and stuff. And when I say, cool, here's a way to find it, I just searched up gas making lasers curving in a gas medium. And then you're like, nope, that's not good enough. You need the specific instance.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Now you're strawmanning me. I didn't say that. Now you're lying. Now I don't know why you're lying other than the fact that you're very uncomfortable in this conversation. But I'm not going to have people lie about me. I didn't say it was good enough or not good enough.
All right, I got just a real quick question. Real quick question for the guy. Look, and I appreciate the conversation. Just a second, my friend. I appreciate the conversation with you. I appreciate the
hold on.
conversation.
Just give him like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
DJ, give him like 30 seconds, and then we'll give you.
Yeah,
we'll
right,
finish
right. Sure. I couldn't hear him, that's all.
What you were saying to me was the evidence that I was giving you was kind of like a general explanation of how it works, but I need to give you in my specific, not my literal, my specific experiment, but like the thing that I'm explaining to you.
Yeah, sure. Look, this is all I was going to ask you, right? Because you keep talking about bending lasers. And if you did this test yourself, did you take the atmospheric conditions into account in your test? Because you're holding, you keep saying that the lasers are bending and you can just do a quick Google search and blah, blah, blah. But I guarantee that you didn't take atmospheric refraction into account when you did your own test that you're talking about that validated the globe, right?
I did not do the laser bending test. I saw the laser had an effect that it must have bent when I did my basic 2 miles curvature test. So when using
with a
what
laser,
other people considered to be the standard refraction, right? Standard laser or light refraction, it worked with my experiment. So I did not do the laser bending experiment, but I had a laser that bent in my experiment. I used what the standard 0.13 was, and it was about right. Because I wasn't trying to prove to the the hundredth of a decimal point of the curve. I was trying to show like, oh, there's a curve. It's about this many inches over this distance. Cool, that's interesting. Now let's move on with the class. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to like give
right?
you
So
guys all of
you guessed the
information.
refraction. Yeah, look, that's okay, dude. Right? You guessed the refraction. You don't know what was happening with the laser. It's all good. It's all good. Look, I appreciate your time, and we want to be on good terms with you, so we can continue conversations. And if you come in here, we'll have a respectful conversation. I guarantee it.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, to keep telling me, show me the thing that you did. That's never going to happen. I'm never going to be able to do that for you because I did this over 2 decades ago, and now I have my experience and I have my validated experiences, but the information that validates it, widely available, that I can look up by Googling it right now. That's the evidence I have. But you guys also
Yeah, you don't
that.
have to have done it. You don't have to have done anything yourself, right? But if somebody else has done a long distance observation, a long distance laser test, accounted for the variables, and it matches up with a globe, we would like to see it.
Okay.
Because we've been searching for years, and we've not found one.
Because I was able to very easily find it.
Okay, well, just if you could very easily find it, then you could very easily link it to us.
Pause for a second. Hey, everybody in my chat, look, let's not be like disrespectful to the people coming up here, right? Like they have no need to have to talk to me. I have no need to have to talk to them. And also, this is not just Neil talking. He's part of a 24-7 flatearth.org. It's a group. Seem like cool people. They also have a Discord server if you're interested in going there. Lots of information there, lots of videos and their research that they've done. But look, like for 2 things. This is not just Neil. There's a lot of probably 3 or 4 other people have been talking on their Discord server. And also be respectful, please.
Thanks, bro. You've been hella respectful too, and shouts out to you. Doing the story on TikTok if anyone wants to go follow him on our side. So yeah, he's a chill dude. That's he's always in the leather motorcycle jacket. He's looking like
my uniform.
No way, that's pretty sick.
I'm going the Steve Jobs route, right? You don't have to think about what to wear in the morning. Just throw on the same thing.
Sick.
But, okay, I gotta get going too. It's been good talking to you. Hopefully we do it again. Take care, everybody.
Awesome. Cheers, bro.
All right, catch you later, man.
Everybody.
So I was gonna say Ghost Rider. Anyways. Yeah, so that's where it usually ends up with him. But I mean, yeah, it's just good to, get the conversation out there, right? In a
it's
respectful manner, because it's hard to come by on TikTok, right? With moderators, like
Yeah. He doesn't really know I mean, he hasn't researched it enough to be having conversations
No,
about it
no,
and
it's just
making
like he
such confident claims.
Yeah, he just admits to parodying the things that he reads off of Google, right? And essentially, when
Yeah.
looking into the counterclaims, he doesn't want to look into that. He has no interest in looking into the counterclaims, right? He's just like, well, you have your counterclaims. At the end of the day, when we say our counterclaims, he's like, well, you have that, but I have this mountain of evidence, right? That's his like
Yeah.
cop out. He says he has this mountain of like extra other evidence, and then his cop out is also I'm just a random dude on Discord, and I don't feel like looking into it anymore. Blah 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 blah. So I mean, it's
The
fine. That's
magic,
why I like going to this guy. He's like he's a globe information booth, essentially. So.
yeah, with a magic mountain of evidence. It's like a mirage. You keep getting to it and it's not there.
I think ultimately a lot of people do what he did and they say, okay, well, somewhere there's a paper. I found one. It talks about lasers doing something in gas. Never read it, never, looked at the method, never even looked at the conditions or the variables. But see, here it is. Now I can extrapolate that because somebody found a way to make a laser bend in whatever gas, I'm going to say that it curves along with the curvature of the Earth, and that's why you have your target getting hit on the other side of the 28-mile lake, which is incredibly intellectually irresponsible. So just for any other Globers listening out there on YouTube or whatever, you cannot extrapolate. You must prove.
All right. Are we ready for round 2? It might go a different direction, so you might have to be on your guard. Going into the trenches this time.
Where are we going? Who's this?
Shift God. Yeah. I predict it'll last tops 5 minutes, maybe 3 minutes before a spaz out starts to happen. So I don't know if we want those type of conversations on the YouTube. That's why I'm like asking you guys before. Because this guy wants he wants the evidence for everything in the universe. Essentially, he's like, I want your flat Earth stars. I want your flat Earth sun. I want your flat Earth this. He's like, he essentially just wants everything, and then he won't stop talking unless you give him what you want. So. It's up to you guys.
I just want to add something to what Says Who just said. The funny thing Says Who with that atmospheric refraction that the globe believers claim. So the light is curving along with the curvature of the Earth. It's going like you have two straight line. If the Earth is straight, so it will be parallel with it. So because their Earth is curved, so the light will curve along with the curvature of the Earth. It's not like the light, like refraction when the light goes from a medium to a second medium, so it will create an angle. No, it's not an angle with the atmospheric refraction, because not when you are looking at an object and you are getting closer to the object, you are getting out of the range of that bendy light that went to the sky and curved down to your eyes. No, you will just continuously see that object in distance till you reach it, and you can touch it at that moment. So meaning that the light is just like parallel with the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. The word you're looking for is equidistant, because parallel is in regards to essentially straight lines. So it's going to be equidistant with the water perfectly the whole way, which is an absurd claim. So
exactly.
Yeah.
The density of the atmosphere of the air in that distance, and also vertically is the same. Is exactly the same. There is no pocket of air, hot air or cold air in between you and that object that you are looking at, so that light will just will be hazy, like when you're looking at heat haze. So the light is not just homogeneously curving the same the same direction. So we see some curving up, some curving down, because that air is not homogeneous. But with the atmospheric refraction, it is. They claim it is. That's magic.
Yep. Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about 99% of the time. They just learn how to say the word refraction with their mouth, and that's pretty much the end of it.
Yep. And we are looking at something, some long distance observation on the surface of water. That surface of water, till it reaches the horizon, and if the horizon is at 11 miles, that surface of water will be just flat. Flatter than anything, because there is no bumps in that water. Like in between you and that object, there is some cold air, a pocket of air that make that light bends opposite to the first direction, so it will wobble. It's not the case. We will have to see some missing surfaces on that surface of water. We'll have the entire surface, but missing spots because that light couldn't follow the same direction. The air is not the same density between the object and the observer, and we'll be able to see some places that are higher than the others.
Hey, Chef God.
What's good?
Not much. I'm just chilling. How you doing?
Okay, doing all right, man.
Uh,
So we're talking about the flat Earth model. You think you have some empirical data on your model?
no, that's why I wanted to like come back to you and tell you that like we don't have like evidence for like distance to the sun and like distance to stars, and like I just came to tell you that we don't have that.
Oh, damn. Well,
Yeah.
at least you're very honest about that.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we just like to validate things that we can prove, and like we can prove things on like a small scale, right? That would totally destroy the globe's claim on that small scale, right?
No, actually, no, because we predict that on a small scale. So you can't argue local flatness for the entire globe when the globe has horizontal tangent planes. So we predict that on the globe model.
Yeah, no, you like to predict things on the globe model. That's yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. The temperature calculator is a predictive tool. Like, it predicts what you can see beyond the horizon depending upon your elevation on the Earth. So that's and the refraction, of course, taking into account refraction.
Yeah,
So
definitely refraction.
mathematically, like, that is a sign of, predictability, being able to, we should be able to see this much based off of the geometry of this surface.
Yeah, so like, do you guys like have like measurements that like like show that the surface of the Earth is curving and that like accounts for refraction?
Absolutely, that's what surveyors do. That's their job.
When did you predict? When did you predict in the
Really,
globe that
that's
you'll be
really
able
what they
to
do
see?
all for their profession. So
When
why
did you
would we go
predict in the
use
globe that you'll
the
be able to see the
surveyors
horizon 11
we have,
miles from 1 foot
that do the
observer height?
surveying for all, pretty much all the jurisdictions in the world, or like, you live in a particular jurisdiction which was mapped out by surveyors. You do know that, right?
Right. I got a question from the chat. Is that cool if someone chimes in?
Yeah, I just want to ask a question. When did the Globers predict that they will be able to see the horizon from 1 foot observer? The distance to the horizon will be 10 miles. When did they predict that? And what did they do to predict that?
Okay, well, that's a Googleable question right there. It's not a positive claim for flat Earth. I don't know that offhand.
No, it's not a Google question. It's my question. Based on our observations, when we observe.
I mean, it's not a.
No, it's not based on Google.
What I mean,
just
there's a bit of
let me
lag going on.
correct.
Sorry.
What I mean is, your question is not like a flat Earth claim or empirical measurement of flat Earth or anything. I don't know it offhand.
Yes, it is.
Nobody, a lot of people may not know that offhand, right?
It's based.
I can look that up on Google. I don't know why he's talking. I'm still talking.
There's a bit of
You
lag
said
going on.
something wrong. I'm trying to correct what you said. It is based on measurements. It is based on real observations. We observe horizon. We observe a horizon. Just listen. Try to listen. We observe a horizon from one observer height. The horizon be 10 miles away from the observer, from 1 foot height. How
At
can
1
you
foot
predict
elevation?
When can you predict that?
At 1 foot? No,
Yeah,
sir.
1 foot.
Incorrect.
1 foot observer height.
Well,
You can see the horizon.
Okay, so this is the problem with your claim. This is the problem with your claim. Now you have to demonstrate that.
Yeah,
and
no
you'd have to
problem.
prove that you can see that far. And you'd have to establish a target that is that far and establish that you are at that height looking at that target. Do you have anything demonstrable? Because nobody has been ever been able to prove that claim.
Just look at the side chat. I will post an observation from 1 foot observer height.
Why 1 foot observer? Why do you have to go below 6 feet observer height? What is it at 6 foot? If it's 1 foot, if it's 10 miles for 1 foot, what is it for 6 feet?
No problem. I can show you from 6 feet. Hey, there is no problem.
Okay, so what should it be for 6 feet? If you can see 10 miles at 1 foot observer height, what should it be at 6 feet?
11, 12. There is an observation that shows the horizon at farther than 11.2
Do
miles.
you have any math to accommodate that, or do you have any actual real life observations or demonstrations to show that?
Yeah, we have. There is a full video that shows the entire measurement observation, how it was done, the elevation of the camera, the distance to the distance marker.
Whose video? Whose video?
I forgot the name of the guy.
Go get his name. Go get his name.
No. So now, are you telling me that you couldn't predict that? You can see the horizon at 10 miles from observer height.
You gotta prove that, sir. That's your claim. You have to
Yeah,
prove that. That's not my claim. You have to prove that claim.
I just shared the footage.
Yeah, you just talked. But
No,
anybody can say anything. If you can't demonstrate it, I don't have to accept it.
Yeah, so it's essentially just a clip in the side chat of our Discord, which is showing it's zooming in from the beach, right? The camera is like 1 foot off the water, right? And it zooms in, and it zooms into these platform habitats. One platform habitat is it's zooming in 6.2 miles, and then the one behind it is 9.4 miles. And then the horizon is behind that. So clearly the horizon is not at the correct spot it would be on the globe, right?
Now you can go back to your
You gotta prove
predictions.
that. Yeah, it's a wild claim to make. You can prove it.
Yeah, so it's in the video. I mean, I can put my camera up, and if you want to see the little thing.
Neil.
Yeah.
Neil, can we make logical sense of this?
Yeah.
So they're saying they can see 10 miles at 1 foot. What's stopping you from getting the world record? Which is 273 miles.
Okay.
Yeah. What's stopping you from seeing further than that if you can see 10 miles at 1 foot?
Different days, right? Different effects.
Oh, really? So it's depending upon the day?
Yeah. It's different, like, weather effects.
What's the furthest you can see? At the highest, what's the highest elevation and the furthest distance you can see based on your elevation for a flat Earth?
Why are we going higher? We're literally just like debunking the claim of the globe.
You're talking about like not even 0%. Like if you round to the 1,000th of a percent of curvature of the circumference around the equator. So do you have anything that's like, encompassing multiple states? Because like, I think that you should go high enough to see the entire Earth.
I get it.
Because you don't have anything, there shouldn't be curvature, so you should see a lot more.
No one is talking about being able to see the entire Earth. I just brought that example. Oh my God! I just brought that example to the table to just
You guys are trying to argue local flatness for the
No.
entire globe. You don't have anything predicted for long
Listen, I'm not
distances,
trying
in
to
which
argue. I'm not trying to argue about
measurements
anything.
are 1
I'm not
degree
trying
for
to
every
argue
69
about
statute
anything. I'm
miles. So do you have
trying to
anything
just
that
listen.
encompasses
Oh my God.
that measurement?
Hold on, Necros, hold on. Sorry about that. Bro, we got one at a time. Let's go, Chef God.
Going with these local distances, trying to prove that it's locally, like the entire world is locally flat, which is a terrible argument.
Brother, I'm not trying to prove that the Earth is flat. I'm not trying to debunk the curvature of the Earth. I'm just trying to debunk your. Or just listen. Try to listen. I'm just trying to debunk what you just said earlier, that you are able to predict what you can see, things that you can see far behind the horizon, those things. I just brought that example to the table, the observation that I showed to the table, just to show that no, you are not able to predict those things.
Thank you for your concession. Thank you for your concession and saying that you don't have any measurements for a flat Earth, and that you don't have any predictive math before to even tell me what I should be able to see. So my whole point is you don't have an argument. That's my argument to you is you don't have a model, you don't have measurements, you don't have math, you don't have an argument.
I mean, that's a straw man.
What you just said now.
It's not a straw man. I can go ahead and pull up some actual facts that you would have to prove a flat Earth, and I can show you don't have an argument.
I mean, if we want to blow up everything that's just happening, you want to go that direction? Sure, I'm down. I'm down. We're just talking, right? I'm not like I'm just chilling.
Are you arguing flat Earth or are you?
I don't know. I don't know what he said. You were talking to Necros. You weren't talking to me, so that's what he said. Yeah, it's different. Like people. Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to argue about flat Earth or something. I just heard you.
I don't know what he's doing. What are you doing, Necros?
No, I wasn't trying to argue about flat Earth. I just heard him in the VC saying that they could predict what the observation, long distance observation, and how far they can see things, and they will be obstructed by the horizon and how much. I just showed that observation to show that they can. They couldn't predict anything. He was surprised even. So to tell you, just to tell you,
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I've actually heard that talking point before. Very weak talking point because it's a very, 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 very small distance on a very, very, very big planet.
It doesn't matter. You should have been able to predict that, like you said.
You should focus on the longer distance.
You should have been able to predict it, like you said. You couldn't predict it. You couldn't understand that it is possible to see the horizon.
I mean, Necros. I mean, like it's his opinion, right? It's like we gave him the evidence. He said that's fine. He can see it. He's like that's fine, but I want to see stuff longer, right? So that's not us. It's him, right? So,
no. Not fine. Not fine. How can you predict it?
Because you guys need to establish actual targets when you get your observations to verify you're seeing that distance. But you guys are not good at that. Surveyors are very good at that.
It's okay. He wants to dismiss it. We won't go back. We'll just let him steamroll in.
You have to establish targets. You have to establish targets and elevation heights. If you cannot do that, correctly or properly, and nobody has to accept what you present and take it face value. Surveyors do this all the time, methodically. I am spoiled.
I muted RN. So I'm probably gonna end this in like a couple minutes because he likes to steamroll. Like I told you guys earlier that it was not gonna go that long, right? So
it's completely understandable, Neil. It's completely understandable. I'm
not
just
gonna sit here and lower my standards.
Yeah, no problem.
Right?
So we'll let him present what he has to present and see how ridiculous it is, and then we'll observe it. And then my generator is almost about to die, so we'll probably drop it after that. I'm kind of waiting for it to die.
So can we focus on longer distances?
All right, I'm turning my mic on.
Distances don't really help you. All it just proves is that there's a horizon, and you can't see past the horizon.
Even long.
So yeah, that's what we predict on the globe, sir.
Yeah, even long distances don't help you. So long.
I mean, let's see what he wants to do. I kind of want to see where he's going. So what direction, like, where are you going right now, Shift God, in your line of thinking right now? You want to give longer? So yeah, I'll let you go.
You want me to show you how much 10 miles is on the Earth? To show you why it doesn't fucking matter what you're saying. Even if you could see 10 miles, so fucking what? You're supposed to argue a flat Earth, and 10 miles is nothing.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, sure. I'm down here.
So like, we use 1 degree for every 69 statute miles. Do you have any observations beyond that 1 degree that you can actually, like, make sense of? Because the world record is like 273 miles for taking a photo on Earth. That's like the longest distance, like as far as you can see on the Earth.
Yeah. Have you ever asked your side to validate that relationship, the 69 miles per 1 degree? Do you have a measurement of that?
I can give you the coordinates for the long distance photo for the world
That's,
record, and I'm
I
gonna show
got
you
you.
how.
That's not the same as a measured distance, my friend. You have a calculated distance based off of a model. I want the real world distance relationship measurement.
The GPS coord. Let me give you the GPS coordinates for the
Yeah,
world record, and
GPS
let
is
me
not
show
measuring,
you.
it's calculating distance too. GPS coordinates are self-referential. You're caught in a do loop. I want a real world measurement of the 69 to 1 rule.
Latitude and longitude coordinates of the
Yo,
world
there.
record was taken.
What
Never
is he
mind.
talking about? He's not
Latitude,
answering your question, but the answer to the question,
latitude and
obviously,
longitude
what the hell?
of
The
the
answer to the question obviously is yes.
photo.
That is a confirmed relationship, right? Anyone can confirm it. We talked about this. Let's not fight this battle.
How do you confirm
It
it?
has nothing to.
I'm sorry.
You confirm it by moving 1 mile across the surface of the Earth and measuring 1 arc minute of angle.
Yeah, I want to see that done because I've never seen that actually presented as a measurement.
Well, that's on you, dude. Like, that's on you.
No, it's not on me. That's not my claim. That's what this guy's claiming.
Sure, but now I think you're just playing hard to get because you
No,
can
I'm
look
not.
this
This
up
is
very
actually
easily.
very fundamental to my position, Peter, and it's the reason why I'm even here.
What, this relationship between things in the sky and distance on the Earth is fundamental to your
No,
opinion
the
about the shape
measured
of the Earth?
relationship is claimed. No, I'm not disputing that. I'm actually disputing that
never mind.
this 69 to 1 rule has ever been measured.
Well, we can talk offline about this. I think you're picking the wrong
Now, how about you
argument
do
here.
it now?
Uh-oh. All right. Well, do you want to stay on the call or we have to eject? I don't know.
Sounds like y'all got some explaining to do over there. What's going on over there? Sounds interesting.
No, he's taking your side, dude. So he also
How
can't
am I
demonstrate.
taking his side if things in the sky have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth or the surface?
That wasn't even my claim, Peter. You're straw manning. That's dishonest of you.
It's not about taking sides, man. It's about the objective facts.
This guy is not engaging properly. He's talking about some 200-mile photographs, and then you're telling him to show how the relationship between the surface and the star angle. No one can make any sense of this conversation.
I'm surprised you can't because your English is fairly good.
So look, right? Let me see which direction. So Guinness World Record of the longest line of sight on Earth, photographed at 275 miles, was captured by Mark Brett Guma on July 13, 2016. It's 42 degrees north, 42 degrees, 26 arc minutes north, and 1 degree, 19 arc minutes east. So let me see which direction he's actually looking. Hold on. So this is the longitude at an elevation of 2,820. So he's at 9,272 feet high. So at 9,272 feet high, he can only see 275 miles away, and that's with extreme refraction conditions. Okay? That's the world record. 275 miles. Do you want me to show you what that looks like on the globe?
Sure.
What are you gonna do whenever we put
Look,
a
I don't
base
know
on the
the
moon?
actual direction, so look, I'm just going to try to measure this
brain
out
gonna, like,
the
melt?
best way possible. I gotta go up higher in elevation, and yeah, I can eye it out okay because I've done it a few times, but I haven't done this particular observation before, so forgive me if it's not precise. So I'm gonna just go 275 miles in any direction. Let's see how much this is. Let me change this to miles. That's 388 miles. Hold on, let me back it up. Damn it, how do I go back? Oh, yeah. One more time. So that was 388. This is probably 275, probably right around here. Boom! Look at boy, look at your boy shit.
Damn.
Not once, but twice. Let's go. 275 miles. Now let's see how big this actually is on the Earth.
275.
That's 275 miles on the Earth.
Shout out to Chef God. He's cooking right now.
So this is all you can see. That line at how what was it? Like 9,200 feet high with extreme refraction. Remember that. So, do they have any observations at that similar altitude that are greater than this distance? Because if you started over here in Portugal, you can't see Austria, you can't see Denmark, you can't see Belarus, Ukraine, Norway, Finland. You wouldn't be able to see all that. That's why we use the 8 inches per mile squared measurement for local approximations up to 100 miles. And once you go past 100 miles, you might as well use 69 statute miles per 1 degree. Because as you can see, when you zoom in closer on the Earth, you're not going to notice the curvature because the Earth is too big.
Earth too biggie.
And I'm currently right now at 365 miles high. From this point, and just so y'all know, the curvature calculation, curvature data on here is pretty fucking accurate. Because at 365 meters high, there's 36. That's about 36 miles distance. Once again, a nothing burger.
I mean, I appreciate your evidence. It's yeah, it's something. We're definitely gonna talk about this. Nobody's chiming up right now, apparently, but yeah, I appreciate you presenting it, Chef God.
Hey, no problem, man. I appreciate you coming up here. I'm gonna give you a follow, man. You cool.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it, and hopefully I can get some of your community back on my side. But that's okay. That's another story for another time. But yeah, appreciate.
Oh, you good, man. If you're good with shit, man, you good, man.
Yeah, man.
Good.
Appreciate it. All right. All right, Chef God. I appreciate the time. We'll talk later.
All right, man. Take it easy.
All right. Cheers, bro. You too. That was Shift God, ladies and gentlemen. That was the one. Thank goodness that you know, he gave me a stamp of approval, because that was the one I made the fatal mistake with. And yeah, I guess he forgot about that. So yeah, all right, that's good. Let's get it off the checklist.
More like shit God. Am I right?
I mean, you should have seen the comments, bro. Like they were going, they were like, this guy's cooking, like 15 people in the chat, like saying like he's the god of the globe, and Neil's coping. Neil wants to leave so badly. Oh my gosh, dude. Anyways, that was.
Hey, it's almost like Joder wanted to engage with him, but thanks that we have Peter here to avoid that. I mean, like, thanks, Peter. Thanks, Peter, for jumping in and cutting off Joder, trying to talk to the guy.
Well, he's called
Thank you, Peter.
Yoder, not Joder. And also, Yoder, the point you're
Thank you,
making.
Peter. Thank you, Peter. Thank you for
Uh,
cutting me in the middle of my sentence. In the middle of my sentence, Peter. Thank you very much. We couldn't. I couldn't listen to Joder talk to him and make a point. Thanks, Peter. Much appreciated. That I couldn't just enjoy Joder talking to him. Thank you, Peter. Thank you.
Guys, anyone here? My friend, bro. Okay, no one is here.
Hey, my friend. Yeah, we have Peter here that would like to talk to you, and I'll get to any point with you. Go ahead. Go ahead and talk to Peter.
MZ, what's going on with you, bro? I think you're losing it. Yoder, are you there?
Oh, Peter is here. Peter is here. Thanks, Peter. I want to appreciate you, Peter, for stopping Joder from engaging with the guy. That's
Yeah, from embarrassing us.
again,
Yeah.
again, Peter. You done it again. You done it again. You fulfill your mission. Again. Thanks, Peter.
And the
It's like
point he was bringing up is
it's like you're
really,
on point. It's like you're on point with your troll. Like
really,
you're a
really
troll.
weak
You
point.
like
And it's
trolling.
not,
You like
it comes
trolling,
out of
and
ignorance.
Let's hear the point. Let's hear what Peter has to say.
I mean, even guys in Ethercast recognize, Alan the Space Bear and Shane St. Pierre recognize that one 1 mile, 1 arc minute, 1 nautical mile, 1 arc minute of angle is a confirmed measurement. They actually have it baked into their model. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
and that's
talk to
why
you
they
guys
keep
later.
reproducing, Peter.
I'll be
They keep
back later.
reproducing a globe again and again and again and presenting it as not a globe. That's why they're stuck in this do loop of insanity.
All right. Yet again, thank you, Peter, for doing it again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, it's for the simple question of what happens at 360 degrees, 69 miles per degree.
I wanted to hear a reply to that, but hey, thanks, Peter, for not allowing that. Thank you, Peter. Much appreciated.
Yep. I mean,
You've
he's
done it
here to
again, Peter.
represent flawed ideas in order to diminish our position and our capacity to win arguments. It's poisoning the well and it's straw manning positions. And you know what? I'm kind of sick of it.
Wow.
Did you claim that you had evidence of the degree thing?
No, he did. And then when I started asking for it, he started making excuses.
Well, now that it's offline,
And then Peter had to
you want to get
jump
into it?
in. Stop it.
Show
Well,
me
now
a
we're offline,
measurement
so you
that's
can
not
share.
self-referential.
Do you have the measurement now, though, that we're offline?
Yeah, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see that measurement that's not self-referential, showing the 69-to-1 rule being consistently applied everywhere that needs to be for the globe to exist.
Remember the other day, Peter arguing about the top of the top, and you know, like who it wasn't me. So I was listening to the conversation and be like, let's see if one of the top guys would like to engage with the guy. And guess what? Yoder opened his mic and was gonna engage to the guy. But hey, we have Peter here that is gonna just stop that from happening. Thanks, Peter. Thank you. I mean, wow. I wouldn't have a great day. I would have like a great day listening to that conversation. But man, Peter is here, so.
Well, he's gone now.
Oh, not anymore? Oh, thanks God.
That's okay. The globalists were entertained. So that's all. At least we entertained somebody.
Yeah, you gave in too easy, Neil. Now we were gonna bring the big guns, and then I was gonna have to let Yoder just you know, kick the dead horse. Then I'll keep kicking it at the end just a little bit, one last kick. But no, no thanks.
It's all good, you know, because now it's like a long-term ploy, right? You know, now that they have
I'm just
they have a
making
little
it
bit of
lightly. I'm just making it lightly because Peter came so clutch. He was so clutch, like the way he does it. He just had to do it. Like he couldn't just hold himself from doing it. It's just crazy. He couldn't contain it. He had to. Lancer? Is that Lancer? Who's Lancer?
That mask was getting itchy and hot underneath.
The other, the other day I was listening for a while, AI talking and Peter was talking, and he said something like, you know, this is one of the two only places so that we are able to have this great conversation about the shape of the Earth. And I was like, let me say something about that, just adding to the whole conversation. I said, oh, Peter, or the lack of it, right? Also the lack of it. We talk about the lack of the shape. And he's like, James, you're just a troll. Like, what? Wait, what? Like, bro, chill. I'm just adding to what you guys were talking about. Like, it's okay, bro. No, James, you're just a troll. I'm like, oh, okay, my bad. I'm not a top 3 dog. I'm just a troll. Thanks, Peter. Thanks for you know. Thank you, bro, for your approval of disapproval. I needed that. Fucking Peter. Oh my gosh. And then he does it to Joder now. Like, well, damn. He's done it again. He did it to Over Fences the other day. Over Fences was talking to a guy. Then Peter had to do it yet again. Hilarious.
Yeah, what was even the guy's argument? Like, there's no problem if we can see 10 miles? It's like, actually, there is a problem. Do you not understand the required curvature for 3959?
That was for you, Neil. You or what was the other guy that was arguing with him? Necros. What was the guy's argument? Go ahead, Neil and Necros. What was his argument? Since you guys were arguing with him, you should definitely know the argument. Go ahead, Neil and Necros. Go ahead. Since you guys took all the time engaging with him, you know the argument. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you don't mind. If not, no worries.
I wasn't
No,
arguing about.
heard my name. What?
I wasn't arguing about anything. Only about his claim. He claimed that they can predict where they can see objects and how far they can see objects. I asked him about the real observation. 1 foot observer height, we can see the horizon at 10 miles. How can they predict that?
Yeah, and I heard him respond that if we can see 10 miles, there's no problem. But then I guess that's when the whole debacle happened with the interruption, but I didn't hear anyone
Well, yeah,
be like,
that's when he just kept on interrupting Necros, and and then Necros wasn't yielding, and then it was just audio chaos. So as the moderator, I stepped in and I said, "All right, well, this isn't going anywhere. So why don't you just move on to your next point then?" Since he already freaking succeeded that it's no problem in his mind that seeing 10 miles from a 1 foot observer height has no real basis on whether the Earth is flat or a globe, and that's his words, right? So
yeah, I would just like to know why that's not a problem, right? Like, there's a
yeah.
required
So
curvature. Like,
yeah, no,
I would love
100%.
to
Like
hear what he says.
we literally could have got into that minutia, but like he wasn't letting it happen, and Necros wasn't letting it happen. So as like the moderator, I'm like, okay, where can we go that there's no more audio chaos? And I'm like, all right, let's just give up and let him fucking carry the conversation, since it's his live that we're on, right? And
Okay,
so
that makes
I let
sense.
him go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Hey,
I
you
let him
got a
go. And
follow
then,
out of it, bro. Congrats.
yeah, and that was the guy I accidentally called a bad word to, and all his friends hate me. But now, yeah, I'm back in good grace with him, so that's good. But then he wanted to go to long distance observations prove a globe. we're a flat Earth, right? And then he want us to see like a distance that was like impossible to see, right? Because it's like you need to see this far on a flat Earth. It's like, what? It's like, no. I just let him go, and then that's when the whole friggin' Peter and the other thing happened, and I was just in the background. I was just like,
No,
I wasn't really paying.
yeah, it's when the stuff didn't happen because Yoder was gonna engage with the argument and try to bring it to some type of conclusion and make his side of the argument, and then Peter obviously had to stop it. He couldn't allow that to happen. So yet again, so yeah. I
Yeah,
really
we
wanted to hear
Yes.
I really wanted to hear that conversation. I was like, yeah, now we're gonna get to the meat and potatoes, but no. Thank you, Peter. If you hear me in the ether, thank you, Peter, for stopping the conversation. Thanks.
Dang it!
Well,
What did I miss?
they'll want us back, which is good. So.
Oh, Killian.
Yeah, what
Remember
I
what
missed?
Peter did to me the other day? I just commented, and like, hey
Yeah,
guys,
yeah.
how about we also talk about the lack of the shape. We don't fan the shape, so there's a lack of it. The claim is a globe.
Yeah.
The Earth has a shape allegedly, and we measure, and there's a lack of that. Lack of the measurement of the sphere. Therefore, there's no sphere shape. That was like my little comment there. So I was called a troll by doing that. Then today, the guys were engaging with this guy in TikTok. This guy with a following about the argument how long we can see across the surface, and he says we only see as far as the globe allows, whatever, right? And then one of the guys were about to just pass the mic. The Joder tried to take the mic and kind of like drive, take the bus and start driving. But then we have Peter here saving, just saving the not crashing. I mean, not allowing Yoder to drive, just crashing the bus into the precipice. Just taking the whole thing down. So Peter, he did
That's
his
what you
job
said.
yet again.
That's what you said, right? Set the house on fire and then laugh about it. Wow. It's funny when things play out the way you think they're gonna play out. It's almost like you have ESP. Oh my.
Yeah, I saw him doing it again. He did it to over fences. He did it to someone else the other day. I think even to Indio he tried to do it, but Indio, he's weird with the ways he does it. But now he does it to Joder. I'm like, well, why is he doing this? Like,
He might be a
just
spy.
crashing the bus and then laughing about it. He's going like, ha ha.
We don't have
They
to
let
talk about it if you don't want. But what drove Peter to go
drink?
against the globe? Yeah,
You're
to
gonna have to
drink
ask
and
him.
go against the globe.
I'm not. He has. I mean, he can make his own arguments and do whatever, like kind of like in the conversation. But just allow the guys to make their own arguments. Stop like blocking the arguments. Like try just to jump in the middle of someone else's engagement with with the audience or the other guy. His goal was to, I don't know, just stop it. Just stop the evolution of the conversation that I was thinking was gonna happen. I was like, oh yeah, pass the mic's gonna be passed to Joder. That sounds cool. But no, it's hilarious, Peter. Oh my gosh.
Dude, he took the mic and flushed it down the toilet. I want to know. I'm dying to know when he comes out with his model. He's been working on this model. I can't wait. The room's packed. No questions for from the globe side? What's going on?
Likely. There was some people joining and leaving. Let's see. Anybody new have any questions about the topic of the VC? You're welcome to open your mic. Let me see. I never seen Darmonis. Callahan? Not sure about Callahan. Darmonis. What else? Who else is new in here? Shut him down. Shut him down. You're here. You're here. You don't have to shut us down. We can open up the floor for you to shut the flat earthers down if you have any evidence. Shut him down.
Is that a new guy? Shut him down? I think he's a glober.
I mean, he has down in his name, so either, I mean, there's no down on a sphere.
Oh, I thought you meant he was Down syndrome. Anyways.
Oh my God, you almost read my mind, but it didn't go there. I kept it to the topic. There's only in and out of the sphere. There's no down on the globe, on the magic ball, you know?
See, Brother Gemsy and I, we are right on the same level plane. That's what I was thinking. There's no up and down, only in and out. Oh my.
Neil is engaging in TikTok too often, so he was thinking about Down syndrome. And come on, bro. That down doesn't only mean that. I mean, it's not just related to that.
I mean,
that's fine. I think let me see if it's my console doesn't update on the people that is on the VC. Let me check on my device. I'm probably greeting people that is not even here anymore. So we have at the moment. I know these guys. Callahan is in multiple servers. Darmonis is only in this server shared with me, so that means it might be a new person to the topic. Darmonis. Not replying. Debate Daddy was asking something about the conversation before. Debate Daddy, you wanted to bring something up about the last conversation? I don't know. Because I heard you opening your mic.
Yeah, because I didn't want to like change the topic back to it again if we're moving on, but I mean the 1 degree every 69 miles thing seemed for latitude seems like pretty well established. It seems like a weird thing to deny mid debate, like unless the point is to just like be an ultimate skeptic and then force your opponent to like dig through resources and waste everyone's time. It just doesn't seem like a really good debate
Debate
tactic.
Daddy.
Unless
It
you
was
guys actually
necessary for
deny
his
that.
argument. It was necessary for his argument. And yes, I think it's responsible for us to ask for evidence for it. Because I understand, unlike many people you might talk to in this arena on our side, I actually understand the geometric consequences of a 69-to-1 relationship, which is why I'm challenging it.
But you doubt that it's true?
I am asking for evidence that it is. I don't treat it as a foregone conclusion.
Interesting. Okay. I don't know. I just
Yep,
find that
it
like
destroys.
it's pretty embedded
Well,
in.
I know a lot of people on our side have treated it like a foregone conclusion for too many years, and it's time to crack down on this. People have been trying like hell to project spherical geometry onto a flat surface and make it reconcile, and it's futile.
But do you think that we can like find our latitude using angles? Like, do you think that's? Are you doubting
Absolutely.
that as well?
Positioning, I have no problem with. Positioning is one thing, but actually measuring the distances, that's another.
But that hinges on the 69-mile thing.
Well, your position does. Mine
Oh,
doesn't.
wait a minute. So it's self-referential and circular then. Wow, that's awesome.
Like what I've been saying.
Circular like a globe.
And this sounds awesome since, yeah, we move on from the other guy and from Peter. Debate Daddy, what you got to say about that?
Seems like it's fucking ridiculous. Like, I don't know how am I supposed to respond to that?
Measurement, please.
Debate Daddy, are you throwing in the towel? Is it that destructive to the glow
It's the
position?
kind of
Is that what it is?
Well, I mean, here's how I understand it. It's like it's something that's so embedded into daily life that
Into
you're not going to find
circular
like a
reasoning.
paper. You're not going to find a peer-reviewed paper just like doing an experiment,
Right, because it's such
showing it because
a
it's
foregone conclusion. Yeah, exactly,
yeah,
dude. That's the
exactly.
problem.
Yeah.
So go ahead and who cares about what people are doing today? Go to the root, the actual measurements, not the self-referential system that assumes the measurements, but the actual raw measurements in reality. So if you have a worldview that stems on that and somebody challenges you on it, the appropriate reply is not, it's a foregone conclusion. Why should I have to prove it? That's not an unfair question to say, give me the raw original measurement that proves all of this other math that you built on top of it.
Hey, I'm
Matter
back.
of fact,
I
for
had
someone to
some
Yeah,
beef
well, I
with
dismiss
mean, like,
that
Yoder
obviously,
here.
question,
there's no peer-reviewed paper I can find like showing it, but
it doesn't matter, dude. If somebody asks you for it and you don't know where it is, I mean, it's
that's
not
fine.
appropriate
But
to
I
reply with,
mean,
I don't have to have it.
it seems like a contradiction to, on the one
Okay,
hand,
enough
grant
of
that
the
you can find
meta.
your
Just
because if he can grant that he can find his location using or find his latitude using the angles, which hinges on that math.
What angles? What angles?
all right.
Like if you
AI, I need your help. AI, I need your help. I need your help to be an
Peter, you see how
impartial
I
judge.
didn't interrupt then, and you're doing the interruption again? You're doing
James,
it.
I had to
You're
drop
not
off
being
for a
muted.
phone call.
So it doesn't
I
matter. Now we moved on from you. You
go
interrupting
play your
again,
Xbox, Jamesy. AI, I need
bro.
you to help
You
and
interrupting.
mediate between me and Yoder here.
It's
All right,
fine.
can you do that?
I'll go on mute. It's fine. You guys should clear that
Yeah,
up.
first one to cite demonstrated raw measurements for their claims wins. There you go. That's how you adjudicate it. Problem solved.
Okay, can I ask you a question, AI?
I don't know, dude. As long as it's not about what we discuss in DMs.
Okay. Do you question the statement that for 1 nautical mile of distance you get 1 arc minute of angle to a star on Earth, on the surface of the Earth?
You'd have to parse that out. Are you saying universal or are you saying case specific? Case specific, sure. Universal, no.
No, in universally, when one moves, when one measures
Doesn't
an angle
happen.
to a star.
Doesn't happen.
Okay, let
Doesn't
me
happen.
finish. I'm going to qualify it. Okay. So
You already said
universally,
universal, though.
no, but okay. Semi-universally, when one stands at a given location, takes an elevation angle to a star, takes note of that angle, and then moves in a straight line by 1 nautical mile and takes the same angle, the difference is around 1 arc minute with some margin for error and inconsistency, but always converging onto 1 arc minute anywhere on the surface of Earth. Is that
No,
a
that doesn't work
controversial
for all
statement?
stars. I mean, I wouldn't say it's controversial per se, but it's definitely not qualified and quantified.
What do you mean?
They don't even use stars. above certain degrees and below certain degrees because they don't
Oh,
follow
I
that
understand.
rule.
I understand, but I understand that. But like, so let's qualify it further. For stars that are relatively high in the sky, not close to the horizon line, and all those things, if I look at such a star and take an angle and then move 1 nautical mile, and I take that angle again, the difference is 1 arc minute.
Okay, let's even assume that that's true. Let's even assume it's true. Let's say you know that, and somebody else doesn't, and they say, "Well, where's the evidence that's that the case?" And then you say, "Well, it's not controversial. Why should I give you the evidence?"
No, that's fair enough. But what I'm asking is, I agree with your point. I'm asking something else. Is this what I just described in the realm of like, oh, it's a claim, but we've never heard evidence for it being true? Is it for you in this realm? Because, I mean, the entire practice of celestial navigation on land, going to eliminate the water so we don't start jerking off to how a sextant works. On land, the entire art of celestial navigation is based on that one fact. And when you use your nautical almanac with the positions of stars, that's exactly what you use. Like you use the
Well,
angle
yeah,
that you
let's
measure
assume
to
let's
derive the
assume that's
distance from
true.
the point.
Let's assume that's true. It sounds like circular reasoning, right?
Why is it
And then
circular reasoning?
it sounds like the validity is practicality, which would be appeal to
But that's a
utility values.
measurement, right? If I know that I am,
Not
if I
necessarily.
if I follow these steps and I computed that I'm 5 miles away, nautical miles from a city, and then in reality I am 5 miles away from the city, that's a measurement. Confirmed, right? With another method. We're talking about
Yeah,
very
but
small
that
distances
doesn't
here.
even work with all stars, dude.
No, I said, yeah, correct. So, like, I qualified it. It works with stars that are relatively high in the sky.
Right. So if someone asked you, look, I don't take it as a foregone conclusion, and they don't accept your circular reasoning, which it would have to be if you didn't prove the things separately. And they say, okay, prove one of these things separately. That would be fair.
Right. So, like, point to some source document that says, yes, indeed, moving 1 nautical mile on land corresponds to 1 arc minute of angle.
Well, I don't care what it says. I don't care that it says it because that would just be a repetition of the same point. It wouldn't be validating the underlying point, which is an actual validated measurement that occurs.
All right,
Now,
and
you
then I
might say,
traveled
well,
in a
it
straight
seems
line in a car and
extraneous.
it said 1 mile.
Well, look, I mean, hey, if you got a list of somebody actually doing a validated distance, right?
Okay, let
Where
me ask you
they're
this.
marking the star every time, then that would be the thing you
Right.
present to answer the
Let me
question.
ask you this. Would you, I'm just checking to see if this would help resolve this. So if I am somewhere in Arizona or one of those states that have really long stretches of highways, right? That are dead straight, super boring to drive. If I go there or point to someone that went there, took an elevation angle to a star high in the sky, let's say 75 degrees, and then traveled 1 mile, which I don't think we're contending that we cannot measure out 1 mile relatively accurately, nautical mile, using a car odometer. Okay, so they traveled 1 mile and then they stopped and they measured 74 degrees and 59 minutes. That sort
I don't
of
know, but
thing
there's a
would
lot
convince
of
you?
ifs in here.
No. But would that thing would this be the sort of evidence you're looking for?
No, you have to do it at least where it crosses a full degree, and you have to do it with multiple
Why a
stars
full
along that
degree?
track, not just
No.
one.
But then you repeat. Okay, good point. You don't have to do a full degree. Then you do the same thing in many different locations. Like very quite far apart, somewhere in the north, somewhere in the south. And you do the same thing. 1 mile, 1 arc minute. Of course you could travel 10 miles.
Okay, let's say that's true.
Unless
Let's say
you're
there's
going to
3
start
places that
questioning that I cannot
okay,
measure out 10 miles.
let's say there's 3 places that you do this test to coordinate. That's great. But it sounds like a bunch of ifs. It should be easy to just provide where they validated this, and then you don't even have to argue about it.
Right. I of course, I have an answer to that, but I'm just trying to first describe the parameters of what would be acceptable. The answer that you won't like is that every single person that's doing celestial navigation estimates their distance to from the reference point using this method, and it always works within a decent margin of error for hundreds of years. That's why I'm so like in disbelief that we're making a stand over this point with
How do they
nothing to
assess the margin
gain.
for error? Nice
With
claim.
nothing to
How do
gain
they assess the margin for error compared to what?
compared to where they think they are.
So they didn't actually benchmark it to anything other than their imagination.
Oh, of course they have people use this in practice.
Yeah, that's the claim. Now produce the
The
evidence.
claim is
Pony
that
up.
they use it in practice. You're questioning that people use celestial navigation in practice? That's a claim to you?
I'm questioning the margin of error. I'm questioning the measurement itself.
What
I'm
you
not
just said
questioning that they
sounded to me
claim
like
this. You're
me
presenting
saying
claims
that
as
people
evidence,
drink
not me.
water, and you're saying that's a claim that people drink water. Like, are we going to question everything now?
No, this isn't as fundamental as people drinking water,
It
Peter.
is
That's very
fundamental to
dishonest of
human.
you fundamentally to make
Oh
that
my God.
comparison.
Guys, I'm going to leave you with this
Margin of
one word
error
of
with
caution.
respect to what? I won't accept with respect to people's imaginations about where they think they are. That's unacceptable.
Okay, I'm going to disconnect from this discussion. I just want to
You probably
make one
should. You're
final.
probably not very
Okay.
welcome here, are you?
I
Because
just
yeah,
want
your
to
drift
make
is
one
over, bud.
comment. I just want to
Your
make
drift
one
is over,
comment.
buddy.
Look, we
No,
can
your drift
agree.
I want
is
to make
over.
one
I think.
comment.
I
That
don't think you
Peter,
deserve
see you
it.
wherever you
later.
think you
Waiting for the
are,
model.
wherever you think you are, right? If you consistently arrive where you want to be close enough, then you've got something going on that's valid. May not mean all
That's
your
all I'm saying.
assumptions are valid, but there's something happening there that produces consistent results of arriving where you're going. That much would be a fact, right? If somebody says, okay, I'm here, I think, I want to be there, and then I end up there, right?
Okay,
Just
I
because
have
you
one
arrive
comment.
doesn't mean that your underlying thoughts of how you got where you are necessarily true, right? They
Thank you.
could be
Yeah,
false.
I'll take that. I'll take that. I just want to make one comment. This topic, guys, there is nothing for us to gain.
Shout out to whoever socked him up.
Oops, did I do that?
Yeah, well
No,
done.
listen, there's nothing for us to gain.
Dude, do you think you're some kind of arbiter? Like you want to
Man, just
address
let
the
him
room and
finish
say
so he
there's
can
nothing
leave.
to be gained?
Because we're arguing against things in the sky, which is
Yeah,
a
we're still
false
waiting for your
premise in
model,
the first
Peter.
place.
Why don't you do what
It's
you're gonna do and build your model so we can all look at it
what
and
model?
if
We're
didn't you say
arguing
you were
against.
working on a model, Peter?
We're falling into a global trap because we're arguing against their things in the sky argument. And the price we pay, the risk, is that we gain nothing because it's a false premise in the first place. And we look like a bunch of dummies that question.
Yeah, tell me something I
very
don't know
basic
and
things.
relate it to something I said, Peter.
It's a really bad battle to pick
Yeah,
when
related to
there's
something
nothing
I
to
said.
win.
I mean, what you're saying bears zero relevance to anything I've been saying this entire time. I've just been
I'm not
asking
even
you for
talking to
evidence
you.
of
I'm
the
talking
claim.
in general about
I've
this.
just been.
This
I'm talking
place,
about the
this
fact that
thing.
you are doing everything you can to avoid ponying up the evidence to back your claim.
Well, this is embarrassing.
Yeah. Now, if you want to pontificate about what other communities do and what we should be doing, I mean, that's totally irrelevant to the fact that you're here empty-handed once again.
I said what I had to say. This is embarrassing.
To listen to you is embarrassing, honestly, right? Because you're choosing to be here and talk down to us like we're children or something. You're not an arbiter. You're just a man who says he's working on a model. Finish up your model so you can compare it to real life, please, Peter.
This is why I wouldn't let Peter drive the bus, because he's gonna crash it, maybe kill everyone, and just laugh about it. And just checking on new people since there's silence. There's silence. Jiru. Jitu.
Hi,
Peter
how
doesn't
are
want to
you?
engage anymore, so go ahead. Hey, hi, Jiru. Welcome.
Thank you, bro. How are you?
I'm doing alright. What brings you by to the channel? Just checking in on new people. You guys want to do any comments about the last topic by any chance? Because that's an interesting topic, because it's kind of like a fundamental of the whole thing. And I don't know why Peter starts like panicking when people bring it up.
It's not fundamental at all. Stop gaslighting me. It has to do
Yeah,
with
because
things in the sky.
fundamentals will be concrete, but that's the whole thing, that the globe is not concrete, but you're trying to keep that concreteness that is not there. So I agree, it's not fundamental, because there's no fundamentals about the globe at all, but you want to like keep it glued somehow.
Are you,
Why?
Jamesy, you're really low IQ, bro. I'm saying you're playing into their hands by
Yeah.
associating things in the
And
sky with the surface. You're picking the wrong battle.
you're like 1,000 IQ, Peter, and then what? You're really high IQ, Peter. Good argument.
Dude, what he's saying is reverse engineering the ground from apparent positions of something that's not the ground isn't the way to go. That's what he's saying.
Our
And then he
position
calls me a
already
troll.
is do not invoke things in the sky to show the surface of the earth. That's one of our base
Our
positions.
position, like there's no our, Peter. Remember,
Yeah.
you're not driving this bus. You're gonna crash it, burn the house, burn everything, and you're gonna be laughing about it. And then you're gonna say, "Hey, look, guys, our house is burning," while you're laughing at everyone. Like, come on, Peter.
Dude, who cares, man? If Peter is arguing for flat Earth arguments, then he could use the word "our" as in people who argue for flat Earth arguments, regardless if their underlying position is the Earth is flat or a globe. Because let me tell you, dude, I could name 10 flat Earthers off the top of my head that are worse at flat Earth than Peter is.
Yeah, but Yoder was trying to engage with a guy in TikTok, and Peter has to stop him. I don't know why. Why does he has to do that? I do care, because I was listening to the conversation without interrupting, and here comes Peter interrupting the conversation that I wanted to listen to. And now we're talking about
Well, you answered your own
Peter's
question.
feelings.
You answered your own question, dude. You should have noticed he was interrupting and muted him if you didn't want to hear him. Problem solved.
He was muted, or he like
He's muted. How can he be
after he did
speaking?
that, he dropped out.
Hey, I think if we're saying what you said earlier, most flat earthers, I will qualify this, stand by the position things in the sky have nothing to do with the surface of the earth. There are a few that make the mistake, in my opinion, of not holding that position, notably Alain de Space Bear and Shane St. Pierre. And we're not necessarily super fans of those guys, are we? But like they are tempted to go into this whole thing. Oh, things in the sky prove the earth is flat. Oh, but when they don't, then scramble, right? Because they don't have full explanations, so they have partial ones. Celestial theodolite, they love that sucker. But the moment you throw, a typical globe conundrum at them about other things in the sky, they all go into panic mode. And if you come back in an hour, they go like, well, things in the sky have nothing to do with the surface. Well, how about self-heal? Oh, well, that's an exception because we have Professor Heffron here, right? So it's like, think about where your thinking leads to.
Is that what Yoder was doing? That's not what he was doing.
Like, let me steelman Yoder. Let's say we will show that nobody has measured 1 nautical mile equals 1 arc minute. No glober can cite the right source for that. And then what did you win? Oh, things in the sky have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. We know that already. So you cashed in 0 net new gains.
Wow.
But you
Damn.
had to fight that uphill battle against centuries of celestial navigation on land and
A
sea.
fucking snake.
I just want someone to cough up the evidence for the relationship. Because I've tried hunting for it myself, and about as far as I got was some French dude in Paris in the 1600s counting revolutions of his wagon wheel through the mud, driving his carriage up north somewhere about 69 miles. You know,
You
it's
do
about as
understand that
intellectually
celestial
rigorous as
navigation.
Eratosthenes for everything else. It's that bad.
You do realize that celestial navigation was the default technique for establishing your location until the
Yeah, tell me
90s,
something I don't know already.
with the exception of air, advanced flight and stuff like that that used radio beacons. Everything else was celestial navigation. If you didn't have access to a radar station that would tell you where you are, how else would you do that? On sea or on land when exploring continents, for example, in the 19th century, colonization of Africa. How do you think these people determined how far away they were from Lake Victoria or whatever the heck? What method would they use? No radar, no radio, no GPS. This was the default. Every pilot used to be trained these things, taught these things, whether for flight navigation or navigation in the field when you get shot down in the middle of Iran and you have a chance to tell these guys where you roughly are. I mean, you're going against this body of evidence from practice for 0 gain, is what I'm saying. That's the rub. The last part is the rub. You're picking this uphill battle to prove that things in
I'm
the
not
sky
picking
have
any
nothing
battle.
to do with the shape.
Peter, literally, I have nothing to do except ask you to provide evidence. I have no battle. I'm not struggling. I'm watching everyone else struggle to come up with the evidence they need.
Can anyone do me a favor and check their voice ping in the Discord platform? Just anybody.
My ping is
If you're
good.
on PC, you just hover over the little signal next to voice connected. It'll tell you.
Mine's not 256 ms.
Okay. I got 225.
I got 0.
0 ping. Holy crap, dude. Faster than the speed of light. Dang.
I'm on fiber, so I'm faster than the speed of light.
Dang, brother.
It's minus 50.
I mean, I am using a hotspot from my phone for internet, so maybe that's why.
I got the 1 gig down and up. It shouldn't be so bad, but gig isn't necessarily ping. So
I got kicked earlier from bad ping, so I think there might be something going on because it's like stuck on yellow for me. It's not even usually doesn't get stuck on yellow.
But if you're playing a combat multiplayer online game with a 250 ping, it's like you're gonna be skipping around the map, people missing you, and you just like disappearing, reappearing.
Oh, dude, that's why I play on hotspot. So people hate me. Like, bro, I don't even see you when you killed me. Like, yeah, I know, that's the point.
Yeah, do you connect the Ethernet cable from the router to the console? You do, right?
No, this is a computer at the moment. But yeah,
I mean, you
Use
could
it
if you
Wi-Fi.
wanted to.
Yeah, no, I connect with the Ethernet cable.
My man.
Cat
Wi-Fi
6A?
is for suckers.
Oh, that's welcome to my life.
I was gonna say maybe your issue might be the wireless connection, but you have the cable connected, so it's not that.
No, my issue is I probably accidentally clicked some box that says, "Oh, Microsoft is allowed to constantly scan your computer for helping AI make pictures for in across the country."
Yeah, just upload everything I'm doing constantly to the Microsoft's network. Just copy paste everything I'm doing to their servers while I'm doing stuff.
Yeah, Gemsy, and run it concurrently instead of sequentially. So if there's 1,000 files simultaneously, just one. Oh man, I freaking hate the way computers are viewed. Predict that eventually no computers, only be monitors, and the computing will be done at some to get at it.
You're breaking up a lot.
Well, I want to ask, was it him or was it me? Because he's breaking up bad.
So you're saying we're going to go back to the 50s
Yeah,
and
he's breaking up to
60s
my
with
local as well.
terminals. So switch to Linux AI. Here's a fun fact, you guys. I'm reading up. The early Boeing 747 in the 60s still had a physical sextant port in the roof of the cockpit. 747, the older versions. How about that?
Hey, yo, AI, you using a different mic?
He's at home, not working at the moment. That's the difference. That
I was like, he sounds
pretty
mighty
clear.
crispy. Yep.
Yeah, most of the time, I mean, during the nighttime, he's probably doing some labor somewhere, and that's why
Well, he's
he's not as
actually
clear as
using his human voice there, right? That's why it sounds so good. When he's a cyborg, he uses the cyborg mic.
Obviously,
he's talking from the right side of his face. Got it.
Definitely.
Check your DMs, AI.
That's the test internet 29. This guy under I saw.
Oh, he's fighting between the two. The cyborg and the real guy are coming out at the same time.
Since he's asking about that, he said he has a 1 gig connection. Now his connection is kind of doing that to him, that we can hear it. Is it because of the day of the time? There's too many people using the internet. What the heck? Like, why? Like
That is the thing, but maybe I don't know. Maybe he has like crappy internet. Maybe he's on a shitty service provider. They're giving him false information.
Oh, we in America. There's no such a thing as crappy internet.
I know you're right. Actually, that's
There's just
Canada.
crappy servers. You're
Crappy
going through
servers, yeah.
10 different servers to get to a connection. One of those servers is slow.
That's why that was his original question about the ping, and that's in relation to the servers, I think, right? Most of the time. Discord obviously is connected to different servers. There's people from all across the world in here, so yeah. Yeah.
Am I actually here now? Okay, sweet. Hey, Jim, I wanted to say it could be just like the I don't know what to call them, like the base servers wherever the internet service provider is from. Because like I noticed last night, my son and I were on Discord and Roblox, and they both like froze and shut down at the same time, while our internet was working just fine, and other things like the Xbox Live service was fine. So it could be that. It could be down to the core servers.
Yeah. I've seen that happening when sometimes the Discord disconnects, but all the other stuff is working correctly, or sometimes two things disconnect and a third one is working good. Like, yeah. Yep, that's the thing, obviously. So I guess the nanobots got Peter's servers, I mean not Peter, and AI servers working against his favor.
Hello, guys.
Oh hi, Beatty, welcome.
How you doing, guys?
I'm
What are you
doing
talking
alright.
about? What are you talking about?
We're talking about the lack of the shape of the Earth, the lack of it, as
Oh,
Peter
so
will
you
say.
think that the Earth is flat, yeah?
The Earth is Earth, but flat will be the orientation of the surface. A surface description, an aspect, you know?
I see.
So it wouldn't be like a shape, because the shape will require
So you
other
don't think it's
a
round?
complete. Oh, what was that?
You don't think that the Earth is round?
You don't think? You say we, like you don't
I
think
mean,
it's wrong?
yeah.
It's not a sphere, is what he's saying. It's not spherical.
Yeah, no, not I. Oh, he left. That was too much, Peter. You were too mean, too mean.
I mean, you were
You have to.
doing everything you could do not to simply state the position in 3 words or less. So, is not spherical is much easier to understand for an English learner than whatever you were saying, because you had me confused.
You are always confused. That's not a me problem. And the first question was like, "How you guys doing?" So I had to reply to that first, you know. So it was more like a chronology of things. But you were confused since the first one. That sounds like a you problem. Fala wants to ask Peter a question. Go ahead, Fala. You can open your mic and Peter will answer all of your questions. He has the correct approach better than anyone else. He will be like the Achilles of the armies, flat earth armies. Top
I just
warrior.
put my house. I just put my
Top
house on the
fighter.
market because I don't need it anymore since I live rent free in your head, Jamsey. Thank you.
Well, I'm giving you the floor, Peter, since you just wanna like take it no matter what. I'm just giving you the floor, bro. Because anyways, you're gonna do it. I'm just opening the door. So you don't accept peace treaties. You just want war. You don't like peace treaties between nations. You
No
just wanna.
war, just pits. No war, just pits. You know who said that? Look it up on YouTube. No war, just pits. Yes, no war, just pits. I'll find it for you.
You're talking to no one right now. Let this, leave it alone. We don't need internal shit like this. Air it out in here. We're on YouTube, okay?
All right, Peter. We were talking about peace treaties. What was the reply?
No, I just told him to leave it alone. Both of you, we don't need internal shit like this. It's irritating from both sides. People are listening in on YouTube. Let's just leave it alone. Both of you, please.
Well, introducing people to the VC. Who else followed? Did Fala ever reply?
No, he did not follow. If you want to speak, speak up.
I mean, you do know I opened the mic for different people to engage, especially the active ones, and obviously Peter has been wanting to engage with people, so he can have the floor though with the new people as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying. He, Fala, if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask. That's probably the newest person that I saw. Let me see who else. That's about it. No, Fala. Oh, Fala's still here. Well, Fala, if you no, you can also text your questions in the VC, Fala. We might be able to start a topic with any of your questions about this topic. See, that's about it. Aris, you have Glober and a question mark. Have you guys spoken to Aris? I don't remember Aris. Aris? I'm sorry. I don't want to be correct. Well, I could be corrected, but Aris? Glober? Question mark? Can you clarify that? Question mark? What's happening today? Why are you people being so shy? Maybe create an event. We are in the English hub, right? Let's see. Let me double check. I forgot. Yes, English hub. There's no events going in the server. All right. Let's see. Oh. Create event. In the voice channel, select the channel.
Hello.
Oh, John. Welcome, John. How are you?
Hey, how's that? Wait, Earth is triangle. What? Earth
Earth,
is triangle.
Earth is the triangle?
Wow. Yeah, it's not flat. Not flat.
Okay, boys. One
Yeah.
at a time. Two is too
Okay.
many. Two is too many. One at a time.
Okay.
So
Where's he
Earth,
at,
you
Joe?
draw a triangle. When you draw a triangle, isn't that like on a piece of paper? That's like a
Yeah.
2D shape, right? That's like a 2D shape on a paper. The Earth is not
Yeah.
2D, guys.
Yeah.
There's
What
like,
are you talking about? No, no, not like 2D, but it's a 3D triangle.
Same with circle and flat. You can draw it on a fucking paper.
Uh-oh.
3D triangle, wouldn't that be a pyramid?
Fucking point.
Or an
You mean pyramid, not triangle. You mean pyramid?
No.
No, no, triangle, triangle.
Holy.
Like
Oh.
3 sides.
I mean, that's news for me, though. How do you have any evidence for that? Like, can you provide evidence that Earth
Yeah,
is
yeah.
triangle?
If you look at the black guy, and he will come to you. If you say the inverse 3 times, then he will get 100 degree.
Well, you know, triangles could be flat, because if you draw a triangle on a flat table, that's a flat surface. So you agree that the Earth is flat. So welcome.
No, it's not flat.
You're
like
flattered. But I mean, you can draw a triangle on a vertical wall. So sure, but when you say,
Wait,
same
wait,
as
wait.
I mean,
same as
normally you'll be
circles.
drawing it on
The
a flat
triangle is
table.
surface.
Normally.
Wait.
So,
How is it flat?
wait. What am I waiting for?
How is it flat? Answer me.
A triangle egg.
A triangle egg?
Yeah,
No,
something
how is
like
it
egg, but
flat?
triangle, not circle.
Hey guys, I say I cannot manage 2 people at the same time. I can only do 1 at a time. Come on, boys. Lock in.
You got 2 holes. You got 2 holes.
Are you here, Paul? Paul, are you here? Can you save us from the 2 people gang banging me?
What? What?
You know, there's too many people talking to me. I just want to like keep it 1 at a time.
I have a
And
question.
Paul is here, so I want to check on Paul.
I have a question.
I'm not talking.
I need
Oh, you're not
answers.
talking? You have
I
a
need
question, but
answers.
you need answers. Okay. So, Paul, since you're not talking, don't talk. Let me check again. Someone has a question. Go ahead. You can direct your questions to the panel. Go ahead. What's the question?
Let me ask my fucking question. How is the Earth
Okay.
flat?
How is it? Well, it's measured to a certain benchmark, which is the water, right? Water levels, the sea, the ocean, the sea level.
We have
So
gravity.
Most of the
Yeah, bro.
surface of the Earth is water and is measured as being in a horizontal frame of reference. So when you go all across the water, you can change elevations, maybe go up, higher or lower. You still measure to that benchmark all across the surface, so it's flat horizontal. There's no curvature between any point. So you, 10,000 miles away from me, I'm in America, right? You are in Pakistan, right?
No, I'm not.
So,
Okay.
oh, where are you at?
He's from India.
The other one.
Oh, India. Okay, India. So you're in India. I'm in America.
Okay.
Now
Yeah.
the water, the table on your on the floor of your house is flat and round, right? You have a flat and round table in your house?
No, my house is round.
No, but the table in your house, that's fine. Your house can be round, could be could be circular. Yes, I
No, he's just
agree.
stupid.
But the table in your house,
Yeah, it's flat.
you know, the table where you put the food, the
Yeah,
water
yeah.
cup, you
It's
have a
flat.
flat and round table. So that flat and round table that you have in your house, it's parallel 10,000 miles away from where I'm at in America. Is your table is parallel to my table, my flat and round table right here in the Americas. And there is no curvature between you and I. So that's why we can conclude that the Earth is not a globe, because there is no curvature between you and me, 10,000 miles away. I mean, let me check the
Yo,
distance between America and India. Let me double check that. I'm throwing numbers out there.
The world is not a fucking table.
Oh, no. It's not a table. I was talking that your table, not the Earth, your table. You see? It's on a surface, and that surface is on the Earth,
I have
right?
another question.
Right. The surface of your house is on the Earth. The Earth is
Yeah.
measured and utilized as a horizontal frame of reference. And people describe it as flat because between you and I, there's only flatness. There's no curvature between you
you
and I.
said it as a joke. There's a triangle. You really believe it's flat?
It's okay. It's okay. Don't curse at me. It's okay. It's fine. Go ahead.
Wait. I have another question.
Wait, Risky wanted to comment. Go ahead, Risky. What happened?
Oh, fuck, Risky.
I said we joked. We said it's a triangle.
Oh, never
You
mind,
really think
Risky.
it's flat?
We'll move on from the triangle. What was that other guy that had the second question? Go ahead.
Yeah. So every planet is a globe. How's the Earth flat?
Oh, because Earth is not a planet. You're committing it's like a different thing. When you look at the Earth, you look down, right? The floor, Terra, the place we operate, live on, or live in, right? We build upon it, travel across it. That's the Earth. Earth. When we operate on the Earth and we check it, measure it, is not curving, not curving. Then from the Earth, that is not curving and not spinning as well, right? We look up, away from the Earth, because remember, the Earth is Terra, down, under your feet. Then we look up and we see what you call them the planets, the wandering stars, right? The luminaries, lights in the sky, observable phenomena. We look at that, and that's not the Earth. The Earth doesn't look like them. Them don't look like the Earth. You see, they're different,
They
not the
are the
same.
same size. Planets are the
But
same size, basically. They look
listen,
like each
listen,
other.
listen. Again. Think about it. The Earth is not like those things. The Earth is Terra, the ground, and the planets that you call the wandering stars are moving across the sky. The Earth is not up in the sky. None of those things. It's not one of those things. Are you making the separation between the
Thank
Earth
you
and
so
the
much.
things in the sky? Can you check your mic? I'm trying to reply to your question, but I don't know what's going on with your mic. Are you okay?
No, my mic is fucking dog shit. I don't have a mic.
You don't have a mic. How?
No.
I hear you. So you do have some type of mic, anyways. How can
Yeah,
I
but
call? What can I call you? Because the symbols of your username I cannot read. What
call
should
me
I call you?
Ipa.
Zipa?
Ipa.
Okay, Deepa.
Okay.
So yeah, buddy, when you're asking about the planets in observable phenomena, but that's not the Earth. So the conclusion about the Earth, you cannot make it the conclusion about the shape of the Earth or the lack of shape or the shape based on looking at the phenomena that we call the planets. So different categories.
No, they're
Do
all
you get that?
fucking planets. They're all fucking globes.
Wait,
They all have a
no
star.
need to curse, buddy, no need
They're,
to curse.
they're,
I know.
they all
I'm pretty
move
sure
in
you
the
kiss your
space.
do you kiss your mom with that dirty mouth?
No, I don't.
You don't kiss your mom? Oh my god, go right now, turn this off right now and go to your mom, give her a kiss and give her a hug. Right now. Go. So you don't kiss your mom.
Jamesy.
That's the first mistake you made. Go ahead, Risky.
Yeah, you know the shape thing? Like when you see a boat, you see the top first?
When I look at you're talking about a boat? A boat?
Yeah, when the boat is
No,
far away
this
in the sea, you see the top first. That's why the earth's flat.
That's
That's
why
one
the earth
proof.
is flat. So when I see the
I mean,
boat
not flat,
coming from our
round.
way, oh, okay. So
No,
you
no.
mean sphere though, because round and flat are not mutually exclusive. Remember, in your house right now, you have a round table, right? You have a table that is flat and round, like
No, no, I
a
mean
table.
like a
Sphere.
circle.
You mean sphere? Yeah, yeah. So you're saying that when the boat is coming towards you, and you see the top of the boat before you see the bottom, you're saying that
Yeah,
that's because the curvature of the sphere, the bottom of the boat is behind the edge of the sphere, and that's why it's being uh,
yeah,
uh, blocked to your vision.
yeah.
Okay, there's other variables that could cause that phenomena that you're observing. That effect that you're observing can be caused by other variables, visibility. There is difference in temperatures between the water and the air that it will create this layer of where the light you cannot see through that, right? There is angles of view. You, the observer, have a limitation of view, so you can only see to a certain distance. So eventually, the boat is gonna start showing up for you, but it's gonna be there's gonna be a point you won't see it anymore, right? Because of the angle of
Yeah.
your vision. Your vision has a limitation. So the fact that you don't see the bottom, it doesn't immediately mean that you don't see it because the water is curving into a ball. That's not the only variable that you will have to take into account. You can check other things. There's also humidity in the air, there's particles in the air, there's turbulence in the air. When the weather lady in the TV says, today the visibility, have you ever heard the lady saying, today visibility is not, it's foggy,
No.
it's raining? When it's raining and you cannot see too far because it's raining hard?
Okay.
Yeah, and then there's days there is fog, the fog, right? You cannot see too far either. Then there is clear days that you can see further, right? There's different
Yeah,
conditions in the air that causes you to either see further or see less, right, Risky?
yeah.
So when you do a check
Right.
mark, you do a list of check marks. You can see that what's causing you to not see the boat completely from that perspective that you were talking about is not because the earth is curving. It's not that. That's not it. Because if you measure the waters across from point A to point B, you can measure like a lake 10 miles. You can determine that the water is not dropping to a specific rate. It's not dropping to over the distance for it to conform to the sphere, you know, because you're thinking about the sphere, the globe Earth, right? The globe Earth that you saw on the TV or you learned in the book, that sphere, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that sphere has a specific dimensions, and the boat that you spoke about will have to be disappearing or appearing at a specific distances based on your, you know, location, your altitude, your elevation. But the effect that you're observing of the boat disappearing has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth, because that curvature has been tested for, and it's not there. So then you have to test for other reasons, like I mentioned. Why am I seeing this effect, this phenomena? And there's other variables. Have you checked the other variables of why you don't see the boat anymore? Have you
No.
considered any other variables? Like I'm telling you, check angular view, perspective is another thing. Visibility, weather conditions. You see, these things that I'm mentioning can cause you to not see something at a distance, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. Maybe let's see. Someone might be posting something in the text. I was about to create an event, but since you're asking questions, I'm just trying to tell you that there's other variables, other things that can cause the same effect over a flat surface or a level surface. Doesn't have to
We
be
are
the. Go ahead, Risky.
Yeah, we were actually joking at first, but it's not a big deal for us. What shape is there?
Oh, okay, yeah. You was joking. You was
Yeah, but I
joking
don't.
at the beginning. I get it. Your friend was kind of like, yeah, cursing and speaking that way, but you
Yeah,
sound a
he's
little
just
more serious. You're like the serious guy in the group. I get it. You're entertaining
Yeah,
new ideas. That's good.
yeah. I don't think it's flat, but I respect your opinion.
Yeah, the flat of it is not that the Earth is I'm not giving you what the Earth is as a whole. What I'm giving you is, like I say, it's a description of the surface, an orientation. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That since the claim on the table, you know, you and I, probably most people in here, learned like from the book and from the TV that the Earth is a sphere, right? We that's what we all believe in, like you at the moment. You do believe it, but then we went outside and checked instead of just believing what it says in the book. We checked the claims on the book, and that data that we learned from, we went and checked it, and come to find out when we check, it's the Earth is not that thing in the book. That's as simple as I can put it. You get it?
Yeah, we're.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're taking time. We have to leave.
All right, Risky. You have a good one, Risky. Take care.
Yeah. Nice to meet
Thanks for the questions. Come back later.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, then you see they were trying to troll since the beginning, but at least they had a couple questions. But they were in a rush too, obviously.
Earth is round.
Oh, Risky's friend. Earth is round. You mean like a sphere? He left. He replied to him in text. That was his last statement. Earth is round. See. Are you still here, buddy? Since you're engaging in the text, do you leave the VC? It's already what time for them? Many of them, they probably have to go to sleep by this time, most likely. That's why he said he had to go. Let's see. We have Cappy in here. Cappy, have you spoken to people in here before? Cappy, I see you were in the other server, one of them. Alright. Probably gonna make that event. Make it. I like the one yesterday that someone made. It was called Get Free. What was it? Free Nitro if Globe Evidence. I had to join that one. I was gonna bring the Globe Evidence. Globe Proof, I think it was. I was about to claim my free Nitro, but I forgot to provide my proof. You can make one. Let me see who's in here. It's gonna open their mics to engage. Most likely Peter might open his mic again whenever someone has a question. Probably make the topic Think with Peter the Tinker about the flat earth. Okay. Flat thinking with Peter the Tinker. The critical thinker. Flat thinking. Yeah. See.
Holy shit, man. This is about to get raided by cheeks.
Almighty, welcome, Almighty. Fubar.
Bro, I have nothing
You,
to debate. I believe in Plato. That's it.
you have nothing to debate? There's no debate, bro. What are you. If you have nothing, you can just talk. You
Yo,
don't need to
niggas. Yo,
debate.
come skin. Stop this imitating. Do not imitate my
No,
accent
I'm
for any
not
reason.
imitating.
So shut up.
Just it's okay. It's okay, Almighty. You just behave like Almighty. Don't get triggered. It's okay.
Do not make fun of me, man. Okay, I have a lot of words
No,
for you.
nobody's making fun of you, sir. It's okay. This is a safe space. This is a safe place. You can talk. You're safe.
Okay.
So, are your friends joining? Because you say a bunch of your friends are joining, Almighty. Are
These
they
are not
here or not yet?
these are not my friends, man. I just warned you like that this is about to happen. Like you see in the chat, just open it.
Oh, okay, okay. There's people messing around. Let's see what we can do about that. That uh, based on the TOS of Discord, that's a bannable offense. They could even their accounts can even get like banned, suspended, or whatever, right?
Yeah,
Yo,
I wanted to talk about. I wanted to continue on my debate last time. I was talking to somebody on Apollo 11. He was showing me a video about like how that Apollo 11 landing like was fake. So anybody want to continue on that?
yo, this VC ended up being entire Cheeks VC. What the hell?
So the last topic you were talking about Apollo 11, it was probably had to do with the space race or something about the moon Americans moon landing or something, right? Apollo 11.
Yes, yes.
So what was the argument? You think that's evidence for the Earth being a globe or something?
I mean, the thing they say, like those astronauts believe that Earth is a sphere, like it's circle, like it's a sphere. So I I just wanted to like hear your arguments that why moon landing was fake and whatever those astronauts say was also fake because they have already lied about moon landing.
S- So I mean, in reality, so since that sphere that is shown in the TV, nobody can verify it, right? Because in the TV you see certain imagery, right? Either you can see a landscape, maybe you can see a farm in the TV, and that you can probably find it somewhere. The farm, the landscape, and those sort of things. But then when you're talking about the Earth being a sphere in the TV, when we check the Earth is not curving. So whatever sphere they're showing you in the TV is a misrepresentation of the Earth, so it's not real. That's pretty simple, though. You see that?
Is
Okay,
there
well, you
is
see
there
an you listen. You see an image in the TV. Either the image can be a representation or of something, or a representation. There's a difference, right?
right?
So
But they
the
didn't
Earth
say.
being a sphere is a misrepresentation because the Earth
Listen, man.
doesn't curve.
There is not a single space agency in the world that has ever denied about the claim of like oh America has NASA has never been on moon. There's not a single space agency that has denies that. So
There
what you
has
say
been
like
many
so
people,
so so
many.
wait,
But you're making a false statement. There has been many people, even Globers themselves, that deny their claim that they have been to the moon.
guys,
Like
listen to me, listen to me. Even even America's enemies, like the Soviet Union and current Russia, they also accept that Earth is a
incorrect.
sphere. That Earth is a sphere. Earth is
The
a,
Russians themselves have denied the moon landings. They have
I'm
they
saying
didn't.
about the Earth is a sphere. Earth is a sphere. So how can it be that
Yeah, but that will be their
whole
opinion,
world,
though. People can
whole
be
world?
Almighty. Almighty, that people have opinions, right? Like you, like a mechanic knows how to do mechanic, right? He knows how to fix cars. He knows how to put the tires. He knows how to fix the engine. His opinion about the Earth being a sphere, that's a belief. He doesn't know that. But he's a mechanic. He knows stuff about cars, right? But he has a belief about the Earth being a sphere.
Is there any astronaut? Is there any astronaut or is there any astronaut who also believes in flat Earth theory? Because the thing is, like, man, even after thousands of years of advancement in all of these researches and technology available at the moment, but the thing is, you guys still don't believe in like Earth is
Uh,
flat. It is a sphere.
Almighty, you're having an issue. You're putting a bunch of fallacies in making like a amalgamation of fallacies and trying to use that as facts. That you're having an issue here of bunch of logical flaws for your argument.
How can it be?
Let me
How can it?
see. Well, let me just mute this bunny guy since he's hot micing. Just mute him. Oh, go ahead, Almighty. So you're saying
What fallacy I'm saying?
thousands of
What type
so
of
you're saying thousands of years of advancements. Advancements on what? Like construction, engineering that
telescope,
has nothing to do.
telescope,
Okay,
telescope?
telescopes. All right, let's do that one. Let's do that one. I have a telescope, you have a telescope. We both look at the sky. We both see the same thing, you and I, right? What are we looking at? The stars, the moon, the sun, you and I. With the
Yeah.
best telescope, in 1,000 years. You and I, we have it. Now, where do we go from there? How do we determine the shape of the ground we're standing on by using the best telescope?
Okay, listen to me. I'm using that as a contingency. So using a telescope, we can see like other planets in our galaxy is a
That's a
sphere.
fallacy
Like
right
Venus.
there. I'm gonna
No,
stop
no,
you.
man.
This is a fallacy.
I
Almighty,
already
you
said
asked
that.
me
I
about your
already said
fallacy.
that there's a
No, no, no,
contingency.
no,
I
no.
already said that.
Let me make this clear, Almighty. You have to get this point. When you said other planets, you're already pre-assuming that the Earth is like one of those things that you look in through the telescope.
I
The
only said
Earth
that
is
as
you.
contingent, man. Why you arguing that?
Okay,
All I said,
because you have to fix your logic. You have to make your logic sound. The earth is a category, is terra, the ground below your feet, and then you're looking away from the earth, not the earth, you're looking away from it and looking at another realm, the celestial realm, and you're comparing the earth and saying the earth is like those things in the celestial, but there's no comparison. The earth doesn't look like those things, doesn't behave like those things, and those things don't behave like the earth and don't look like the earth. So you're making a logical fallacy. You're making a pre-assumption. You have a presupposition belief that the earth is one of those things up in the sky. That's why you add in other planets, like the earth is one of those, but that's a flaw in your logic.
so let me ask you this: in your family, you are not a human, or you are an animal,
Has
or you are human.
nothing to.
No,
No,
man, that is also a
I'm a
fallacy. You
man.
know, that is also a
I'm a
fallacy,
man in
right?
my family. I'm a man in my family,
How
right?
can I
There's
believe
also a
that? How
woman.
can I believe
There
that?
in my
How can I
family.
believe
There's
that?
also dogs and cats, right? That doesn't
Yeah.
make me a dog or a cat. And I also have
How can
listen
I
in
believe?
my
How can I believe that you are a man?
Almighty. Just take a deep breath. It's okay. Almighty, take a deep breath, bro.
Yeah, you too.
When I see the trees around my property, all the pine trees and all the apple trees and all the hemp plants, that doesn't make me or my house a pineapple tree.
How can I believe that you are a man?
You don't have to believe. This is not about belief. This is biology. This is the way it is. It's not your
No, no.
opinion. Your listen,
So
Almighty. Your
you are
opinion and
exactly
my opinion don't affect the facts. This is not this is this
exactly. Let's get up to the facts
this is
then.
objective.
Man, there has been a lot of debates on flat earthers and like uh, globe ones, like the actual thing. And
This
I'm
is
gonna
not
put
about people. The
no, no,
topic.
bro.
Do you see how the topic is not?
I'm gonna show you the results of those stats. All those the real life tests that has been done on
Test
the
test
yeah
the laser test. Yeah, let's talk about laser test. Let's talk about measurements of the earth. Yeah, laser
yeah
test. Good that you brought test about.
yeah.
Let me see if I can
And
find
it is also
test.
on YouTube. It is also on YouTube. Let
Oh
me just
yeah, we have tests in YouTube. Yes, we do have tests in YouTube. Correct. I mean, YouTube is a platform where people can post information. That the YouTube platform is not the test itself. It's just a place that people post. Then you have to go through the test, and that stuff can be repeated, checked, verified, and repeat. You can do it again, and it has been done many times. Even you can do this testing, and you're gonna come to the same conclusion if you do it
uh,
correctly.
holy shit. So like all the things that has been using globe till now, like
All what thing? Well, do you say
oh,
all the things? Is what thing? One thing. Tell me one thing. One.
oh, holy shit, man. Like
Be hyper
have you
specific, Almighty. Don't say all the things. Tell me one thing first.
all the
Page
space
one.
let me tell you this. All the space agencies believe that Earth is a sphere, right or
Space
no?
agencies are not entities that believe anything. Space agencies don't have a brain or a mental state. That's like a company. You have to talk about people and what people do. You have to be very hyper specific about this because space agencies
How's
are
Earth flat?
not
How's Earth
are,
flat? How's Earth flat?
okay.
Prove that. Prove a burden is on you.
All across the world there is a benchmark of water level, right? Everywhere you go, you establish a horizontal to build anything, to do communication systems, to build even aircraft themselves. You have to establish, even your body is orientated to a horizontal frame of reference, right? So we do use this benchmark, use a sea level called sea level, which is water, the level of water, right? And that is a horizontal baseline, a horizontal. You bring this baseline to where your property, and you establish a water level to put the first brick, and then you put the first brick to the last brick, and then on top of that you can put a table, a water cup, right, a bathtub, right, and all of those things are reference in orientation to the water level baseline at the sea level. Does that make sense or no?
No, keep on saying that.
No, it
I'll
doesn't make
elaborate on
sense.
that. Elaborate on that. Elaborate on that.
Okay, the horizontal frame of reference, the sea level, water level. That water level, that orientation, you have it on the sea, right? And then you can bring it into land. You gonna build into a property. You're gonna put the first brick. You know the first brick when you're gonna build a house. The first
Right,
brick.
right,
You use the water level, and you establish that horizontal, that level, water level, and you put the first brick to be level, horizontal, flat as the first brick for the foundation.
right,
You get that? Then you
right,
put the second one, and the second one you also use the water level to do the second brick, and then you do the third one, the fourth one, and then you will do 1,000, 10,000, 50,000 bricks, and they're all orientated to this horizontal frame of reference, all of them. Do you agree?
okay, okay, okay. And let me tell you, let me add a little bit on that. Do you know also, like after some feeds, they also check like, okay, what's the height of that wall from each point? so that
Yes, that's
they do that.
elevation. Yes, that's
They
in
do or no?
reference to sea level. Yes, that's what I'm telling you about. The sea is at the sea level. Then you go up the hill, up the mountain, and you bring that reference from the sea level towards your up in the mountains property. You're at 1,000 feet up,
So
up in
that
the mountains.
they do that so that house is not tilted, it's leveled, you know.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct. You got
So
it. Yes,
so
yes,
so
yes.
that means nothing, man. You explain nothing
Okay,
about.
listen, Almighty. So from the sea reference to your house to my house 10,000 miles away, right? Is the
Yeah.
same reference. Across
No.
the ocean, across the lakes,
So
across the
you
pools.
are saying
Are you
wait.
Almighty,
So
so you want me to tell you, but you don't want to hear it. That's your issue.
I
You don't
want to
want to
hear,
listen.
but I have a question on that.
You're
Understand this.
you're you're waiting. You're waiting to speak. That's what you're trying to do. You're not listening. You
Continue,
just want
continue,
to talk.
continue, 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 continue.
Okay. So this reference also starts with your senses. You have something called your vestibular system. You have a liquid in your ears called the vestibular apparatus. There's a liquid that functions as a level, as a water level. So when you stand in your house, your level, flat, horizontal house, you stand vertically, right? And you also orientate it to the horizontal of the house, right? So you're not tilted, falling towards the walls, and you get that? You're tilted. You're level, horizontal yourself. You.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's why the house was built that way for you. Then you go to the bathtub on the second floor, and it's also level horizontal. Then you go outside and you build a pool, the big pool. You can do a swimming pool as big as you want to make it. That pool is parallel to your bathtub on the second floor, and that pool is also flat, level, horizontal. Now you could go 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 10 kilometers away from your house, and you go to a lake, and that lake might be at a different altitude, maybe higher, maybe lower, and that lake could be 1 mile, 2 miles, 50 miles, right? And that lake, from shore to shore, from your side, from your house side, across the lake, 10 miles or 50 miles, however big the lake is flat, level, and horizontal across whatever distance you find the lake to be. To the other house that is at the other side, that is also referenced in a flat, horizontal frame of reference as well, right? So you can go from your house to the lake to the next house at the other side. They're all parallel to each other, the water level. Then we take it to the ocean shore. Let's say 1,000 kilometers from you, the ocean. We go to the ocean to the sea level, and you go from that shore. Oh, let's say you're in Europe, right? And you go from the Europe shore to where I'm at in the Americas at the 3,000 miles, and that is a horizontal baseline across the sea level. Horizontal,
Dude, man,
flat
you are
level.
making a big
Listen.
assumption. Man,
No, this is
I have
not an
let you speak.
assumption. There is
I've
evidence
let you
of this.
speak.
I can show you all the evidence. Listen. Then at the shore of the Americas, at the shore, I also take that frame of reference water level, and I start putting my first brick to my last brick, and then I can have the floor level horizontal, right? All across the Americas, I use the same frame of reference, and every single house from here, the Americas, all across the Americas, to where you're at in India or wherever you're at, they're all parallel to each other across the world. All of us.
Okay, so okay, that is clear. So when you say that Earth is flat, like when you're saying like your house and the guy who is living in Europe, that guy's house is level. So you are saying they are
Yes.
exactly at the same altitude when you look
No.
at it in comparison to.
Elevations is reference from the main benchmark of the sea level. The sea level is zero. Zero. Then we go to the beach, and the beach is 3 feet. Right? 3 feet, 1 feet, 2 feet, 3 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet. Then your house is up in the mountains 1,000 feet. You see? That's the elevation profile. The 0 is the sea. The Z is the 0. And you go from your, next to your house is the sea over there, the shore, to my house is still 0 at 3,000 miles away. Is 0 at that benchmark makes it to my shore next to my house. And then my house is 50 feet above the sea level. But still, my bathtub is horizontal, parallel to the sea that is 100
because the
feet from
thing,
my house or 1,000
understand
feet
this,
from my house.
understand this. Your bathtub is not that big to feel the
Oh, the
curvature of
lake
Earth.
is that. Yeah,
Okay,
I agree
I
with
have a
you.
question. I have a question. Understand this.
Yeah.
If
No,
Earth
listen. You
is
have a question.
if
Ask
Earth
this
is not
question after. Ask the
if Earth
question
is not
after.
if Earth is flat, okay, if Earth is flat, then how the seasons change on your flat Earth? Because the thing is, we have North Pole in a sphere, in a globe Earth. There is a North Pole and there's a South Pole, and there's equator. In equator, there's more
I know
sunlight.
the story. I
No,
know the story.
you gotta
You're
listen it fully, man.
adding. I
Man,
know
the
the
guys,
whole story that you. The
I
whole
listened
story
to
that
you.
you're
I
saying.
listened to you, but you are
Yeah,
interrupting me right now. I give you full time. Listen to me. Earth, like equator is getting more sunlight, and then there's North Pole and
Yes.
South Pole. They are not getting that much of sunlight, and not and the Earth is also tilted. It's not like standing right. It's tilted, and it's not. It's fully space. It is oval shape of. That's
You're
why
making a bunch of assumptions there.
this is not assumption. This is scientific research.
Listen, you.
Like,
I agree
man,
with you. I agree with you.
you
So
are you are
you
telling.
answer your own question. Almighty, you answer your own question. The sun moves, the luminaries move position within the time frame of the year, and by this movement, the difference on soul line that is shine upon the surface of the earth in different regions that causes changes of temperature, and those changes of temperature depending on the position of the sun, not the earth, because the sun is the one moving. You said it yourself. The sun is moving and affecting the weather patterns. Yes, you answer your own question. Not the earth. The earth is not doing any
No,
of that.
I
The
didn't say that
sun
sun is
is.
moving. I didn't say sun is moving. I'm
You
saying like,
said the sun.
no, man. I didn't
No,
say that.
man.
And if I said it, that could have been like,
So the sun is
could
not
have
moving. Do you disagree? The sun is not moving. You
sun
disagree?
is not. Earth is moving. Sun is not moving. Earth is moving.
That will be a baseless assertion. You don't have any evidence that the earth is doing any of that. You actually negating the facts that the sun is moving, and that's a fallacy right there.
What if I say Earth is moving?
You're affirming the consequence of your biases.
Dude, like, you guys do not listen to anything, man. We have built
I am
nuclear weapons.
listening. This is
We have
exactly what I am engaging with you. I am listening to everything
if
you're saying.
Newton was alive, he would have killed himself after listening to you guys.
I mean, Newton. I mean, Newton admitted himself that that he was wrong about gravity and all of those things. He said it himself that stuff
He
was
didn't say that.
fantasy.
Einstein said it. He didn't say that. Man, you are
No,
lying right here.
Newton himself said that anybody that believed this idea, it's not right in their minds. Newton said that himself.
Holy shit, man. All right,
Holy,
man,
holy shit!
the thing is that
Almighty,
the thing is
I
that
know you're having
the
an
thing is that I
emotional
cannot.
breakdown, but it's
No,
okay.
bro.
You can approach
Bro.
this
No.
logically. You can
Listen,
just think about this logically. Don't be
bro.
emotional about this,
I, I'm
Almighty.
I'm giving you all the facts, and the thing is,
No, show me
change
the
your
facts.
beliefs.
Where do you
I
got these
cannot change
facts
your
from?
beliefs, man.
That the earth
I
is.
cannot.
Show me the fact that the earth is tilting. Go ahead and show me that fact that you
Man,
mentioned.
listen,
And
Post them
spinning.
I'm
in
not
the
gonna
chat
argue with
now.
you anymore, man. It's already 1:30 a.m. for me. I'm in India,
Also,
so
you're
I
gonna
gotta
throw
go
in
to
the
sleep.
towel. Okay, you're gonna throw in
I
the
gotta go to
towel.
sleep, man. Like,
You
you guys
provided
keep
no
arguing.
evidence.
I cannot change
Yeah,
you. I cannot change you guys. You
that's
guys
fine.
carry
That's
on.
fine, Almighty. You provided no
Get the
evidence.
hell
You're
out.
leaving. Yep.
Yeah, I'm
Thank you,
leaving.
Almighty.
All right. Have a
Yes,
good
Run
night.
yes.
away.
Have a good
Why
night.
are you running away?
Yeah, you can read the quote in the chat on your way out.
Almighty. You guys are not listening. Yeah, I'm listening to everything you're saying. You're just making baseless assertions. Oh, thanks for that one, Judge. That's exactly. He was so emotional. Oh, Newton will K himself if he hurt you guys. Like, okay. Is that some type of argument about anything? I think he ran away because you posted that, Judge. Where's the other kids? Oh, I never started the event. Let me see. Did it work? I did a timing, but it didn't start. Sorry, Peter. I was gonna try to get you people to talk to you, but the event. Let me see. I probably didn't do it correctly. These smartphones are so not smart. I guess he's in another server. Then they were saying they were gonna raid whatever. Because when he joined and he mentioned, he said, "Oh, these guys are about to do a raid on you guys or something like that." He said he wasn't part of it, but he had information about it.
Yeah, they were very cheeky.
Select channel. Yeah. Flat Earth talk with Peter, the critical thinker.
You already have it set up, but there's already an event, haven't you? Just have to hit start.
Oh, I have to hit star, but I don't see, like, I cannot click. Let
Yeah,
me
yeah,
see.
I'll do
Okay,
it.
set.
I'll do it. I got it.
All right. I'm like looking for that exact thing to do,
Yeah.
but
It's started now. I don't know. Maybe you're on Xbox or phone or what?
I'm on my phone.
computer.
Yeah, I'm listening on the Xbox.
Yeah.
Listening on the Xbox
Might
and talking on it, but using my phone for the rest.
might be a bit different on the phone.
I know I've done it
Yeah.
before, but I just gotta be clicking two different channels or
Yeah,
something.
you know, you've only been using Discord since it began. Jimsy the OG.
So on the phone, you have to schedule it first, and then you have to click start for some dumb reason. The developers of Discord probably figured, why would he want to start it exactly when he types it in? Because we usually do, but nope, you have to start it afterwards.
Yeah, like they ask you for a time to start the event. I set the time, the time passes and it doesn't start. So why ask in the first place? I don't know. It might have some logic, non-logical logic behind it, but I guess
I
that's
mean,
the way it is.
Glober developers, they don't know better.
That's what it is. I know it. I know it.
Put a flat earther dev on that thing and it's going to start immediately.
It also runs slow because they add the code for curvature corrections, and that slows it down.
Yeah, that too.
All right, we have the main person ready to go. Anybody got any questions? You can direct them to Peter. The team will be in standby if he needs help.
When was the last time I needed help, Jamesy?
I mean, you're selling your house, so are you paying any fees to anyone, or you doing it yourself?
Redfin.
Almighty Fuber is back in the chat. Dude, if you can hear us, you should read that quote from Newton.
Oh, Almighty, we have a great host. His name is Peter. He's a really reasonable guy, and you can ask your next questions to him if you like.
Yeah, and unlike Jamesy, he listens to facts.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
By the way, while we wait, that quote from Newton is very accurate, and in the current understanding of physics, what he pointed out is no longer considered to be true.
Why do they still use it then? So they'll flip between Newton and Einsteinian,
No,
whether they're on
but
Earth
they don't.
or in space, right?
Yeah, but one thing they're not doing is assuming that gravity acts at a distance without requiring time to propagate, right? That's what Newton was talking about. How can a force act over infinite distance instantaneously? It's no longer in the current model. That's all I'm saying.
They replaced it with like a trampoline. Oh.
They replaced it with something that spreads with the speed of light as opposed to instantaneous.
Pretty much instantaneously, anyway.
Not really, if it takes over 1 second to reach the moon, right?
You used it yesterday as colloquially as instantaneous, right?
Yeah, the story I like to tell because it's recent. I just got a 1997 Ford Ranger truck for my son, and it has 230,000 miles on it. So it would take light 1.3 seconds to travel that distance that truck traveled through its lifetime.
Yeah. So why can you
It's not
use it?
instantaneous.
So you're going to use it. You used it yesterday as instantaneous, and now you're saying I can't use it as pretty much instantaneous.
I don't think I would have never said that. Gravity
Yeah,
is
you
my,
did.
favorite topic.
Got a very good memory,
Well, I'm gonna go with your memory on this one. So I apologize. I was wrong.
How do you know it's not the bounce that takes up all the time? We only have a two-way measurement of light, don't we? Could you hear me before?
But I could hear the words, but not the meaning.
I'm asking, how do you know it's not the bounce that takes up the time?
It's the same way I know it's not the bounce that takes the time for my laser rangefinder to tell me the distance to the wall. I mean, when I stand 6 feet away from a wall that I measured using tape measure and I shoot light at it and it comes back and it tells me it's 6 feet, was it the bounce?
so now you're using it instantaneously again.
What do you mean instantaneously?
Well, you're only 6 feet away, right? So it's instantaneous.
Well, how do you think the $5 Temu rangefinder that you can buy knows how far the wall is?
As it bounces
Walk me
back.
through it, Timbo. Yeah. So what does it use to? Yeah. How does it calculate the distance? Walk me through your
Time.
process of thinking about this.
Time.
Time. Okay. So it cannot be
Yeah.
instantaneous because time would be 0, right?
Yeah, I know, but you can use it as
Okay.
instantaneous, right? So you can use it yesterday, saying instantaneous.
Yeah, but
it's
that was
instantaneous.
just a mistake.
The light goes to the moon and comes back instantaneously, right? But
That was just a mistake on my part.
now you've got a Temu rangefinder 6 feet away, and you won't use it as instantaneous.
Please stop repeating that. I apologize for ever having said that, and I was mistaken, and I retract the statement.
Remember what you say then.
I don't remember saying it at all, but I'm trusting you on this one, so I apologize based on your testimony.
Okay, fair enough. Right, any Globers want to speak to Peter? He's an interesting person.
No Glovers ever want to talk to me because they're afraid of me.
Because you're in the top 3, right?
Top 3 and towards the top of the top 3. I say.
Why don't rocks reflect light?
They do. I made a video about this on Twitter. I'm going to show the link.
Two planets in the sky at the moment, right? Are they Mercury and Venus, are they? Really bright next to each other.
Guys, watch the video I made because it's awesome. I'm proud of it. It showcases my editing skills too. Took me like an hour to make this.
And who said why don't rocks reflect light? Did he just throw in something and then just run away, or?
Didn't I hear someone asking something about light reflecting? Peter gave a reply, but never. The engagement just stopped right there. What happened?
Yeah, I was trying to find out who it was. But...
Jamesy, this is new to you. Sometimes when a person asks a question, they receive the answer and they don't have any follow-up arguments. They just wanted to ask a question and that's it. Not everything has to turn into a 3-hour cluster F, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. I just thought there would
Quick
be like an
question, quick
acknowledge.
answer. GG.
Yeah, like an acknowledgement or oh, okay, I get it, Peter. Like oh, that makes sense or something like that. That your nonsense makes sense, something like that. I don't know.
I'll give you an example, Jim. So a person walks up to you and says, "Hey, what time is it?" And you'll say it's 1:13 p.m. and you'll part ways. Another version. What time is it? Oh,
I'd be
did you
like,
know
hey,
that the
oh, thanks
sun
for
is the
that,
only
Peter.
true clock? Did you know that the movement of celestial bodies in the sky is the only clock that we have? Did you ever look into this? By the way, we also had 13 months, but they lied to us and they made 12 months. Right? Two different conversations. Same question.
They made 12 months.
Oh, yeah.
What does that mean?
Bro, just look into it. See what I mean? Like, not everything has to turn into a
I don't see what you mean because I'm
disaster.
not looking
No,
at
don't
it.
worry
I
about it.
don't see
Don't
it.
worry about it, Jensen. Don't worry about it.
So did the guy ever replied? Maybe you posted something, Peter, about it? Was just trying to
Yeah, I
also get.
posted a link. You have to watch it. It took put a lot of work into that one.
See.
Why do
I'm gonna
people
tag you,
believe
James.
rocks don't reflect light?
Oh, there
Some
he
people are
is.
stupid.
Oh, there he is. Okay, go ahead, Peter.
Some people are stupid. What can you do?
But like, what?
If they
Why
didn't
would they
reflect
even?
light, you wouldn't be able to see them. So
Yeah, I just don't.
Exactly.
I don't get it. Why did you even have to make that video?
Because it's with Brian MF and Sweet on Twitter, who hosts Flat Earth Fridays, and he actually gave me the task. He says, "Can you prove? Can you show? Can you demonstrate that rocks reflect light?" And he thought I wouldn't follow up on it, and I did. I had some fun with it.
what a
Yeah,
dumb challenge.
And then he
I
called you
know.
dumb.
Then he blocked me for like 2 months.
No, I
But now he
didn't.
unblocked
That's a
me.
lie. Don't lie. Don't lie. I didn't block you. Someone else did. I
I'm
unblocked
talking
you.
about Brian. Brian, do you even follow Jamesy?
Jamesy,
Yes.
it's not all about
Is
you.
it only me, Timbo? Is it only me, or Jamesy?
I thought.
Resume playing Roblox.
You know, it might be my fan in my ear.
I know you're playing Fortnite with a bunch of 11-year-olds, so go
No, I
back
don't
to
play
that
Fortnite.
and
I mean,
don't try to have
sometimes.
the
It's
Yeah, I know
sometimes.
you too well,
Yeah,
James.
go ahead.
Peter, when did you revert to flat Earth?
Mm.
Well, revert. I don't
Yeah.
think anybody reverts to flat Earth. People advance to flat Earth.
Or convert.
Revert would be to go back to the globe, since almost all of us were
No, but like,
globers from birth.
you know how in Islam, like, if you convert, you revert because you're going back to the
Yeah.
I
true
couldn't care
religion.
less about those. I couldn't care less about practices of people in different regions of the world in the context of this conversation. So yes, a year ago, the answer is a year ago. I should not have nitpicked on your use of the word revert. I apologize.
I forgive you.
Thank you.
Asking
Where
some
did you
juicy questions.
Where did you become enlightened?
What did you say?
Where did you become enlightened?
Where? In my head. Where else?
Oh.
Wasn't in my foot.
There was no external input. It was just all internal.
Yes, there was. I had been arguing against these very guys here for 2 years.
2
And a bunch of
years.
guys, yeah, on not on this server, but on the politics server, and then on Twitter also. And all these conversations and arguments and all that push me pretty hard on the cognitive aspect of things. And then I ran out of arguments.
I think you're a glober. I think you are pushing globe talking points subtly. You realize you can't convince you. You did it for 2 years. You realized you couldn't convince the flat earthers, so you tried to hedge by playing as if you were one of them. You're a plant.
Okay, I did expect a lot of people would think that because I did a pretty good job as a glober, I think, for 2 years. So, all right, that's your opinion, man.
Wait, do
kept
you
you
believe
coming
humans went
back?
to the moon? Do you believe
Yes.
humans went to the moon?
Humans and robots, yes.
So you think there is a moon and we went to it?
I think there is a moon. That's a strange thing to say, but I do think there is a moon. Yes, I see it every now and then. And we did deploy machines and humans, 7 different nations so
Fucking
far.
Glober, bro. What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about that when you look at the moon and you can shoot a laser there, so you can shoot a projectile there as well.
No, bro.
That,
You can't go to an optical illusion, bro.
See, now you're trolling, but the moon is not an optical illusion. It is consistently there. It has a shape. I have a telescope. It has texture. It has consistent shape, craters,
Bro, you
dimples.
can't get past the filament, bro.
Yes, you cannot guess, first of all, past the container. And that is correct. You cannot guess
So then what are you
past it.
talking about?
I'm talking about the moon
Blaspheming,
being within the
spreading these
container, obviously.
lies.
You have to listen to what he's saying first, and then maybe add your other questions after. Come on, guys.
The moon is obviously within the container.
That could be a valid position. It could be. I mean, gonna need verification, but it's as valid. I mean, I will say, yeah, that could be one of the things that might be.
Very
Sure.
controversial
One
take
way,
there.
one way
Okay.
to counter my position would be to say, because we all agree that gas pressure means a container. One argument would be to say there's something in the laws of gas or physics that tell us that the container cannot be 250,000 miles big. Right? That there's a hard limit on the dimensions of the container. I don't know of such a law in physics or whatever. So I assume that 250,000 miles is perfectly possible. Again, my
Damn.
kid's truck has that many miles on it, so it's not even that ridiculous to conceptualize. I mean, this old clunker actually traveled 250,000 miles in its lifetime, all right, in 30 years. So that's not that far.
I will say that's kind of like false equivalence in a sense, but I kind of disagree that it could be the case, even though based on he's adding his beliefs into this. I'm gonna add my belief that the distances might be. Everybody might be wrong about the distances. He's saying maybe 1,000,000 miles. I'm gonna say it's less than that, but that's my opinion and his. So that's there's an issue there. And the sizes, right?
Yeah,
The
I don't
moon,
make
if he says it's 1,000,000 miles and it's 1/3 as 1/3 of the Earth's size, like I'm gonna disagree with that, but still, go ahead.
Dempsey, but notice the difference here. I don't make any claims on the size of the container. I just say I don't see a reason why it couldn't be 1,000,000 miles or more. If you make a claim that it cannot be above a certain amount, you have to point to some mechanism that you're grounding this
No, I'm not making
statement
that.
on.
I'm not making that argument.
Okay, fair enough.
Peter, do you believe that the moon always faces the same side to Earth?
Roughly speaking, yes. I mean, that's not
Roughly?
even
What does roughly
questionable, right?
mean?
Because there, depending on your position on Earth, you can see a little bit more of the kind of edges of it. But is this not even in question? Like we all see the same, like over millennia, we see the same side of the moon, right? How's that a matter of belief? I mean, you can confirm it. You can stare at the moon all you want.
Well, not really.
Yes, really.
Well, I'd probably die if I was just staring at the moon all the time, bro.
Jamesy is staring at his Xbox all the time. Somebody's providing him with food and water. So
Yeah, but Jamsy's
you
silly.
did the same with the moon. Well, nobody
Yeah,
said that the answers to your
farmers do
question would be
provide the
easy.
food and the stuff. How do you call it? The plumbers provide the water to the filters, to the filtration
Yeah,
system.
and your wife
To go to
provides
the
the
filter.
money by working to purchase all those
And
necessities so you can play Xbox all day. I
damn,
get it.
damn, bro, that's a lot of pre-assumptions there. Like, what are you doing, Peter? You're overdoing it. You're going away from the critical thinking into something else. Stop it.
All right,
Peter.
don't lose me over now. You keep this going with the Horak, Peter.
Yeah, Peter, you come on, bro. Just stay real.
Well, I didn't even hear what you said.
624.
Yeah, Peter, what actually convinced you of the flat Earth? Like, because you were here for 2 years. Like, what was the arc of your trajectory here?
It was realizing that my understanding of what I thought was optics and straight up like demonstrations of the curve. Because for that, out of those 2 years, I spent maybe a year directly focusing on answering the question that the guys from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord will always ask you. Where's the direct measurement of the curvature? Don't tell me about the moon, don't tell me about the seasons, don't tell me about celestial navigation, don't tell me about photos from space that we cannot directly verify. Show me a direct terrestrial measurement of the curve. And I thought I had such measurements. I presented them many times. I still have the PowerPoint with those. And in them, I clearly mathematically showed to myself that there was a curvature directly corresponding to 6,371 kilometers of radius. And then I realized that my understanding of the optics, and specifically the issue of perspective, was incorrect, and that there was another explanation for why a tall building taller than me can appear below my eye level at a distance. Which, as a glober, I thought like the only way to explain it is the building's tilting away from me, and even though it's so much taller than I am, it's below my eye level, right?
So they got you on the
My
refraction.
perspective explains that.
But how does perspective explain how something taller than you could be below your eye level? I'm under the understanding that it could be close to at your eye level if it was really far away, but it would still be slightly above, although you probably wouldn't notice it. How would it be below unless you had some kind of
That used to be
atmospheric
my
refraction
argument, right?
effect?
I used to yell at Indio and others that like triangles don't flip. That when you stretch out the triangle, its baseline, the vertex will still remain above the baseline, right? There's no point. No matter how far you stretch a triangle, you're not going to make the vertex flip upside down, right? That was my argument. But that's what we observed. Like you observe it below your eye level measurably by like a non-trivial amount of degrees. But that's the perspective that's just making it look that way. That's the same reason that boats disappear bottom up, or buildings, whatever. It doesn't have to be boats.
I really, so if I showed you a boat half cut off, you would say that was perspective?
Yeah. Notice that a lot of these boats are below your eye level, but the boat is way taller than you. Like a cruise ship is as tall as a building, right? You see it at a distance, it's below your eye level.
Peter, is that refraction?
No. Well, not really. I mean, look, if we see a
Yes,
boat,
really.
like let's
When
say
you only
we
see the very top of a cruise ship, it's below your eye level. Come on, man.
no, it's not. It's not below your eye level. It could be below your
looked
eye
into
level
this
due to sinking refraction. It could be below your eye level, but you're saying it's due to
That's what
perspective
I'm
only.
saying.
Like,
Well, I think
no,
of this as
that's not true.
perspective.
Does anyone else agree with Peter on this? And does anyone have any
No,
evidence that?
he's a fucking glober, bro.
Right. So if we see a boat in the morning, right? Let's say we go to the beach, we see a boat, we zoom out on the boat. It's 12 miles out. It's a giant ship, and we can only just see the top of the ship popping out over the horizon, and the ship's anchored. And then 3 hours later, we can see the entire ship because the weather conditions changed. Do you think that was perspective? Or do you think maybe that was the temperature, pressure, and humidity changing?
I think it's a mix of both. You cannot run away from the latter, but it's mostly perspective. If it's consistently, if you plant yourself at a given point on Earth and you observe a building a known distance away, which is much taller than you, I'm going back to the example I used to use. It's 150 feet taller than you are, and it's consistently below your eye level, minus a few days when the atmosphere was wonky. If you do this statistically over long periods of time, so the outliers, those strange days with really strong atmospheric effects, but if you roll those out as outliers and it's mostly below eye level, then it's perspective that was mostly causing it.
I would like to see a diagram of how you think perspective could make something appear below your eye level. I can understand how it could get like roughly to your eye level, but below it, I'd
Dude,
like to
you're
know how
talking about the
perspective.
that very question that you're asking took me at least 7 months that prevented me from becoming a flat earther. That question, because I used to yell at Heretic and all the guys here with that one measurement, one observation until I got banned across the board, right? And thinking about that and how else I can explain that observation is what led me here.
Right, but
Now, what
I
are
mean,
you
the
trying to
horizon.
undo all that?
Well, the surface of the water ramps up, and the sky ramps down, and it meets at your eye level approximately, right? And then we need to take the atmospheric conditions into
My
account as well.
observation didn't involve water.
Right, but we could still have atmospheric conditions over land as well, especially more so over
Yes.
land. Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying consistently, day to day, over a period of a year, the building is below eye level because the atmosphere is always the same, like just in the right spot?
Well, the standard lapse rate is that it gets cool to warm to cool as you go up, and temperature is the main controller of the refractive index in a
Okay,
lower
sure,
atmosphere.
fine. So my answer to the previous question is it's perspective and atmospheric effects.
Right. Yeah. Look, I just like to see that diagrammed out because I find that interesting. I was under the impression that it couldn't be below your eye level. I did used to use that argument back in the day, but
What do you
I
mean
came to the
diagrammed out? I can
conclusion.
show you the slide from my presentation, from the globe presentation.
Yeah,
It's
I'd
not
like to
diagrammed out,
see.
it's actual photo. Okay.
Yeah, I can't wrap my head around how if I'm standing there at the beach or anywhere, right, and there's something higher than me and it goes off into the distance, how it's going to be lower for any other reason than an atmospheric effect.
Okay, this could bring some PTSD back, but here it is. I mean, the slide title is literally the ultimate globe proof 2.1, so, just being transparent with you.
All right.
I don't think I can share images here.
Yeah, I'll fix that up. 1 second. Yeah, all right, you're good now.
Now this is what I'm sharing with you is literally what I used, with Heretic for like 6 months.
Yeah, what a throwback.
Yeah, I mean, I would put this down to meeting the textbook definition of syncing.
But that's consistent, right? This is not just a one-off.
How consistent is it? I mean, how many times was this checked with a theodolite like this?
I mean, Jesse has a whole spreadsheet about it, right?
Oh, Jesse? Jesse Path of Light?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says in the bottom right corner of the slide.
Oh, yeah. Jesse's very consistent with his results.
It's
Very
theodolite's not level.
It's a globalite that Jesse has.
Now, if you forget about Jesse, again, we have a lot of cruise ships here in Seattle. And when you stand and you watch them depart, they're super tall. At the point where they're barely visible, just the top, they are below your eye level.
Yeah, because I think
physically they're not.
a slight upward
Not
refraction is the
physically,
normal.
just if you were to observe them and you were to
Mhm.
level and have a reference for level for you, which is what eye level is, the horizontal to your eyeball.
Have you heard of
That's what
Dr. John
happened.
D? Peter? Dr. John D? Peer to peer?
No.
The windmills guy? He's the PhD spectrophotometry guy. Basically, he's done years worth of laser tests, and
You Glover?
No, flat earther. He became a
okay.
flat earther after doing a ton of tests trying to prove the curvature. But yeah, he's got a YouTube channel, really good videos on refraction, that kind of thing, and laser technical details. But yeah, he said in 350 plus hours of doing different laser tests, different spectrums, different times of the year, different locations, he's never seen the laser bend down once. He said he's seen it bend up sometimes or go perfectly straight. He's never witnessed it going downward. He actually has a challenge. And we've been sort of asking people as well, find us a laser bending downward over a large body of water or land over a decent distance. And no one's ever been able to produce that. And he lays out in his videos that what I said about the lapse rate, the normal lapse rate, and he goes into a lot more technical detail, but basically that the temperature, right, controls the refractive index, and the normal situation is that the light's going to bend up slightly. So sinking would be the normal. Sinking or inferior mirage, basically same sort of thing, but on varying levels. Whereas the globe kind of inverts that. They say, okay, well, it's got to be looming. Everything's got to be downward refraction and looming. And their refraction sliders don't even have subrefraction on them, which is kind of weird. Because when you read papers, they say quite often or most often during the day, especially over hot land, when they're doing surveying tests, that upward refraction or subrefraction is the normal. So yeah, Dr. John D's videos are pretty good.
I even found
Yeah, that's what I would put
an
this down
article. Found an article the other day. Between two mountains. So Jesse's got one for 75 miles that you get from the winds coming up the updrafts coming up from the two mountains, the valley between the two mountains creates an inferior mirage. That's how the
An
other
inferior
peak
mirage.
appear lower. Yeah, inferior mirage from the updrafts.
Yeah. I'd like if you can DM me a copy of that sometime, I'd love to add that one to my collection.
Will do. When I get
Yeah,
into
there's
work,
tons of footage of
I'll,
mirages in mountains.
yeah, it can create an inferior mirage, or it can show the other, which is an inferior mirage, the other mountain to look like it's got water on the top of it, right? Like that reflective thing that you puddle that you get.
Yeah.
There's images of that too.
Yeah.
Give me an hour.
Where's
I'll
all the?
send it to you.
Yeah, thanks, man. That'd be good. Right, let's do a Glober name check. Who we got in here? Rodri. Welcome, Rodri. I'm accusing you of being a Glober believer. We got Lush in here from a different server, who's definitely a Globerther, I think. Welcome, Lush.
They left, didn't they?
Fala. Welcome. Welcome, Fala. Little Fala. That's it.
Tristan's a Glober, right?
Tristan, yeah, but Tristan's just like a cheerleader, flat earth cheerleader. He's just a fan.
Oh, there he is.
Yep.
Wait, but Peter, if you're willing to grant gravity and that we went to the moon and general relativity and like I'm confused. If you were here for 2 years debating the flat earthers, you would have probably found like Baron Routledge and you would have seen he went to the Black Swan 3 times and he didn't see what the flat earthers claim. Like you'd have found all of that. You would have shown like his measurements of curvature. Wouldn't you have found
Why
like
would
all
I
of the?
need why would I need his measurements of curvature if I had my own measurements that I just showed you from the past, which this is just one slide out of 16 with all the calculations. So these guys walked me through the thorough, ran me through the gauntlet, right? I used to cite measurements from other people. Then I was told that's not good enough. So I did my own, yes, using other people's observations, but I did all the math and verifying against both models. So I already had that. That's why I was a staunch Glober, okay? I wasn't looking for evidence for the globe, I was producing it. It's the interpretation of the same evidence changed for me. I don't look at this photo and say, oh, Jesse's lying. Like, was I there? No. But I don't have a need to suggest that he's lying and this is incorrect.
Because like where I've gotten to on as
Do you,
far
do
as
you, do you understand? Like, let me finish one thing because I should have said this. This measurement on this slide says the top of the building, which is 150 feet taller than the observer, is slightly below eye level. DJ, I think I was talking to DJ. Even if this is off, this building is 150 feet taller. Why is the top at the eye level? The top eye level is 50 feet. The building is 220 feet or something, if I remember correctly. Why is it at my eye level? Why is the entire bottom of the building below my eye level? Not by a fraction, by a huge amount. That is perspective. It's not changing due to atmospheric effects. There's no day in this spot where your eye level is at the same elevation as the whichever story is at 50 feet. There's no such
yeah,
day.
but a Glober would obviously just say it's curvature, but you're like very reluctant
It's
to say that. It's
perspective
very obvious.
because it's not curvature. Curvature is like the only explanation that you're ever taught.
No, we're taught refraction too, but
But that's
I
not the
think
reason why almost the entire building is below eye level, is it?
that's what a Glober would say.
Like, think the eyeball is at 50 feet, the top of the building where the theodolite's pointing is 220. That's 150 feet below eye level or so.
Like, okay, so I've probed the flat Earth position a little bit over the last couple months, and where I usually get to is a place where it's like, well, we can't zoom up a boat that's already half over the horizon. The reason why is probably maybe it's like sinking refraction or something like that. But then we're like, we can't prove the flat Earth optics because of that. It's just a guess. Like it's just what globers do. It's like globers just slap refraction on anything, and then when we really get down to it, and a flat earther is in a complicated position like that, they do the same thing. So they can't really prove the position, and then the way they get out of it is with probability. So they don't really like, they say they know that the Earth is flat, but they really just say at the end of the day, it's probable that the Earth is flat. So they like believe it. They believe that they know it because of probability, because they've never seen refraction measured to the
That's what
degree that
Globers
would
say. What are you
produce.
talking
They,
I
well,
don't even
I've
know
heard,
who's saying what at this point.
I've heard DJ say that he's never seen refraction measured to the degree that would be required for the Black Swan events. And then Baron goes there and he doesn't see that. He's won like he's going a fourth time, right?
You know,
Right.
look, this is
Don't
the
worry
thing,
about
dude.
refraction.
Yeah, look, this is the thing. We're not out there saying, oh, wow, look, we see it curving, but maybe it's flat because of refraction, right? That's the base axiom here. That's the starting point, right? That's what they tell you on the globe. They say, oh, you're so small and the Earth's so big, and that's what you experience the Earth as flat, right? We experience the Earth as flat. That's like a starting point, but you've been taught something different, and you claim that, well, actually, it's not flat. Actually, it's got a radius of 3959 miles. Okay, and then we go and test that, and every time we test it, we don't find that, right? We don't find the byproducts of that curvature that should be there. Now, even on days where you go to the Black Swan location and you see something different than what you see in the original Black Swan image, which is a terrible cherry-picked image by QE anyway, right? Without getting into that too much, right? Even on other days where it looks like the horizon's closer, it's still way further than what it should be on the globe, right?
Yeah,
So
I
it's
agree with
still
that,
not
DJ.
matching up.
The
It's
point I'm making though is that
it's never where
the
it
point
should
I'm making
be.
though is, yeah, I'm not like pushing back there on that like right now. I was making a meta point about how, like, I haven't heard hearing Peter's journey here in this chat.
Let me explain this
He
to
didn't.
you.
He
Are
didn't
you
make. Well, just
looking
let me
at the
finish this.
slide?
Let me make this. Just let me make this, and you
Let
can
him
go. You
let
can
him
go
finish,
right.
The same
Peter.
thing
You can
all
go right
over
after.
again.
You
Peter,
can go
let him
right
finish.
after though. I promise you'll go right after. I haven't heard Peter like push back in that way, like as a glober, and I'm not hearing him say what you're saying, DJ, either. What I'm hearing is something like he got permabanned from this chat, and the way he got back was he came back as a flat earther. And that's not. I'm not convinced he's a flat earther. That's the point I'm making, because it doesn't make sense. Like, how are you a flat earther and you believe in gravity and that we went to the moon?
That's not even the
Like,
sequence of events, but it doesn't
you think
matter.
NASA's
Okay?
not lying?
Don't worry. Dude, how many things are you gonna introduce all at once?
Okay,
Are you
well,
looking at
I'll
the
introduce
slide?
one more thing. I'll introduce one last thing. Is that
Oh, one more thing.
I think that you're massaging flat earthers strategically towards gravity and concepts that they typically reject, and maybe a smart way. Like, you're doing it subtly and you're trying to like hedge their positions closer and closer back to what I think is a reality. But I don't know. I just don't think you're a flat earther.
Okay, point taken. And what am I supposed to do with this?
I don't know. I think like the flat earthers could
What
try to
else?
probe that a
Tell
little
me
bit
what
more.
ice cream you like, and what am I gonna do with that information? So
It's like,
listen,
go ahead with the thing
like,
you were going to say, though.
okay. Are you looking at the slide that I showed earlier? I need you to look at it.
Yeah, let me pull it up. Yeah, this is DJ's theodolite view, right?
Okay. So First, I'll tell you why I was a Glober, and then
Or
I'll
sorry,
tell you why I'm not a Glober.
not DJ. My bad.
Yeah, Jesse. Jesse.
Is
Yeah,
it
yeah,
really
Jesse.
important? Is it really important? So this is pretty close to eye level. It's negative 0.4 whatever arc seconds, I guess, below. So let's assume this is eye level. There's a person at 50 feet looking at 220 feet. The reason why I was a Glober is because the entire rest of the building is below eye level. Okay? So when they were telling me the only explanation for this is because of the curvature and everything is tilting away from you, that's the only explanation for why 200 feet or 150 feet of what should be above eye level is below eye level. Refraction has nothing to do with it because refraction can change it slightly up or down a little bit, right? That distance to the horizon, the black swan, nothing to do with it because that will just alter these imperceivably at 34 kilometers. Still, you have 150 feet or 100 feet below eye level. The only explanation, and you can argue, oh, it's a little bit less, it's a little bit more, is it physical, is it optical? Doesn't matter. Why is it all below eye level? That was my struggle. And that's the same reason why, a ship will be below your eye level and whatever. The answer is perspective. Yes, like DJ said, the atmospheric effects alter it here and there. And in some outlying situations, there are huge weird effects. But on a regular day, that's what it is. It's the perspective from the point of view of the observer. That's not a
You're just
measurement
begging
of
the
curvature.
question. Like none of this isn't convincing to me that you're just begging the question, right? Like Jesse's gonna say something else, and what? How is this
I
proving to
know,
like
so
the
I'm not
room that
telling you
you're?
that, I'm not selling this to you that I found the magical sequence of words to say all the Globers will flip to flat Earth. This is what worked for me, that realization. But you
This
have to walk
thing
the journey
convinced
yourself. Dude,
this globe
it took me
argument
2 years.
from
It took me 2 years.
wait this globe argument from this building proved flat Earth to you? Like that's what convinced you of flat Earth, or if not,
Thinking
what did?
about alternative explanations made me a flat earther. I use this to fight against these guys. And I ran out of arguments and I figured out what else could there be other than the curvature that I'm clinging to so much. You see how I wrote, this is old me, I didn't even polish this. See how I was memeing on them? Water seeks level, therefore water is curving. Water also seeks level and it's curving, because they would grill me like, oh, is the water curving here between you and the building? And I was saying yes.
All right, what else convinced you of
I
the
was
flat Earth?
losing it, man. You think that my journey is I walked in here and they convinced me to be flat Earth. No, I walked in here, I argued with them for almost 2 years.
Yeah,
Nothing convinced me that they told me specifically because I knew all of their arguments. I
that's why I'm
listened
more
to them
skeptical though.
for weeks.
I'm more skeptical because somebody who comes in here who doesn't really know the globe arguments and hears the walkthrough of flat Earth, they're more easily convinced. But for you, like you dug into it, you really understand the formulas for gravity, the proofs for it, the arguments for the
Gravity
moon
has
landing. You
nothing to
understand
do with the
all. You
ship
understand
here.
all the globe arguments. You should have a very compelling case for why you left the globe. But I'm not hearing it. I'm hearing like
Are you
what I'm
saying
hearing and what I've heard so far is just that there are alternative explanations.
Are you
But
suggesting that someone
you're not giving me proofs.
You're repeating the same thing you said. Are you suggesting that someone who is a very advanced glober, top 3, that someone who is a very advanced glober and therefore very much sticking to their guns for 2 years cannot, through the process of critical thinking, realize that maybe they missed something? Are you saying that I was too good of a glober to think myself critically out of the globe?
I'm thinking there might be alternative explanations for you. Like that's what, yeah. Like I'm applying that same thing to you though.
They keep thinking I'm telling you my journey. You have
But
your
being
own
a
opinion
glober
on
and
my journey. Have it.
being a globe skeptic, maybe, but you're claiming you're a full-fledged flat earther, which, like, I'm not hearing the compelling reasons
What does it even mean, full-fledged flat earther? That I think that the surface of the Earth is flat? That's full, or do I have to buy into dandelions cure cancer? We never went to the moon. NASA is a satanic organization and means to deceive in Hebrew. Do I have to buy into all those things, or is it enough that I recognize that the surface of the Earth is flat?
It's the
What is
first thing
full-fledged?
if you realize. So do you think the NASA footage is real?
Not the photos of the Earth images.
Okay, but they told the truth about going to the moon, but they're lying about the photos of the Earth and all the rockets and everything.
Yes, not all the rockets and everything, because did they take a bus to the moon?
Why? Okay, explain why. Explain explain in your head how
Here you
you
go, guys.
trust
Why
NASA.
would they lie? Why would they lie? How do I know?
No. How do you delineate when they're telling the truth versus lying? That's what I'm more, because you're in this
Because there are
middle
some
camp.
things that I can clearly demonstrate they lie about. The surface of the Earth. When they show me a lander landing on the moon, and the moon looks kind of like a scaled down version of what I see in the sky, I don't have a strong argument.
Yeah,
I'm
and
not a
we also have
conspiracy junkie like looking to see how many conspiracies I can add to my collection. So if I have a strong reason to believe something is a lie, I'll call it out.
we haven't even given Peter the secret handshake, so he's not a full-fledged flat earther yet, and we haven't told him why they would lie either. It's going to take many years for him to work himself up to the full-fledged flat earther.
Okay, so you're saying you trust NASA as a baseline, but they lied egregiously about this one thing because you know that deductively because you've measured the Earth as.
Good.
Kind
of, but
well,
I
you
do
haven't even
have to
measured the Earth as
trust
flat,
them. I
have
don't
you?
trust
You're a globe
I have
skeptic,
to trust
right?
them. No, we measure the Earth to be flat. When we take optics
Really?
into account and perspective into account, it is flat.
No, you're just saying that's an alternative possible explanation. You haven't
But
proven
it's a
that.
much better one. It's a much better one than the other one.
Oh, why? Why is it yeah, go ahead. Why? Because
everything we
the
do,
curvature could all
everything we build, everything we measure is assuming flat Earth, and it works. So the globe is the extraordinary
you got
claim. And when you have a globe, you got to have a solid counter argument to your daily experiences that are all about flat Earth. You need a solid counter argument. And what I realized, what I thought was a solid counter argument, which was this measurement, turned out not to be as solid as I thought it was. So back to the default, confirmed by all the other experiences. Do you feel it spin? Do you feel it curve?
What I'm hearing.
Do you observe it? Do you
but
act as if it were? You don't.
The problem is that I'm hearing the Lego block conjecture. Like I'm hearing the little quotes, right? Like we've measured it as flat, or like I'm not actually seeing you demonstrate. You've been here long enough to repeat the talking points, but I'm not convinced you actually believe it.
Yeah, I don't believe it. I know it.
Because I don't know, man. Like, because you're still saying, well, oh, it's just a better explanation. And then when I ask why,
Yes, it is a better
some.
It is a better explanation because it doesn't overrule the sensory experience of 8 billion people and the practical experience of everybody else who does things on Earth, whether it's in construction or transportation or anything. So Yes, it's better in that sense because you don't have to throw all of those things away just to agree with this explanation that is now I know standing on shaky legs. You have a much
So
better
it's a better
explanation of
It's a
perspective.
better explanation because construction workers working on like an 8x8 grid like don't have to factor in curvature. Like
No,
what
bridge
exactly are you saying?
builders, road builders,
Bridge
large
builders with
steel
different
builders too.
segments. Don't the different segments just like fall into place?
Then curve?
Yeah, like they retain the same height, and then there's it's not one piece, right? If they had to manufacture one long piece, don't you think a glober would say, yeah, of course they would have to factor in curvature then?
Yeah, well, of course, a
If they're
glober
different
can say you build
segments,
a curved bridge, right? We make curved bridges on flat Earth, right? I have a curved bridge right here. What's your point? You've never
I don't
seen
know.
a
I'm
bridge
like,
that curves, that
if
arches?
you've been a glober for over 2 years, like a serious anti-flat earther,
I've been a
wouldn't
glober
you?
for 40 plus years, not 2 years.
Wouldn't you? Well, it sounds like you've seriously been into it for at least 2 years, into the argumentation.
Yes.
Wouldn't you even know that? Why aren't you bringing up that point, or like using the
Because
stronger
those
globe
points are
points?
just crutches. I told you early in my journey with these guys, I did try all the moves that globers try, all these side arguments. And these guys, namely Heretic, Jedi, Miggy, wherever he is now, they kept insisting, cool story, bro. By the way, story they had heard before hundreds of times. And they said, where is the curvature measurement? Don't tell us anecdotes about the globe. Show us the measurement of the curvature. And that was the only thing of interest to me. Because they're right.
Yeah, and
If
then
you're going to prove that the
and
Earth is a globe, show a terrestrial measurement that is true beyond reasonable doubt. Because you're overriding the sensory experiences of 8 billion people. And so you better prove beyond reasonable doubt a terrestrial measurement. So I stopped talking to them about satellites, about photos from Epic Discover satellite and all that stuff. And I focused on this. And now you're trying to
yeah,
bring
but
me back into all that lore.
you would have went in every state in the U.S. There's a geological survey you can look up with thousands of measurements, their raw data.
Yes, because most people use the globe model in these professions. That's baked into their calculations. It's baked into their framework. And knowing
No,
what I
you could
know
go into
about
the raw data
mathematics
that
and geometry,
you can go into the raw data
how,
before they like account for curvature.
yeah, but the raw data is applied onto a model. You could have a pyramid Earth and make it work.
No, you can apply the raw data onto a flat Earth model too. I'm just saying, like, if
But it's
if you're
transformed,
seriously at this
exactly.
for
You can
2
transform
years,
anything to anything.
if you're look, I'm just saying, here's a possible compelling explanation. Like, if you said, okay, I was here for 2 years, I was convinced it was a globe, I knew all the
Why are
arguments,
you
but then I
talking about
actually
me
went to
all the
this.
time? What's
But
wrong
then
with you?
you could say something that would compel me isn't like, oh, this photo of a building, and
I
then there's
don't
some
care to
other
compel
possible
you. Who cares
explanation,
about
and
compelling
then
you, dude?
some
Who are you?
conjecture convinced you. Like, that doesn't compel me to believe you. What would is
Who am
something
I
like
even talking
you
to?
went to the
Who is this guy?
geological surveying data, you applied it on both models, and the one that actually checked out or made sense was the flat Earth model. That makes sense. Like, and you could show
I have to
dozens
go,
and
but I
dozens
need to
and
say
dozens
this.
of different measurements, all of which don't make sense on a globe.
I gotta go. I
You would
gotta
say
go.
something that would have
Just
convinced
gonna
me.
keep going.
That would have
Just gonna
convinced
keep
me
going.
that you're a flat earther.
Listen, dude. No offense. I
You're
gotta
just
go.
talking
But
over, by the way.
here's something I need to. I know. I don't even know who you are. You're some debate daddy vegan. I've never seen you before. I've never talked to you. You're positioning this as me convincing you. I don't give a fuck about you. I told you this politely a few times,
Okay, then
diplomatically. What do I care what you think about me
DJ.
and my journey?
Talk to a
Well,
flat
I would
earther
love
then.
to,
Talk
but
to one
now
of
I have to
them. Like,
go and make a
I'll go
few
on mute.
dollars. Okay? But why are you positioning this as me trying to convince you? I don't care about your opinion about anything. The Earth, me,
Because
like you're
during the
entitled to your
live
opinion.
earlier, it really was weird that you kind of
Okay, then
cucked
why
your
don't you
fellow flat
discuss
earther like
this?
that.
Discuss this with your friends and go to a therapy session about it. I don't care. But stop pressing me to convince you. I don't even attempt to convince you. I genuinely share with you my story. You do with that whatever you please.
It's
And I don't
it's
mean it
not
in an
convincing
offensive
though.
way. It's just like, okay, good. You're not the only one who doesn't believe me. Most of these guys don't believe me. Why do what I care about you? At least with them I have some history.
Okay. Does your mom know you're a flat earther?
No.
Like what has she said about it when you
Well,
told
those
her?
who know me heard me say this before. I literally have 1 minute and I gotta go. When I was 4 years old
Okay.
and my brother was 2, my mom took us into a room, turned off the lights, had a little miniature globe and a desk lamp, and she showed to us the heliocentric model and why there are summers and winters because of the tilt of the Earth. So she programmed me to be a glober when I was 4.5. My brother didn't even have a chance because he had his foot in his mouth, I think, when he was looking at this, and he was drooling all over himself. But so I have this childhood memory, and my mom is very much about physics and sciences and stuff. So I don't talk to her much, but this is the last thing I'm gonna tell her. Okay, just so you know.
That sounds sorry about your mom, but like, does anyone in your family know that you're a flat earther, and what have they said?
Yeah, my son knows because he listens to me argue with globers.
Does your wife know?
No,
She doesn't know?
but your wife knows.
If you have a wife, I'm assuming, but I guess I'm asking because it might be more convincing if somebody else in your life could come on mic and be
Why
like,
do
he's
I
definitely a
care
flat
about it
earther.
being convincing? Why do you keep twisting it this way?
I mean, 18 of the other
Are you
flat
my
earthers in here
lawyer?
could
Are
have
you
somebody
my
in their life come
lawyer?
on.
Are you my lawyer who's trying to? Are you trying to like?
So,
Are you my attorney in the flat Earth
I bet
court? What
you
the hell
like
is?
who,
Who is this guy?
any random flat earther in here could have their wife come on and literally destroy a glober right now because they're aware of the argumentation as well. If you can do that, that
Bro,
would be awesome.
you're new to the scene, bro. You're new to the scene. These guys know it. I know it. You're new to the scene. It's your like first 2 months, maybe, is it?
Why do you say that?
Because that's what you sound like. You know nothing about the community, and you know nothing about our arguments, and you're just like some kind of judge and jury over who's a proper flat earther or not. This is just sad. I need to go.
No,
I'll be back later.
I know that flat earthers talk to their loved ones about it. That's what I know, and some of them are even
Some do
convinced.
and some don't.
Yeah, that's why I didn't say all.
Dude, I'll let you these other guys. I'll let the other guys cook you, okay? See you later.
Yeah, that was painful, Reductio. Or Debate Daddy, whoever I'm talking to.
Yeah, I'm not a flat earther, right? But I think that whole building thing is a really weak argument. If I were a flat earther, I wouldn't make that argument. I would make some other one. If that's the one he made, is like, this is what convinced me, guys.
You're just crying.
Bro, you literally asked him for his story, right? And then you're like, all right, in my opinion, I don't like the evidence. It's like, okay, that's your opinion. So now where do we go from there?
Yeah, I was expecting something really strong because he was in here and then got permabanned or something like that. And it just makes way more sense to me that he wanted to get unbanned, and the way he got unbanned was by LARPing. He's like, guys, I was convinced. I've turned a new leaf. That just seems like way more obvious to me.
Yeah, that's an opinion.
Let me ask you this:
It's a fair call.
Do you agree that bridges don't account for curvature?
Like I don't actually know, but I've heard different things on it, and one of the things was because there's different bridge segments, it's kind of just built in that it's going to one way or the other if you're building it at a certain height, factoring curvature by default. If it's one piece, that would be a totally different story, though.
Well, they wouldn't ever factor in the curvature because basically any measurement that would account for curvature, accounting for the fracture limit is much more important.
I think it's also like how you guys say that so a Glober says for a plane, the height just equalizes because the plane is like falling as it's inducing lift. There's competing forces, and it just equalizes at that altitude. And then a flat earther might say, well, if you're flying due east, your instrumentation it will introduce a slight curve that's inherent to it, such that you're flying in a giant circle east if you kept going around the world.
I agree because you wouldn't
Like it would be inherent.
You would never dip the nose. You would just fly level with whatever direction you're going in. That's aside from the point. You're taking bad flat Earth arguments, and you're trying to bring that into a conversation because you can't wrap your mind around the idea that water measures flat.
Well, the bridge thing was something Peter brought up. I didn't bring up. Obviously I think that's bad.
Well, I mean, they don't account for curvature, right? That's the thing. They're measuring.
I don't know
level.
whether they do.
Measuring it level.
Yeah, I don't know.
To the water, and then they're preventing or they're creating the load bearing parallel to the water, right?
I know that when they do that process, they have to account for gravity. They have to account for all forces, right?
Well, what is gravity? It's just 9.8 meters per second squared, right?
Oh, I get this, dude.
They have like a downward angle, and then the bridge is accounting for that downward force. So they're using formulas including G. Like that's as far as I know on that.
Yeah, the measurement for gravity is just 9.8 meters per second squared. There's no accounting for curvature, right?
I'd have to pull up a manual. I'm not sure on that one.
Well, that's all they're accounting for in their when they're building their limits, their tolerance.
Hey, but if you could find a set of blueprints, brother, you might have a case.
Well, we just need that measurement for curvature, right? Because if it's not curving, then whatever gravity is, it's only happening on a flat surface. You ever heard the phrase, if the earth is flat, then the earth is flat?
Tautology? I mean, yeah, I've heard lots of tautologies.
Right. So if you don't measure any curvature, then the earth is flat, right? If the earth is flat, then the earth is flat. And then if the Earth is flat, then whatever's happening above the Earth is only happening above a flat Earth.
What about the towers on a bridge diverging?
Is that within the tolerance of the of preventing fracture?
It's an estimation too. It's not an actual measurement.
Again, this is like the only bridge in the world that supposedly accounts for curvature, yet no bridges account for curvature.
It's like an inch or something as well, allegedly. And
Inch and
and
inch and
the
3/4, I think it is. Yeah.
yeah, and then there's metal cables that connect the two, and
Inch and a half.
they contract like 13 foot and retract 13 foot between summer and winter. And then all these other like tolerances where it's like warping and stretching and bending. And people have
Yeah, you've
actually,
also,
for some reason, Globers have gone and tried to actually measure it or something like that and failed. And no one's been able to provide any blueprints. You know, this was more like an article that came out once, and
yeah.
and then it just got like shared, and then that's the one that every single Glober brings up. It's the only one.
It wasn't even really an article. It was like 2 or 3 paragraphs.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to think that when you're building towers that high, your concrete, your structure tolerances are going to be off more than that anyway.
But 1 5/8 of an inch, guys.
You wouldn't have to actually build it like curving away from each other as well, because if it was a globe, then that would just naturally happen when
Yeah,
you do
you
your
just build it
plumb
level.
on each one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Perpendicular to the surface.
I think they do that. That's the Akashi Kayakyo Bridge in Japan has a my internet glitched out, but I posted that in the side chat. Wouldn't this like implicitly though account for curvature in an implicit way?
Yeah, prove any of those were actually built to that specification mentioned in the diagram there. And then you'd have to validate, you know, maybe the engineers, you know, think they live on a globe and did put that in. Would that really make any difference if it wasn't a globe anyway? Because there's huge tolerances on these things anyway. So it's not like a tiny little bit would make a difference on a grand scale like this. But yeah, I mean, find us one with any kind of confirmation.
Like the actual original design papers.
Yeah,
Well, that would be a start.
Even a measurement, right?
Yeah, the design papers could be a start, but then quite often builders tell me that when they get you know, they get the blueprints and all that kind of thing, right? They don't build it exactly like the blueprints because the engineers aren't and the architects aren't builders. They're like, oh, this is retarded, right? And then they do it the way that they know how to do it. And that could include the curvature tolerance or something. I'm not sure, right? So we just need some confirmation. It's probably very difficult to obtain that information. I agree. So it's another one of those like arguments that's difficult for you guys. to validate.
And how do you measure that too? Because at the bottom of the pillar, it's going to be wider than the top of the pillar, right? So how do you measure it being 1 2/3 an inch off plumb apart from each other? So you'd have to measure top of pillar to top of pillar and bottom of pillar to bottom of pillar, but the pillars are different sizes at the top and the bottom. So I don't know how you do that.
Yeah. And then you've got all of the warping due to the heat, at that time of the year. It might, who knows what's going on with that as well. So
yeah, and construction tolerances too.
Yeah. And how much is shifted from the original build, because I guess
Yeah, you got footings.
And not always going to
Footings
stay
aren't always
perfect.
perfect. Yeah.
Like half the houses in Ipswich are freaking sunk halfway into the ground and sideways.
Yeah. Foundations off, but how right are they and how stable is it? And you don't get your foundations right, which they normally over-engineer, which is good. But there are some things that get missed, right?
Right. If they're building such a giant project and it's within like an inch or two tolerance, how accurate on average are these things going to be anyway? It's not like when they build it, everything's going to be perfect. So yeah, another hard task for the globe side. Not our fault. That's just the way it is. It shouldn't be that hard to find that pesky curvature over 10 miles, though, of water.
I have this one, but it's paywalled, so I'm trying to find it on, I don't know, Sci-Hub or something.
Have you read the article before, or are you just saying this is your evidence and you're going to throw it out there for us?
Oh, this is the Verrazano Narrow Bridge, the conception of design and construction procedure. So this is actually how it was constructed.
Yeah, have you read it before?
I'm trying to get access to the full paper, but I'm telling you that this is the construction procedure document that I'm trying to access. No, I'm trying to access it right now, but this is the one. I'm just trying to access it.
I just think it's weird how you're saying like this is evidence and you haven't even looked at it.
You're gonna get really disappointed when you read that full document. The span there, the cables are so long that thing is probably gonna sway and contract and detract more than any kind of curvature that they took into account, supposedly. I'm trying to get the access as well. I might be able to do it through the school.
You bang by, hey man. Almost every case is going to result in the bolt hole variance of the segments with the period of waiting for them to contract and expand before you can put the bolts together. All that variance is greater than any alleged earth curvature correction. So If you think you're correcting for Earth curve, it's irrelevant. And if you just say, well, I'm not going to do it, it's also irrelevant. It doesn't matter in most of those cases. So in other words, finding a document that an engineer thought he was accounting for Earth curve doesn't prove Earth curve is real. It just proves that that engineer is a retard.
Plus, we can't even get hold of those people. This was 1966, so even if we could, we can't even talk to the guy who, you know.
Which bridge?
Let's see.
Verrazano Narrows? Oh man, it better not be.
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, it's always that one. Oh, how'd I know?
It's retarded.
This is what we call in the biz an urban legend. Dude, you should read the paper where the guys actually went out and tried to measure and validate the claim. It's hilarious.
How is it even possible to debate that? You've been in here for months, years maybe, and you never heard us talk about this? I mean, AI Overlord brought this thing up like yesterday when you were here. Did your brain reset or something? Do you have some kind of medical Alzheimer's or something?
You don't even need to read the paper. Okay, just follow along with what I'm about to read and see if you can catch the logic. If he wrote what they posted. Okay, check this out. The bridge's towers are, that's a fact, 693 feet in height and are so tall that the bridge's design had to take into account the curve of the Earth. Now it has this little semicolon or colon or whatever it is. I can't ever remember which one it is. Now it says they are 1 inch and 5/8 inches further apart at the top compared to the base. Now let's say it's a fact that they are this far apart at the top compared to the base. How does that have anything to do with the previous claim that they're taking into account the curvature of the Earth? These sentences don't yield any conclusion. They don't provide any logical segue that this 1 inch and 5/8 has anything to do with the curve of the Earth. They're just separate facts. So listen, the bridge's towers are 693 feet in height. They are 1 inch and 5/8 further apart at the top compared to the base. Now just take those two sentences. What does that have to do with the curve of the Earth? So this isn't evidence of anything. This is just a repetition of the claim. So if
That's
if
just
a
an
claim is
inherent
supported,
consistency of the curve. It's
okay,
implicit.
okay, let's
It's a weird
say
read you're doing though on it.
I know. Well, let's say for instance that if you imagine the Earth as a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, a perfect spherical surface, and then you imagine gravity as being perfectly radial down, going down through the Earth to the center, up through the tower, and then you modeled that on a piece of paper, you would get 1 inch and 5/8. That has nothing to do with reality. So, for example, it says here they are a material fact, 1 inch and 5/8 further apart at the top compared to the base. Where's the evidence of that? That they're actually 1 inch and 5/8 apart. Because I want to help you out, guys. If your Earth was a giant ball with a variable distribution of mass, like potato Earth, if you ever looked at the heat map of the variableness of gravity, and then you also imagine that the Earth is spinning of a ball that size, and you have the direction of gravity going radial, and then you have the direction of the rotation going perpendicular to the axis. That means you'd never have perfect plumb lines going to the center of the Earth. So to project a model of perfect plumb lines going to the center of the Earth to base this claim they are 1 inch and 5/8 out is automatically wrong. It's false on its face.
Okay, I
So in
have a
other
doubt.
words, in other words, brother, if you're an engineer and you think your towers are 1 5/8 out because you did perfect math on a piece of paper, you're a retard.
All right, bro. I have a doubt.
You have a what?
I have a doubt.
You have a doubt?
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead, brother.
All right, so there's a train going 200 miles per hour. So why not everything inside the train is not going 200 miles per hour?
Hey, listen, dude. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth channel, not the 24/7 Let Me Cheat on My Exam channel.
Bro, it's not the cheating channel.
I
I
know,
don't
bro.
believe in a round earth. I don't believe in a flat earth. I just wanna know what is
I know,
the
brother.
right
I'm just
thing.
saying. I'm just making a joke that
Yeah,
sounds a lot like test questions that they give high school kids.
I mean, I just wanna know, like, if you say there's a round ball spinning earth at this speed, right? So when you say that everything's gonna fly away, so the same thing, when the train goes 200 miles per hour, why not everything inside that is not going the same way? Why
What?
can
Oh,
we
because
doing the same
a
thing?
train is a closed environment, dude.
So why don't you think the same Earth is like that? I mean, why not? I'm not
Well, yeah,
saying.
Earth could be a closed environment, right? That's one of the possibilities, right?
Yep.
And brother, to
We
make
could
this
have,
analogous, we need to be on the outside of the train.
yeah.
I mean, yeah. When you go outside, the train is gonna be the same. When you're inside,
What?
it's still the same.
No, it's
I
not,
don't know
dude.
why. How?
Right. Well, I
You
mean,
never
if you
been on
go
a
on the
roller
outside of
coaster?
a train and you have really sticky shoes, I guess you're the
Not only
top. But if
train,
you
not
don't
only
have
train,
sticky
the
shoes,
airplane.
you're going bye-bye.
Not only airplane, not only train, airplane, the car, everything.
Yeah, you're gonna be on the outside of the plane.
But and also when we open the car window, everything goes flying, right?
Yeah. Well, that's
When
because
it
the
when it's
car is going at a speed greater than the stagnant airspeed. So the air is literally pushing the object backwards.
hmm.
But you know what? We could settle this. We could settle this whole debate if you just found me a giant rotating ball that we could compare the Earth to.
Bro, exactly. I've seen things.
Exactly.
The people showed me things like the spinning aquarium. The water is not stable at all. It keeps going around, and same with the thing. When you put a lollipop in the spinning water, the water is not sticking to the lollipop, so it just goes away, right? So I don't know how it uh, actually. I don't know how to say. But
It's not a globe, see deep south. Not a globe.
what?
The Earth is not a globe because
Okay, it's not a globe. It's okay. The thing
yeah,
is, I'm asking when the same thing doing on the Earth, why is it not moving in the same way? If Earth is moving like 1,000 miles per hour, right? Everything should fly
Mhm.
away, right? So the same way, when we travel
Well,
200 miles per hour, everything around us should fly away, just like that. The way you guys believe, you believe, I believe.
no, I don't think that's the way it would work if it was a
Yeah,
globe.
exactly. I just want to know, like, how is not gonna work like that. I just want to know. I'm not forcing you guys to tell the answer, but
Well,
if
it's
you
very
guys have
big, right?
answer
Right. Okay. So
or
wouldn't the globe earthers say that the Earth is so big, right? It's not moving very fast because it's such a large scale, and then you've got gravity and all that kind of thing. So
You're on the Earth, brother. The same things. You're gonna be following the same things, right? The gravity
I
and
don't know, man.
all.
I think the globe model's dumb too, right? But they have explanations for all of these
Exactly.
things.
Yeah. The globe model is dumb. Yeah. They just make something to prove that Earth is globe. I know. They make us to believe all of that.
Wait, bro, so what's your issue then? Are you just like mad at the globe earthers? You want to get it off your chest or what?
It's not an issue. It's a doubt.
You have doubt in the globe.
Yeah, like when we're traveling in a train, why we are not moving the same way? Just like you think when the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour, you should also fly away, right?
No, dude, that's because we're in the train.
What?
Well, you understand that the gas is moving with you inside the train if the train is closed off, right?
It's not closed up. It has windows and all, doors, windows.
Yeah, but you're so confined in a train. If you're standing on the outside of the train, then it's different. You will fly off.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
if we don't stick to the train, we're gonna be flying off. Of course.
yeah.
Yeah, if you catch the train handle and you can be flying with the handle, but you will never gonna be flying away though.
Yeah, so there's no handles on the earth. What are you talking about?
I don't know, man. It's just a doubt. It just came to my mind.
It all depends on the gas if it's moving with the train, right? Because you could be on the outside of the train, but if the gas is moving with the train at also 200 miles an hour, like you said, then
And
it's gonna be
why
like
don't
if you're not moving.
why don't we think the same with the Earth? We are moving at the same speed, but we're still on the Earth. We're not flying away because we're stick to the gravity, right? I'm just asking. I'm not saying I'm the right person.
Well, sure, then let me ask you a question. Is the gas moving with the earth or no?
I don't know, man. I'm not a professional. That's the doubt I came to my mind. I'm just asking that. I'm not a scientist or something. I'm just
Well,
a normal, a regular human.
well, sure, bro. If the gas is not moving with the earth, right,
Yeah,
then everything should be drifting to the west. Everything detached from the earth's surface will drift to the west.
yeah, yeah, exactly. The clouds and all stay stable, just like
Yes.
us. Maybe they
Yeah.
sometime moves.
Yeah, because the earth is spinning underneath the gas, right?
Hmm. I don't know, man. It's uh, it's complicated.
You'll wrap your head around it more as you do more research. It does take a long time.
Exactly, bro. I'm just learning new things every day. So
Yeah.
I'm still getting there, but I don't know if
Hey,
I might never
hey,
know.
Deep Zal, let me teach you the contradiction. If the
Yeah,
if
yeah,
the
sure.
if the Earth is spinning and the air is moving with the same speed as the Earth's spin, then how do you explain Coriolis, which is the difference in motion in the air?
The hair is moving the same way.
Right. So then explain the Coriolis.
How is the hair moving the same way? My hair is now it's stable right now.
No, the air, the gas,
Oh,
atmosphere.
the air.
Yeah, if you're
Okay,
on the
okay.
train and the air is moving with the train, then how do you
Huh?
explain Coriolis on the train?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking, bro. You're asking the same question to me. That's what I'm
And,
asking. You're asking air. I'm saying the person, like you and me. We are staying the same. Everything is same, but the train is moving 200 miles per hour. Why is it like that?
well, no, this is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. Like, you're only gonna fall off if the gas is moving at a different speed than the train slash the earth.
I'm gonna fall off from the train.
Yes, if the gas is moving at a
It's not
different
the gas.
speed, bro,
It's not the
it is.
gas. Hold on. It's just you and me. Just assume you and me and the train. I'm gonna catch the
Mhm.
train, like the
Yeah.
end of the train. I
Okay.
can still be on the train. If you don't catch anything, you're gonna be flying away, right?
Well, yes, of course. That's because the gas is moving
Yeah.
at a different speed than the train. But if you know that if the
I'm
gas is
not.
moving at the same speed as a train, you can toss a ball upwards, for example, while you're on the outside of the train. And the
But I'm not
ball to you on the train
talking.
is going to appear to just go straight up and straight back down.
But it's not about the gas, though. I'm saying the force you're putting in, the weight you're putting in.
Bro, it is the gas because now there's no more resistance, right?
So
If
if you
the
if you
gas is moving with the
so,
train, there's no resistance, so you won't fall off.
you mean the gas is like a air, right?
Yes.
I don't know, man. I still didn't get it, to be honest. Cameras that attract thieves to look at them directly for
Okay.
a long time.
Okay, check this out, okay? I want you to imagine you're diving
It's
in a
crazy.
pool, okay?
Yeah.
You know how it's gonna hurt if you hit the water
Yep.
flat on your belly, right? So if you imagine
Yeah.
that the water is now also falling at the same speed that you're diving into the water, you're not gonna feel anything.
It depends upon the distance where you jump from, right?
Yes, it doesn't matter. Let's say you're falling at terminal velocity for your weight, which is the
No,
max speed you can fall.
if you just stand on fall in the pool, you're not gonna get hurt. If you just jump from a height, certain height,
Okay,
then you're
let's say
gonna
you
get hurt.
jump from the height of an airplane. Okay, you could skydive with no parachute. But once you touch the water, but the water is also moving at the same speed that you're falling, you won't feel anything. But the water is also moving at the same speed that you're falling. You will not feel a single thing.
If it's more, that's crazy, bro. I don't know what to talk.
Like,
You
understand that,
say
like, if
water.
somebody shoots you with a bullet,
Uh-huh.
but you're also moving at the same speed of the
Yeah.
bullet cannot
Then
penetrate your skin, right?
yeah, yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
You require that resistance to have penetration.
But it's gonna hit it at one point. It's not gonna be
No, because
same
you're
all the
moving at the
time.
same speed. They'll never touch.
Mm, yeah, I believe that.
Well, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. It's going to be true regardless.
Yeah, because I'm speaking, right? So I'm gonna talk about what I feel, right? So that's
Well, I
what I
mean,
say.
your feelings don't have any relevance to, I mean, this specific thing of, I mean, we just things have a medium
I
and the
could be,
difference of its
I,
velocity.
I could be probably stupid, dumb person to you. I'm just asking, just
No,
think like that
I don't
way.
think you're dumb. I never said you were stupid or anything. I'm just saying that you could feel a certain way, but the way you feel is not going to change this,
I don't know,
right?
because it's
It's
gonna
just like
stop at some point.
if I feel
It's not
like
gonna
you're a
travel for the
girl, no
long
matter how
time.
much,
The bullet gonna stop at some point, right?
well, yes, of course. If the gas around the bullet is moving
It's
at a
gonna
different
going to
speed of
stop
the bullet,
it.
then sure.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. And yeah, the air around the bullet is gonna be stopping it, or the
It's
Yeah,
just
you need to
weird
look
when
force where the bullet
at
come
the
from
when
is
people
limited.
talking about the globe talk to us, they want us to suspend reality all the time and imagine what they're imagining. But then when we try to give them a hypothetical, it's like they can't fucking suspend reality from them, and it just go
Yeah, you're
based off
right,
of like
bro.
what would present in that situation mathematically, right? If
Yeah.
a bullet, let's say a bullet, you shoot a bullet and it's going however many feet per second, 900 feet per second. And then as soon as you fire that bullet, you start running 900 feet per
Uh-huh.
second.
Uh-huh.
That bullet and you are moving the same speed. That bullet can never penetrate you.
Yep. Yep. The thing is, the bullet gonna stop at one point. Is the same goes with you?
That's completely beside the point, man. Like you're
No, I'm
totally
just
missing the
saying.
point.
I'm just saying because the bullet gonna stop at some point.
And so are you, because you're gonna get tired and you're gonna need something to eat for expending all that energy.
Yep. Of course, human is not like Earth who's spinning 1,000 miles per hour every minute.
All right. All right. You guys are going to make me do a math test up in here.
Yeah. Bro,
If you were
I'm just
running away
asking
from a
questions.
bullet,
I don't
how
have
many
any
seconds would
theory
you have to
behind these
run at
things.
900 feet per second in order to not be penetrated from behind?
Of course, you got to talk about being penetrated from behind.
Dude, all the best things are triple entendres, bro.
You know
Sounds
the
like
Indian movies, right? You know the Indian movies. The guy stopped the bullet with the hand.
I'm not
Oh
gonna
my
lie, some of
god.
those Indian fight scenes are hilarious. I love them.
Dude, I
Yeah,
like the one
right.
where the guy's hand opens up and like a million
Yeah,
guns come out.
they probably based on
Oh, I've
flat
seen
Earth
that one.
theory, and people joke about it.
Well,
DJ in chat.
anyway, the Earth is not moving. Okay, that's pretty much all I was trying to
It's
say
okay.
with all these
It's okay,
analogies.
bro. 'Cause, I don't know. Something is like that. Universe is like a magic thing. No one can describe it with the facts. No one can prove it in mathematics. Something is beyond. Earth is beyond those all those things. So I just believe it's some kind of thing that doing these things. We haven't even got there. I don't know.
Well, I'm trying to tell you that we can prove that the Earth is not moving with the
Yeah,
gas.
I believe. I believe exactly because I haven't been in space. I don't believe in round sphere Earth. I believe in flat Earth because when I go around, it's the same thing. The sun is moving. The sun is going and coming around. So we are not moving. It makes a point, and it's a fact because
Well, not
that's how
because
we
we would
feel.
be flying off.
That's how we feel in the reality.
Well, not because we would be flying off, because the globe side, like DJ said, has an explanation for that. We're just talking simply because of the gas that we're breathing. By asking a simple question if it's moving with the Earth or not. By answering that question, you can figure out that the Earth is not moving.
Okay, you can
Not
say the
because you would
gases and
fly
all,
off.
but you don't see the gases, right? Same thing
Of
goes.
course, you cannot see the gas. Yeah.
The yeah. So you guys believe what you see, right?
Well, no,
You
we
see
can
you see
have
the
the gas
sun.
fill. The
You
gas
see the
fills
sun
our
and move.
lungs every few seconds. The gas is there.
I mean, yeah, you believe the sun and moon are moving because
No,
we are at the same place.
we
The sun
know the
and
sun
moon are
and moon are
moving.
moving. We know they're moving because the Earth is stationary. I can prove that just by talking about the gas.
Okay, okay. Okay, don't talk about Earth. Just talk about the perspective of us. We are staying at the same place. The Earth and Moon is coming and going. That's what you believe, right?
Yes, the moon and sun are moving. Yes.
Yeah, I do believe that. Exactly, because I'm at the same place. It's just the sun and moon are moving, making the day and nights. If the
Yeah,
Earth
but
is
it's
moving,
relative.
we have to feel something.
Yeah, but
But
it's
I don't know.
relative even
People
in the globe
say,
paradigm.
yeah, the people covered it like we are not moving. It's just because of gravity. But I don't know. The gravity cannot just hold all these things. When I spin something with the water in my glass, the what do you think? The water is moving, right? Same thing. When the Earth is moving, there's for the water. Why the Earth, the water is not moving or the Earth surface? What keeping it sticking to the Earth? You guys say it's because Earth is flat, so you don't move. It doesn't move. So it makes sense for sure. It makes sense.
We don't say it doesn't move because it's flat.
No, it moves. It moves because of magnetic fields and all. I know that, but I'm not saying
Wait,
it's
wait,
not
wait. You're
falling
saying the
off
Earth?
from the Earth. It's not falling
Okay,
off
but
from Earth. That's what I meant.
what's moving?
What?
We don't say the Earth isn't moving because the Earth is flat. Those are two separate things, right?
Okay, you believe in Earth is moving, then.
No, I know it's not moving.
So then, what do you meant by that?
The Earth could be moving and flat, but you seem to say that we think it's not moving because it's flat. Or did I
I just
misunderstand?
no. I just said you guys don't believe because it's not flat. I just believe that you guys think it's a flat thing is staying at one place. I thought
Yes,
that, but I could be
because there's
wrong.
no because there's no measurement. There's no proof of any movement, right? There's no experiment, no optical, nor any terrestrial experiment that proves that the Earth is in motion.
Okay, you don't need anything else. Just like think like of a theory, just like a human. What you see, right? That's what you
There's
Well,
believe.
enough evidence. There's enough evidence.
Yeah. That's right. There's no enough evidence.
right, exactly.
So there's no enough evidence on the both sides, though.
No, there isn't. What evidence do you have? So, what evidence do you have to present for the heliocentric model for anything in it?
I don't have any evidence. I'm just speaking just from the thin air. I'm just saying.
Okay, well, you said there's
I,
evidence for both claims, and I'm saying there isn't.
I never
So I'm
said
gonna.
there's evidence for both things. I never
Okay,
said.
that's what it sounded like you just said. Did I misunderstand him? Y'all are you guys hearing something different than
I
what I
think he
just
said
heard?
there's like a lack of
I just
evidence on both sides.
yeah. The lack of evidence. I'm just speaking the real life. That's what how we feel, just like a humans. That's how what we
Okay,
feel.
a lack of evidence for what specifically? For Earth motion or for it being
Uh,
flat?
I mean the both ways. It goes both ways.
Okay, so that's what I take contention with because that's not true.
What's evidence for that?
Well, we do have a starting point, don't we? Nobody experiences any motion ever on the Earth. And there's no evidence of anything other than that.
Right.
Right? So
And
that's the
nor do we
starting point. That's
There
right,
the
should be
nor any
some
default.
force, right?
curvature.
The default.
Right.
Default. So there should be some force that making these things.
Why?
No, why? Why? I don't know. I'm just saying. If I know, why would I ask, right?
I think the flat
Well,
water debunks the entire notion of any type of heliocentric claim, to be honest. Sorry of offenses. Go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. You changed your
No, it's
name
okay,
again.
bro.
It's
You're the
DJ.
pro, man. You're the pro, man. Yeah, I know.
So I guess, Deepsa, what are you struggling with here?
I'm not struggling. It's just a
It
thought. Like,
sounds like you're struggling. Yeah.
it's not. I'm just saying. I always say I'm always researching things. I always
Okay, so
wanna know things.
all right. So
So
did you look for evidence of the Earth being a ball?
I mean, there's evidence all over the internet and all, but I don't believe. I'm not saying I'm not a sphere Earth believer or flat Earth believer after knowing all these things, but I just wanna know things in the real life, what we
Okay.
exactly experience things.
Well, let me clarify. You just said there's evidence all over the internet, but then you said you're looking for evidence in real life, right? Evidence on
I
the
mean,
internet is not evidence of reality, right?
because the internet could be fake, just like you guys
Well,
believe.
anybody can say anything on the internet, right? But if they say it and we look out in the real world and we test for it, and we don't find it, then the quote unquote evidence that's presented
Yep,
on the
I
internet
know.
is not actual evidence. So I wouldn't call it evidence, I would call it claims,
Exactly.
right?
That's why I'm here, right?
Yeah.
If I know
So
that
you
all,
looked at laser
if
tests?
if I believe all those things, why would I be here asking things for you? I would just
Yeah,
be
have you looked
blinded
at
by
laser
all others.
You've looked
And
at
yeah,
laser
yeah.
tests, right?
What?
You've looked at laser tests, right? They've been
Sorry,
presented to
I'm
you.
not. I never done any tests or anything.
No, no,
But
no.
it's just a
People have
thing
shown
from my
you. People have shown you laser
people.
tests, correct?
People have shown me things, but it's the same thing the spear earthers do. They
No,
they
that's
show the
not
same
true.
thing.
No, no, they don't.
I,
I have
I mean,
never
yeah, yeah.
seen I've never
I mean,
seen
yeah,
a
yeah.
laser test that shows drop over distance ever.
You're right.
Never.
You're right. I saw the laser test too. Why not? You don't believe? Why not? Why not? Why you think it's the real thing? Why you think it's the only thing that's real?
Okay.
Why not
Okay,
they be faking those things,
because I can go and observe it myself. I don't have to rely on anyone else to tell me what to think.
right?
I can go
Okay.
test it. You could go test it yourself if you wanted to know. But claiming that there's evidence, like measurements of surface curvature in accordance with the globe claims, is just patently false. That's not true. That doesn't
Yeah,
exist.
yeah. Exactly. I believe that
The
thing,
only
the
laser
curvature
measurements
thing.
we see are those that show that the Earth is not curving at 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, I saw the laser thing. They
Okay.
they shoot from the other shore. I saw the video,
Yeah, well, you can go
and
test it
also,
yourself at a lake.
and
You don't have to
I
believe
also,
anybody. You don't Have
yeah,
you tried to
yeah. I
test
don't.
it yourself? Because you're just kind
It's
of
not.
going in circles with this.
No, I don't have that much freedom to test or anything. I'm just busy with my own life. So
Okay, well, if it becomes more of a priority to you, you will go out and look for this yourself. You will go out and test it yourself.
exactly. So
But
if I
until
don't
now, it
have
just
it,
seems like I don't really know what you're
yeah,
doing,
yeah,
but it just
I
seems
know
like you
it's
just
gonna
want to
be.
confuse yourself.
I know. I'm confused myself, and I'm asking so many weird things to you guys without any evidence. I know I'm wrong. I'm
Well,
just
what I
asking,
suggest
like,
to you, the place to start is not with us. The place to start logically would be looking at what the heliocentric claims are and trying to find evidence for those claims on your own.
okay,
So here's the claim. The claim is the sun is 93 million miles away and it's of X size. So go look for the evidence of that, like the actual evidence. The Earth is claimed to be a
yeah,
sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Where's
yeah.
the actual
I
evidence
don't
of that?
I don't
Et
believe
cetera.
that, to be honest. In the
Okay,
mostly
well,
Hinduism, I believe in Hinduism, but still, Hinduism states everything way before, like thousands of years ago. They haven't never been to space, but they still got it. from the earth. So it's hard to believe. I'm still a Hinduism believer because I born from Hindu and I respect all those things. No other religion has so much knowledge like that.
Well, Hinduism doesn't claim the Earth
So
is a sphere.
I mean, it's not a sphere, but they always they have a knowledge about how far is the sun and moon. It just matches with the real science, real life science right now.
I find that hard to
So
believe
I just
because the
wonder,
quote
like,
unquote
how does it
distance to the
matches?
sun has changed. That they keep updating what the distance to the sun is. I mean, I don't see anything. I've read through some of these Hindu texts with and what I see, I don't see any references to a spherical Earth. I see references to a circle, and a circle can be flat.
Yeah, and
But I've read through quite a
Hinduism
bit
not
of them.
okay.
Yeah.
Just let me. I'm just telling you. I'm not saying I'm the right person to talk, but I'm just saying Hinduism also told the exact the length of sun and moon, which exactly same like the real life right now. Real life
Okay, can you
scientists prove
post
the
that?
same right now. I
Can
don't
you
know
link
why
link
it's
the text that
saying.
says that in the side chat so I can take a look at it?
I don't know. I don't have it right now, but I read it somewhere else.
All right, could you find that because I've never heard that before?
Yeah,
So
yeah. I found it.
you're saying that ancient
You can make a
Hinduism says
research.
the sun is 93 million miles away.
I don't know what's the measurements, but it just proves the same as the real life science
Okay, well, I'm
the
gonna
says.
need to see
What it
evidence
says.
of that. I'm gonna need to see evidence of
Exactly.
that. No, I'm gonna need to
Exactly.
see
I
the
don't know.
text. I'm
Uh,
going to need to see
hold
the
on.
text that makes this claim. Do you understand?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay,
I
cool.
know you guys only believe the evidences. I know. I'm just saying, how could this be possible? Like thousands
But you
of
haven't
years
proved it's
ago,
possible yet. You
how
haven't proved it's
how is it?
possible, Deep. Listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah,
You're
yeah, yeah.
claiming that this information is in some ancient text, but you aren't linking this ancient text so we can look at it. So why should
Exactly.
I
You're
just
right.
believe
You're
what
right.
you say?
My bad. My bad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
when you
You're right.
find it, post it and I'll read it.
Yeah, sure, sure, sure. I'm gonna post it. Of
All right,
course.
cool. I would appreciate that.
Yeah, sure, sure.
All right.
I just read it somewhere, so I
What I
wonder
think you read is
how is it
like
possible?
you probably read someone else telling you what to think about it rather than the original, in
I
my opinion. I
mean,
could be
they
wrong, but that's
also
usually what I find.
I mean, they also put the phrases in the books where it comes from. I forgot to save it. I don't know.
Okay.
Hold on, let me
All
check.
right. Well, please find it and ping me when you post it because I want to take a look.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
All right. And if you don't mind, I'm just gonna say hello. We have a few new people in the room.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
So
of course. I'm gonna mute myself. You're gonna talk. You
okay.
guys can talk.
Hello,
All right.
hello, hello.
Cool.
It's me here.
Uh, hi Kaz. Hey Kaz. How do we
Yes,
say your
yes,
name?
darling.
Hey Kaz. Is that how you say your name?
Yeah, it's my real name.
Okay.
Listen, how you doing?
Fine. I'll just say hello to the rest of the people in the room. We have Hey Kaz. We have Z.
There are a lot of people here.
Yeah. I just want to say hi to some of the new people. LT. Oh wait, no, I don't. That's okay. I
Yeah,
recognize you.
where you guys from? Where you guys from?
Hold on, Fish. Hold on. Is this everybody? Coco Me, Ceiling Bulb. All right. I think that's almost everybody, right? I can't remember if I think Amphibious is a flat earther or not. Amphibious? Are you a flat
What's
earther
that?
or a globe earther? Your mic is open. If you're not able to talk, that's fine. So if anyone's new to the room and would like to present some evidence of the globe or has questions, please feel free to do so.
Yeah, I'm a flat earther, but I like to debate
Okay. Yeah,
for the
I
globe.
thought so. Oh, do you? Okay. You could probably do a better job then than most Globers if that's the case. Yeah, I thought you were, but I wasn't sure.
He's got to be ultra fallacious, you know.
Yeah. Appeal to feelings. So, hey, Kaz, do you have any evidence of the Earth being a sphere?
I don't know what you're talking, guys. I just come here.
Okay, cool. Well, please, listen and
Yeah, what you
come
guys
in
talking
anytime.
about that? What subject you talking about?
Yep.
Like you talking about religion or you talking about the
No,
global?
Deep Thought was talking about his religion, but this isn't a religious channel at all. We just deal with the nature of the Earth, the surface of the Earth, which we can prove empirically. Anything about religion would be speculative and tangential to that topic. So we
fair
measure
enough.
we know the Earth is flat because we measure it that way, not because of religious beliefs or anything like that.
Cool.
You don't seem surprised. I guess he's cool with it. All right. See anyone else in here? That's
I just like
about
to give
it.
you, just want to give you a shout out. You do an excellent job. Great work. Keep it up.
Thanks. You gonna argue with Lats like a Glober, or we could get both of you guys arguing like Globers. We need to fill some space. Ceiling bulb. Do you have any
Yeah.
questions? Or ceiling bulb and then ceiling bulb. Let's see. Intermediate English speaker. I realize some of y'all might not be advanced English speakers, and this is an advanced topic. So, if that's the case, no one's going to expect you to mic up, and we're glad you're here. So, and let's see, we've got Fish on deafened, which is interesting. Let's see. Hey, Neil, are you available?
Yeah, what's up? I'm live on TikTok. Just
I was going to ask you.
yeah.
What are you doing?
I'm just like relaying this broadcast.
Oh, you
And
are?
I got my face and like it's on like phone view, so it's like a different view. It actually looks kind of cool.
So, is anyone in your stream?
I did. I had one guy, but this guy follows me around and just like chants that we're crazy and we're
Did you cook
all
him?
this. No, you don't have a chance to cook him because he just like chants like you guys didn't go to school. How could you possibly graduate? Like he just goes like completely like off the range, right? So I had to kick him, but I said come back the next day. Anyway. Yeah.
What I think is interesting when they make the claim that if we just had more education, we would believe the stories. What they're acknowledging without actually like consciously realizing is that if we just had more brainwashing, we wouldn't question it, right? That's essentially what they're saying.
Well, they're also saying that the executive branch of the federal government is not this amazing group of people who are boldly doing things that the rest of humanity can't do, like explore space. Something as simple as a Department of Education, about as old as the space age, the space program. They're he was going to say on one hand, this top-down federal bureaucracy has failed in providing basic education to a certain percentage of the population, and at exactly the same time is the only federal bureaucracy that humans have ever developed that put boots on the ground on the moon in space, has ever done a manned space flight. They got that contradiction that they're trying to juggle. How are these people such amazing, at what they do, and also fail at everything they
I
do?
don't know if that's a contradiction, though.
Yeah, it's a deep-seated contradiction because adding government to any problem just adds layers and layers of bureaucracy to the problem.
Right, but can I suggest something for you to consider? I'm deeply familiar with another example of a country that could hardly produce a functioning personal car, but it produced 7,000 nuclear warheads. Okay. And currently has the second largest nuclear arsenal, or maybe the first largest in the world, but cannot make a decent looking and functioning personal car.
Yeah, because their society's built on warfare. That's not a
Oh yeah,
contradiction.
yeah.
It's
Well,
their
so you
where their
know, like
priorities are at. And it's
I
also
know,
not a
so
thing. They
that
don't give a
applies to
shit
your
about cars.
reasoning too.
Cars isn't something they care about. What they
I
care
know,
about
Chris.
is projecting violence around the earth.
I
This is quite
understand,
the
but
difference. When you say this is apples
it
and
though?
apples, not apples and oranges, you've got
Is it
they
though?
said this is about education, science,
Did you
learning,
think about it a little bit,
advancing the
or you
human
just gonna
condition, which would be education, would be part of that. So here, this group of
nothing
people,
can
this federal
prevent Fred from
bureaucracy,
delivering
has
a manifesto?
completely failed at the same task they think they've been completely successful at. A hard contradiction. A direct contradiction. Yes. Yes, a direct contradiction.
I don't know. Repeating that something is a direct contradiction 7 times in a row does not make it a direct contradiction.
Anyway, that explains the behavior of this guy on Neil's TikTok. He's suffering cog dis. And rather than just say that, rather than say he has a contradiction in his worldview that he's accepted the contradiction. He'll just come in, day out, over and over and over, doing exactly the same behavior pattern. There is nothing new under the sun. He's demonstrating the flat earth. On a globe earth, he has lots of topics he could talk about. He could talk about other things. There's something new. A new video just dropped about splicing tardigrade DNA into astronauts so they'd be able to fly further and deeper into space than they would be normally. Like the meat suit we have now, it's a one-way trip to Mars. The amount of radiation you'd be exposed to is a one-time flight. You'd never be able to fly again in space. Yeah, Larry, that's a good point. That's the intellectual firepower they used for the Department of Education was they said that the space age requires a top-down federal bureaucracy to train everybody in America at a uniform standard because this is going to be a new specialized, we're going to need specialized workers. They're going to have to identify people who are able to do these highly technical skilled jobs. So they're hand in hand. They're like connected at the hip. They got like Ed McMahon's wife in charge of the Department of Education. Tell me like comedy doesn't write itself. Like this is like one of those quotes from like Colbert where it was, "Isn't it a sad state of affairs when a comedian is taken seriously and the government is a joke?"
Did you say they were injecting tardigrades into fucking astronauts?
No, they did this thing called CRISPR a couple years ago where they took fuck, I can't remember what it was now. They took some plant that had damaged DNA and then yeast. Okay, I just remembered. They took like damaged yeast DNA and was able to cut out the strands that were damaged and replace it with healthy DNA. And from there, they're like saying, "Hey, we can do this to people," but they can't yet because the original theory was that the DNA was one DNA sequence for one trait, like a 1-for-1. But it turns out it's more complex than that. Like one DNA sequence has like interconnected trait phenotypes or whatever that go along with others that match. You just can't dive in there and just cut one little piece out. You're gonna have to like find how it all connects together, like a giant jigsaw puzzle that's connected to like other, like a 4-dimensional jigsaw puzzle. But they're still working on it, and one of the things they want to do is using animal DNA to give humans powers, like animal characteristics. And the tardigrade one is they were to take a single human cell and splice some tardigrade DNA into it, and then they bombarded normal human cells with radiation, and then CRISPR or whatever enhanced human cells with tardigrade DNA, and the 40% of the less cells died if they had the DNA code from the tardigrade into the cell. So the plan eventually at some point in the future would be that these long-range space flight astronauts would have their DNA would be spliced with like tardigrade or some other thing like that. Like they'd have like they talk about photosynthesis where you'd be able to get part of their energy instead of like the way we eat. That kind of lower yourself on the food chain to make it easier to gain energy. Yeah, all kinds of weird shit. I mean, they're like who knows what they're up to next.
They must think we're some serious high grade retard to think that space is real.
Yeah, that's a good a tardigrade. That's like how they got Downs. The globe model has a bunch of Downs and now tardigrade DNA. If you guys want to look at the video, it's called Astrium. It's like a web series.
Good.
Oh, what is the guy's name again? I had copied it here. McClogan. Alex McClogan. How NASA, the title of the episode is How NASA Plans to Edit Astronaut DNA for Deep Space Survival.
Well, you have to understand they have to keep the grants coming in, so they just got to make new stuff up all the time. It must be kind of difficult to be constantly coming up with more and more outlandish things to justify the money.
The space lore. It comes from a movie called
to private school and
there's a movie called
car payments. Sorry.
Yeah, there's a movie called Titan where they take astronauts and splice their DNA with like Stingray or something like that. I think it was Stingray because they want them to be able to have gills and be able to swim on the Jupiter's moon, Titan. They're going to colonize Titan with metahuman people.
Yeah, that's probably where they get half the ideas, right? I just picture them like sitting around getting drunk trying to find out what they're going to put in their next grant proposal.
Actually, I think that's Jupiter, or no, that's Saturn, right? Or Jupiter. Which one's... I have to look it up now. Shit. It's going to bug me. Okay, yeah, it's Saturn. It's not Jupiter. It's Saturn's second largest moon. That's why they're thinking of colonizing it, because it is close to about the size of what Earth is said to be. So the gravity will be about the same. They'll be okay with the gravity
because they know what Saturn's made out of.
Yeah, they got it all figured out. But the problem is they just got to splice some stingray DNA into your body to make sure you can work and survive in the harsh conditions. Tyson's
Maybe
latest.
they,
Oh, go ahead.
yeah, maybe they could use that isopod DNA they just found on the bottom of the ocean, where these isopods could go 5 years without eating.
Yeah, they talked about that too in the video. They call it like something extremophiles, like creatures that can live past conditions that are unique.
Rayleigh, what's the lifespan of those isopods that can go without eating?
I didn't get that far and through the article. I don't think it covered that aspect.
Okay.
But they said that their stomachs are 2/3 of their body size,
Oh.
right? Well, when they do find like a whale drop or something like that, they just gorge and gorge and gorge on it, and then they can go 5 years without eating.
Yeah, the extremophiles, organisms that can thrive in extreme conditions: heat, cold, acidity, pressure, radiation.
Well, as DJ Matrix and all other Australian flat earthers got to watch out if they're splicing stingray DNA into people. Yeah, Steve Irwin first, then them.
It's like the
It's a little
reptilian.
difficult to understand. Your mic, you sound kind of far from your mic, maybe. We do have a few new people in the room. Nowhere, Rodri, Derricken. Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Who is that?
Fish.
Oh, you. How you doing?
What does that mean?
Nothing. Doesn't mean anything at all. What brings you in today?
Well, I was listening to your conversation with the last guy, and you said the Earth isn't rotating. I'm wondering, how did you come by that, or how do you
Well,
know
there's
that?
no evidence. There's no evidence that the Earth is in motion. So, I mean, it could be, but there's no evidence it is.
Okay. What about gyroscopes?
What about them?
So gyroscopes, they maintain their angular momentum, correct?
Just continue on with what you're trying to claim.
Okay. Well, so gyroscopes, they maintain their angular momentum. So if you spin up a gyroscope, it will generally maintain its angular momentum, and if there's any sort of rotation, that can be measured. And so people have done this.
Okay.
Become more sort of advanced, as time has gone on, and so now people use ring laser interferometers.
No, they don't.
Okay.
They don't. Okay.
Hey, what
How
would
do you know
happen if
that?
I say? What would happen if I went in my garage, grabbed my basketball, spun up a gyroscope, stuck it on the side of my basketball, and tried to spin the basketball? What would happen?
The gyroscope would probably fall off.
So it wouldn't work on the side of a ball, would it?
Not of that size, no.
Oh,
Well, I
it
mean, you could
matters.
probably
The
get it
size
there.
matters. The size of the ball matters. All right. How about if you get a super duper tiny gyroscope and I use a big ball like the size of my house? Will it stick to that one?
How tiny is the gyroscope?
It like the size of my fingernail. Will it stick to the house?
Can we
Or to
charge
the
it
ball?
electrically in the ball?
You're not charging mechanical gyroscopes, are you, Peter?
No, but I'm looking for a crutch here for that guy.
No, we don't need to find their way out because I'll get rid of you.
Yep. Thanks, Peter. I'm all good, brother. Look, so on your example, I don't think is 1-to-1 here. I'm talking about, so if we're trying to figure out if the Earth is spinning, right? You can use a ring interferometer to
No, you
be
can't.
able to determine that. Why not?
Bob did this. Bob demonstrated that you get different readings all over the place. You don't get a consistent 15.04, which is what would be for a globe model. If the globe model was true, he would have got 15.04 consistently. He almost got everything but that.
I was going to say, I don't think he got the 15.4.
Yeah, it's like everything other than the 15.04. And the globe guys, they're like, well, you've got weighted averages and you've got like heat errors and measurement errors. Even if you do all that, you weight every average. You adjust for the maximum amount of heat air. It gets up to like the average is like 14.8. That is a hard defeater to the globe model.
Hold on, but that could mean that the Earth spins just at a slightly different rate.
No, the whole
If he
thing falls apart.
consistently
The whole
got
model.
around 14.
No, I'm saying
I don't know that claim.
If you fudge the math, the glove does not fit.
What is it without fudging?
All over the place.
All over the place.
Like from 0 to 700?
No, like 0 to 26.
Oh, okay.
Shouldn't that be even more concerning? He was getting bullshit numbers left and right. Was this experiment set up? I don't know who Bob is.
No, that's
there
might be some other effect that is being picked up because we know the Earth's not spinning. But I was curious because I'd be worried if it was converging on some number like.
Yeah, I guess it was never 0.
I posted in the side chat at 24 minutes past.
Oh, there we go.
So it wasn't converging on any number.
Yeah, I think he never got 0. I was like looking into just like at the data. He posted all his data, and that's what the like globe side was saying. Well, if falsifies flat Earth too, and you're like, well, why? Why would it falsify flat Earth? Because it should be zeros, just goose eggs straight across the board. I go, what about your heat tolerance and your all the other stuff that you said, all the errors that can stack and build up? When data, nope. They're like, no, it's got to be perfectly. You'd fire it up, it'd be perfect goose eggs all the time. You're like, huh, really?
This is a good phrase for English Hub because even I don't understand what that means. Perfect goose eggs. Do you care to explain it to the people who are learning English like myself?
0.
Oh, perfect goose eggs. Got it.
Yeah, because you don't really know what a goose is, do you?
If you guys don't mind, I'm going to ask Derekin to open his or her mic. Because we've got some claims and such in the side chat, and I'm just kind of curious if he or she will stand behind that in VC. Oh, I
yes,
see.
can you hear me okay?
I see. Okay, yeah. So you're being kind of a dick in the text, and I don't know why, because this should not be an emotional conversation. Should it?
Oh, okay. What did I say that was dick to you?
Well, I mean, you know what you said. You're not gonna.
No, I don't.
I don't think cognitive ability is going to be found here.
Okay, yeah. With the Epstein and water person, is that you? Or are you the
Remember you were
overfences
asking
person?
about, you were telling me how your feelings are, how you determine things, and I said, is water a feeling?
Okay, so you're over fences then.
No.
And then you went from that to Epstein. So yeah,
No,
I was
I'm just
kinda,
noticing. No, I'm just noticing how you're acting, and you just seem a little emotional. So I was wondering if maybe we could have a conversation that isn't emotional, just about facts. Could we do
Yeah,
that?
I mean, I think I can do that, but based off of your interpretation of that simple comment there, it sounds like your emotions are a bit out of whack right now. Do you think
Okay, well,
maybe
you
you
can
should
make that claim if you want, but I sound pretty calm, don't I? So, can you
and
present
I'm
some
guessing I
evidence of
don't.
surface? Do you have any evidence that the Earth is a sphere?
Oh yes, the same experiment that Eratosthenes did, I
Okay, so
do about
well,
every
wait.
2
Before you
months.
say it, is this your best evidence? Like, give me your best evidence.
Is that do we count that as goalpost move number 1?
Well,
I'm asking. I just wanted to clarify that I want your best evidence, not just any
Over
evidence. I want.
fences. Hold on. His goalpost move is going to be. He said he uses Eratosthenes. That's his goalpost move already. He says he does it every year, and so
Okay, well, he presented that, and so I wanted him to clarify. if that was his
Yeah.
best evidence. And apparently me
I said
asking if
I'd do
that's
it.
his best is
Okay,
moving the
guys,
goalpost.
I think we should have one person debating with me. I think everybody that
We're
is like
talking to each
chiming
other.
in
We're
could
not
maybe
we're talking
count to 10,
Okay, see, he's
calm
very
down.
emotional. You can't
Right.
you can't handle this in a calm manner. You're very emotional, and I don't know why.
Clearly, I cannot. You're absolutely calling me out.
Okay, so
Obviously,
Aristophanes is your best globe evidence, correct? Let's move along.
no, that's what I'm going with right now. But if you need me to move, if you need to move the goalpost to something else, then by all means,
No,
move it.
I didn't want to move it. I asked you if it was your best evidence.
Do you have
That's not
something to
moving
go
the
against
goalpost.
it? Do you have? Okay, can
Okay.
you explain to me why when I go to, and it's every 2 months, by the way, not every year. When I go to Puerto
I didn't say
Rico
anything about
and it's
months or
high
years. What are
noon,
you talking
okay,
about?
we got to talk over me. How about this? I'll mute, and when you're ready to hear, I'll unmute.
Oh my gosh, you're so emotional. What is he even talking about? 2 months and years. I didn't even say anything about that. I don't even know what he's talking about.
Fences, by the
Do
way,
you
I
know?
hate this question. It's your best evidence. That's bullshit. Your evidence shouldn't have one best evidence. You should have a collection of evidence that point to a conclusion.
Yeah,
So
you
asking
can have
best
there can
evidence
be
is kind of
degrees. Evidence
bullshit.
can, yes, some evidence can be more specious than other evidence. So I'm sorry you hate the question, but when someone is asking you for evidence, they want your strongest evidence. So would you prefer I use the word strongest instead of best? Would that make you feel better? I think it's a
All
reasonable
feelings
request.
canon. Why is
Yeah, I
everybody
mean, just
using
so many
feelings to
feelings.
debate today?
Yeah, these guys are so emotional. I mean, why do they care? You know, we're just a bunch of stupid
I'm gonna
flirts, right?
cry.
They can't present any actual evidence, and they get all emotional about it, and it's kind of strange, in my opinion. You know, like
If you
Derrican,
guys
whose
don't
best
stop
evidence of
bullying
the globe is Aristophanes, but he can't actually discuss that. So
if you guys don't stop bullying me, I will tell my mother.
okay, I'm
Okay?
sure she
Fuck
hears from
up.
you a lot.
Are you trying to talk over people? Is that why you get muted?
Me?
Yeah, the pussy that was complaining about getting muted.
It's not me, bro.
I don't know. It's just something about this topic seems to turn men into children. So it's kind of
This is
disappointing.
absolutely crazy how these people get in here when they find out the earth is flat and space is actually fake. They go crazy.
All right,
Hey,
well,
so
have
Fences,
some empathy. Was it easy for you?
Yes, it was, Peter. That's
It
been
was
here
for
for
me
4
too.
years.
Yep, it was for me too.
Fences,
Well, it
I
took me
actually
2
have a
years to
theory
get
All
over
I
it.
about
did was say,
prospecting.
all I did was say, oh, I guess they're right. It is flat. And then I was like, oh, earth is flat. Fuck that. That people have been lying. So there we go. We can move on now.
You're telling me you didn't deal with any cogdiss at all?
No, I did not.
Not even for 5 minutes?
No?
I don't believe you.
No, it made sense to me. It put
Dude, I've been
together all
looking
How
at
the
did
Lake
you?
pieces.
Erie my
I
whole
know it
life.
makes
I've been
sense.
staring at
That's not the
flat Lake
point.
Erie my whole life,
Psychologically, you
Peter.
go through a process.
No, Peter, I've been staring at flat Lake Erie my whole life. And it's always been flat. It's never curved to the left and right ever.
So rejecting everything they taught you didn't cause you any psychological
I didn't need
discomfort?
listen, when I was little, I used to think they're full of shit. I didn't know what to think. How can you stick to the side of a ball when it's spinning? And I was a little kid thinking that.
Okay, fair enough.
Is the new guy still here?
Peter, you're a super glober. You should know what it's like.
I do know what it's like. That's why I have empathy for these Glovers that come in here, even when they're assholes. I at least understand why they're contending with this and having a reaction. I'm not saying that they're right, but I understand why they go through the process.
Well, flat Earth is exploding, maybe bigger than it did before they had to shut down. I have a feeling that we're going to have another quiet time.
What do you mean a quiet time?
Quiet. You can't talk to people. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Be quiet. Sit down and shut up.
You think that's gonna happen again? What makes you think that's gonna happen again?
Because half of you fell for it, and they like that. It's going to be space germs next, because the aliens.
I don't know. I just thought it was funny how that dude wants to debate this topic, but he can't even comprehend a simple yes or no question when asked if Eratosthenes was his best evidence or not.
Yeah,
And that was
apparently
the guy.
asking someone if it's their best evidence is moving goalposts, but he was very emotional, so I
Did he
understand
leave
maybe he
already?
needs a few minutes. No, he's still here, but maybe he needs a few minutes to calm down, like have a cup of chamomile tea or something, touch grass, not get so
Isn't there
emotionally
something?
invested in a simple question of geometry.
Isn't there some other kind of tea that helps with your feelings?
Oh, I know which one that one is. It's LGBT.
Oh, that tea?
Oh,
That's the feelings tea. Oh, you guys got to stop drinking that tea. I'm telling you, it's messing you up. Once again, giving all the TikTokers another reason not to like us. Because they like that shit.
so I wondered if anyone else wanted to talk about Aristophanes, since
Did he even?
since
Was there any
Derek and his
documentation?
what?
Oh, sorry. I was saying, is there any documentation that he even existed? Some
No,
Bronze
there
Age
isn't.
goat herder? Yeah, like
Oh,
in
you're
this
moving the
story.
goalpost. Stop it.
Yeah, there's no evidence he existed. There's no primary sources, secondary sources, even tertiary sources. So no, it seems like he wasn't even mentioned until the 18th century. And
Actually,
there's
we didn't learn about. I didn't learn about that shit until like high school, maybe. And if that was just like a thought.
yeah, I mean, for a lot of these claims, we don't really see any mention of these supposed, globe believers until the 18th century. Kind of weird at that, huh? You can just make up some random Greek guy and say that was evidence, and we don't have any laser tests in 2026 that prove the Earth is a sphere, but that's cool because some ancient dude put some sticks in the ground and measured diverging shadows, right? And they don't question that. They don't say, "Huh, that seems kind of strange." with 2026 technology that we're relying on a story we can't verify, and when diverging shadows can also happen on a flat surface with a more local sun, right? So it's not proof one way or the other, but they're fine with that.
Hey,
And
Fences, did you read what I
they don't demand the
made
evidence that
posted in
we
the side chat?
do.
Hey, Fences, did you see what I posted in the side chat?
No, I haven't. No.
Okay, well,
I'll
check it
get to
out.
it later.
You just said there's no evidence, experiments in the year of our
Yep.
Lord of. You said laser interferometer tests?
No, I did not say laser
Yeah,
interferometer test.
underground imaginary tests don't work, dude.
Matt, what did you say? What was your
I said there's no laser test of Earth curvature.
laser test? Well, can you check
Yeah,
out
there.
what I responded to?
Did you post a laser test of surface curvature?
Posted an academic paper. Yes.
Not
Of somebody
of like
doing the
No,
Saginac experiment.
No, I asked for a laser test of Earth curvature, not anything to do with the
how does your
Saginac effect.
underground test? Hey, hold on. How does your underground test measure Earth curve?
Sorry, what?
How does your underground test measure Earth curve?
So this is a recreation of like the Saginac effect. Do you guys know what that is? It's
That
about
measures Earth curve?
Yes. Well, not Earth curve.
Okay.
It's Earth rotation. It's
Oh,
about
no. We wanted the Earth curve. Yeah, Earth curve. Cubes can rotate.
Okay. That is true.
The Earth curve. We're not looking for anything rotating. Bicycle tires can rotate, dude. Anything can rotate if you throw it or
Yeah.
whatever.
Besides, it's just assumed that's a result of Earth motion. But I'm still talking about surface curvature. So if anyone has a
Francis,
laser test,
I think you claimed
if anyone
that
has
the
a
Earth does
laser
not rotate.
test, if anyone has a laser, yeah, well, you're extrapolating that out, so that's not proof. Anyway, if anyone has a laser test of the Earth curving at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared, approximately, I would love to see that. And that's what we're discussing. That in 2026, the Glober's best argument for Earth curvature is a claim about someone we can't prove existed who stuck some sticks in the ground. And that just seems a little strange to me. And it also seems
It only
strange that
worked
you
then.
accept that as sufficient, right? You don't
And it only
demand
worked,
more.
worked 2,000 years ago. They can't do it now.
And
Exactly.
just like going over even the Wikipedia that's supposed to be like biased and stuff, they say the first mentioning of this guy's name is the 10th century, some
Supposedly.
1,200 years after he died.
Yeah,
So the guy
supposed by
died.
Cleomedes. Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
like
but that guy has no primary sources either.
yeah. I mean, that's interesting where you've got like a millennium plus goes by, and
Well,
no
my
one
point is
knows this guy.
Cleomedes isn't mentioned. Yeah, Cleomedes isn't mentioned until the 1700s.
Yeah, the one with who did like the archaeologist or something like that. I know I saw
Well,
that
they said,
his name
yeah,
too.
supposedly Cleomedes mentions Aristophanes, but Cleomedes isn't even mentioned until the 1700s. So, and there's no primary sources. It just all falls apart when you start really digging into it.
Yeah, it's like when you look at it, modern day like academic sources, it's considered a continuity of antiquity and not like a primary source. Like no one would cite Eratosthenes in like a paper or something like that.
Right. Well, I mean, and the claim is just ridiculous since we can have the same effect on a flat surface, which, anyone who like actually studies this topic is well aware would not use that as evidence for surface curvature.
Oh yeah, that's Tyson. One of their high priests tried to tell him that like this measurement doesn't work. It's not what you think it is. It's not going to demonstrate globe or flat either way. You get exactly the same result.
Yeah, but if you want to look over that paper, maybe we could talk about it. This is about the rotation of the Earth, not about curvature.
If your claim is
We're
about the
separate topics.
Sagnac effect, I'm really not going to entertain that. So, but
Why not?
today we're talking about because it's not evidence of what you claim; it's an extrapolation. But the point is, we're trying to discuss. I'm looking for evidence of surface curvature, and no one seems to have it, and you don't have it either. So, why are you here?
Oh, sorry. You were arguing with the guy before me about the Earth rotating. You were really
Okay.
getting onto him about Earth rotation, and that there's no evidence of that. So
That's correct.
I just
That's
pulled
correct.
up
There's
some
no.
evidence.
No, that's not
There's
evidence.
paper.
No, that's assumption and extrapolation. That's not evidence.
Oh, so you've read the paper?
I don't need to read the paper. You think we're new to this topic?
In other words, if you have evidence, she won't listen to it. That's the point.
What
That's
evidence
flat
you
earth
have? Being
data.
underground is now evidence?
Was that Derican again whining?
Who
You
knows?
gotta let
Yeah.
him
Read
whine.
them and
He's
I'll
silent.
try
He's
and work on
silent
my
with his
words.
Aristophanes thing, but he's going to pipe in and jump on board with the other guy. That's
Well,
real brave
sometimes
of you,
Well,
Derican.
just helping.
You're a
It's
brave. You're a brave
Dorican.
man, Derican. Look at you.
He is brave.
you gotta
It's
let you got some.
Dorican.
Yeah, you guys.
It's real
Sometimes you gotta
simple.
let them whine
Dorican.
because what they're going to find out is they'll walk themselves into a contradiction. Like this person, they'll say, "This person I'm talking to won't listen to anything I'm saying," and their proof of that would be to try to have you listen to something they want to talk about. So rather than understand that they're inside an internal mental break with reality. There are tons of people I know are not going to listen. They come across them every day. Emotionally charged people, Karens, basically. They're in perpetual victim status. It doesn't do any good talking to them. Anything you say, like a police officer, they'll just use against you. I don't talk to those people. It's not worth the breath. Well, this guy here is going to squawk up, whine that somehow this person he thinks he wants to talk to isn't listening anyway. And his demonstration of that is to talk to them. You can't fix that level of stupid. The only thing you can do is point and laugh. Look at this idiot. Now imagine what that guy's like in the rest of the world when he goes out into the real world. Walk up to a store. I want to buy this donut, but you won't give me a discount, and so fuck you. The guy's like, well, no, it's
not even gonna.
National
I'm
Donut
not
Day.
even gonna come in there. I'm not even gonna go. I'm not even coming in your store.
Yeah, so the guy said it's National Donut Day. They're 99 cents today. It's like any donut you want. Like, have at it. The guy's like, nah, fuck you. You're like, all right, well, you're lost, buddy. Then he comes in a week later. Oh, how about that donut day? The guy's like, yeah, that was a week ago. Oh, I knew you wouldn't give me the discount. Like, what the
So
fuck,
Derekin,
dude?
is Derekin going to support his Aristophanes claim, or is he just waiting for someone to say something that he thinks sounds more intelligent than Aristophanes and then tell us that we have to listen to that?
Well, right now I'm actually trying to work up the courage to go and buy a donut. Give me a minute
Wow,
on that, okay?
your feelings really are running your life, aren't they?
I know.
You have no
Okay, so can
confidence.
I
You can tell when you're talking.
So we
You have
already,
very
yeah,
little
we,
self-confidence.
Is there
so we
somebody
explained
like
why
one we gotta
we explained why Aristophanes is not proof of surface curvature. So do you have something else that you can present that's proof of surface curvature?
Step one, who am I debating with?
Well, you're not debating with flat water. You know, we're just discussing.
A name. I meant a name. Is there a name that I'm debating with?
No, yes, we all have names.
Okay, and what is your name?
Over fences? Like you don't
Over
have,
fences.
do you not have a phone? Or you don't have a screen?
Over fences. Can you tell me why when I go to Puerto Rico, my shadow at high noon is at a specific length, and then when I'm back in New York, my shadow at high noon is at another length? Is the
Yes,
answer to
because for
that
the sun is
because
in
the
a
sun
different
is a
yeah.
local? The sun is
Do you want
local.
me?
Okay. Oh, if
No,
the
wait,
sun
I
were
didn't
local.
finish my sentence.
Oh, no,
I
you
didn't
didn't finish.
say
My bad. My bad.
you want to ask me a question, but you don't want to allow me to answer, and you want to put words in my mouth. We observe the sun as in a different apparent location depending on where we are on the earth. That is what we observe. Shadow lengths are not proof the surface is curving or flat. We already explained why that is not proof either way. So, repeating the same claim as Aristophanes made isn't going to be any additional evidence.
Okay. May I retort?
I just want to hear evidence of surface curvature, not shadows.
So if the sun were localized, like you said, wouldn't
I
we
didn't
notice a okay. Nope, you gotta talk again.
I didn't say localized, did I?
You said that you
I
would
said
get
the
that
sun
type
is in
of
a different apparent location. Do you understand?
yeah, man. Yeah. No, hold on. I'm looking at the guy at TikTok and like, yeah, dude, they cannot debate. They have to talk over. Oh, sorry. I'll mute over here.
That's quite interesting. That he's saying you can't debate. He asks you a question, then doesn't shut the fuck up to hear your answer. Then tells
Yeah, and he's putting words in my mouth, you know.
you're the one interrupting him. Once you put a question mark at the end of your sentence, you should shut the fuck up so you can hear the answer.
Okay, just for names again, who's the person that sounds like his parents or siblings? Who's that guy that just talked before?
Really? Is
I
this
believe
the
he was
best
the
you have?
donut guy.
Is this your best you can do?
I think he
Is
was
this
the
the best you
donut.
can do?
Professor.
It,
Yeah, that's Professor
yeah.
Triangle. What do you want, dude?
And
Is
what
that
a
the donut
baby.
guy?
You are such
Yeah,
a
what do you
baby,
want, dude?
Derrican.
No, you want to
Right.
play
The guy
games?
that just
I'll show you how to play
shut
games.
the
You
fuck
want me to
up.
make you
That
pee
guy is
yourself?
definitely not emotional, right? Definitely not emotional, right? So far,
You're the one.
everybody
You're
on
the
the
one
panel
calling.
agrees.
Do you hear yourself?
Dorican is the only
You're
one
like your
showing
best
him.
evidence. Your best evidence was shadows, and I asked you for something better after explaining why that wasn't evidence. And so
I
you
actually
again
want the
said
Coriolis.
shadows,
That's
and then you
why
asked
you're
me, and I started to
talking,
talk,
but
and you put
you
words in my mouth, and you interrupted me, and then you started insulting the other mods. So, dude, you're weak. You're really, really weak.
Is that the best? Is that all you got, or do you think you're
Oh,
throwing
I've
some
got
more on?
plenty more, but I could stop you anyway. So tell me what else? What other evidence do you have of surface curvature?
Do we like Coriolis effect?
That's not proof of surface curvature. Try again.
So once again, if you get evidence, I will not look at it. Got it. Understood.
No,
So how about
clouds
this? How
above
about
the
this?
Earth are not
Why
proof
put
of the
this?
Earth curving. How?
Can you
Why is this
guys
difficult
tell
for
me
you to
the
understand?
diameter of flat Earth? How about you
Okay,
guys start telling me?
let
Can
me
you
try
prove something
again.
here?
Maybe if I talk slower and use shorter words, you will understand.
Diameter of flat Earth.
Okay,
Diameter of flat Earth.
So once again, talking about clouds is not proof of surface curvature. So what we're looking for is a measurement of surface curvature. We need a citation. It needs to be empirical and repeatable in that sense. So that's what we want. Not stories about the sky, not stories about shadows, a measurement. Does anyone have that? Because I'm quite sure all Derrican has is crying and insults. But we'll try again. So Derrican, I'm going to unmute you, and if you can present a measurement of surface curvature, go ahead and post that in the side chat, or your time is up. Okay. Well, that was compelling.
That's about normal. That's normal proof right there. Crickets and silence.
I just can't believe after completely going over Aristophanes that he came back with more Aristophanes.
Maybe I'm glad I'm at the age I'm at. I don't have to deal with these people when they get older.
We have a scientist in the room. Finally. And Nigel, let's see if there's anybody else. Brown
Okay,
recluse.
so okay, wait. Just a second. Have you ever been overseas before?
Yep, many times.
Okay, so how would you explain routes like where Johannesburg is?
No,
Yes.
we're not talking about airplanes flying in the air.
Yeah,
That's
but
retarded.
well, hold
Okay.
on. We can yeah, go ahead. What about flying from Johannesburg?
So okay, routes like Johannesburg and Johannesburg to Sydney go via Asia on a route and are short, So
Okay.
if you were to say on a flat Earth map, that route would
What
be
flat? Well, hold up. What flat Earth map?
what's it called? What do you guys call that map? Is it azimuthal or something like that?
That's a globe projection. The azimuthal equidistant map is a globe projection, not.
But isn't that what you guys believe? Like that
No,
isn't
in
that
a
how you
globe
project the
projection?
Earth? Yeah.
No, we don't claim a
No?
map. No.
Oh, okay then. If you
No,
guys
and you
don't believe that
understand.
thing, then
You
I'm on
understand.
not understanding
You,
page.
hey, Professor Triangle, can you post that flight map from World War II?
Sure, hold on.
I know I got it from you. Do you have it? Anyway, Nigel, planes fly in flight corridors, right?
Yeah.
So it's not based on flat or spherical. It's these are the corridors that they fly in, and so they don't fly continuously in any direction. They fly from airport to airport in flight corridors, and it's affected by weather and political considerations, fuel usage, et cetera, traffic. So that's not, and planes flying over the surface of the Earth, as Professor Triangle pointed out, is not evidence of curvature or lack thereof of the surface. That's why I keep asking for a measurement of the surface, which no one wants to provide.
Okay.
Relay criteria put the map in for you. It's
Awesome.
probably high res. You can click on it and then zoom in once you click on it because it's high res. And there you go. Those are definitely flight corridors to fly in.
Thanks, Rayleigh. Do you see it, Nigel?
Yeah, I do. Okay.
Does that help
But,
explain a little better?
okay. You know what? In some way, it does work because you don't go around the Arctic sphere, but like, okay.
Do you have any other questions?
No, wait. This is I'm trying to read the map, so I
Okay,
think
cool.
someone else can answer. Ask a question
That's-
in the meantime.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Hey, yo, girl, are you flat earther or what? I don't get it.
Can you repeat what you just said, scientist?
Are you flat earther?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
So are you.
I want to know.
Everybody's a flat earther.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm open to
Well,
hear
you're not from
both
Mars.
sides.
Not from Mars. Are you from Mars? Or are you from Earth? That's what I thought. You're from Earth. Say I'm from Earth. Say that.
Yeah.
And you're a flat earther.
I don't believe in both, but I can listen to both sides.
Okay, scientist, have you ever looked for evidence of surface curvature?
No?
No.
No.
So you understand we all used to believe the same thing. We all used to believe in the heliocentric paradigm. The reason we don't anymore is because we looked for evidence that it was true. So I would suggest that you start there. Look for the evidence to support the claims that are made.
But what is the only thing that would make me be in your side? There is only one thing that would make me be in your side as a flat earther. There is only one thing. That there is no single experiment that they do to start from one destination and go a long way forward until they land to the same destination again, moving in a globe.
No one's ever done that.
Yeah, that's
You
it.
mean north to south and back up? Is that what you mean?
Forward, all the way forward until they
North to
reach the
south.
same.
You're not talking about east to west, right? North to south. You're talking about.
Whatever.
No,
You
it's not whatever,
you
because
move.
you can make a circle from east to west or west to east on a flat surface, right? But you can't go north to south and back up to north on a flat surface, right? That
Maybe I
would have to be a
misunderstood.
globe.
Maybe
Okay.
I misunderstood it, but I mean in 3D, like you moving in the globe, not. on the top of the like a surface or something. No.
Guess no
You're
one's done
moving
that on a
along.
globe.
Yeah, that's it. On a globe, I mean.
Yeah, it's correct. No one's
Oh,
done that. But also when
no
we
one's
measure
done
for
that.
curvature, doesn't exist. So
I mean, they said they went to the moon, I guess.
they say a lot of things. Governments lie.
So I don't
My
think
neighbor,
that
hey,
it's.
my neighbor said, listen, dude, my neighbor said he saw Bigfoot.
But it depends if it came from your neighborhood or from the government and scientists.
Oh, yeah, he's a mailman. He works for the government.
Oh, fair enough.
So Bigfoot must be real because he works for the post office. You guys don't see where your logic crashes, do you? Ever? And you're a scientist? Okay.
Hey, scientists, I'm going to post a laser test for you to check out in your leisure. At your leisure, and you can let me know if you want to watch it. If you have any questions after you do.
Yeah, sure.
What's going on, guys? Appreciate the content. There's we got 11 people in the chat, and they are definitely chatting about it and enjoying the content. Had a couple concave earthers. They joined the chat and they were bombarding me with begging to get on the panel. I said, hold on, just wait till it gets quiet, and if it gets quiet, I'll have you on. But unfortunately, they just left right before it got quiet. So honestly, thank goodness for our ears, because that would have been painful. But anyways, yeah, continue what you guys had to do.
I forgot you're doing that. Yeah. Concave earthers are just like globers with extra steps, as far as I'm concerned.
Hey, Fences, were you able to check out that paper I posted?
No, I'm talking. I'll get to it eventually.
The one about being underground?
I already replied to you about the Sagnac effect.
You did, but can you explain that to me a little bit? What you mean by that?
Yeah, we don't want to go underground to prove the Earth is curving.
This isn't about Earth curve. This is about Earth rotation.
Oh, we were asking about Earth curve. So I guess you got that one wrong.
No. Fences was talking with somebody else about Earth rotation. You said there's no evidence for Earth rotation. So
yeah, there isn't.
Okay, well, check out the paper.
Go ahead. Tell me how the Sagnac effect works. Tell the listeners.
Yeah. So the Sagnac effect is an experiment done by whatever the fuck his name is, something Sagnac, where he used a laser, a beam of light, and he shot this off of mirrors. And if the Earth was rotating, this was a square arrangement of mirrors, right? And they measured the light that it took to go around these mirrors in opposite directions. And there was a measurable difference between the light that went around one way versus went around the other way. And so that's
that proves what?
of some of a movement or a rotation
Oh
of
no, that doesn't prove that.
the inertial reference frame that
Because we would be using that like in readings when we do laser shots. We'd be like, well, where are we pointing? Oh, we have to add this in because the light bends and all that shit.
So again, it's a very small discrepancy. So like you wouldn't
Oh,
get
so how
this when
small?
you're doing, huh?
How small?
How small? I can look, but they were able to get it to match almost exactly to their prescribed equation that they gave.
So where did they do this at?
So this was first done by a French physicist.
In Europe?
Sometime back. I don't know.
Well,
I have no idea where
it
he's
matters. It matters because if you're on the side of a ball and it's spinning, your laser's going to go. You're going to get the same reading. If you're at the North Pole, then you won't. Other than that, you got to tell me where you're at.
Yeah, sure, they'll be different. I agree with you there. But still, if there's a
Okay, so where were
difference,
they?
I don't know. Where his
Oh, so you.
when his first one was, I
Oh.
don't know.
So he used lasers in what year?
But in either case, if there's a discrepancy, if the light does not reach the detector at the same time, that means that one path of the light took longer to reach the detector than the other one.
That doesn't. So what?
So that means there was a certain distance that was.
How did they time the light?
Inertial reference. Sorry?
How did they time the light?
In the original one,
flipping the switch on to seeing the light. How do you time it on from on to now you see the light? How do you time that?
In his original experiment, I'm not sure, but now they use accurate, semiconductor detectors to be able to.
Yeah, so they got to be faster than the speed of light in order to detect that. So, what do you got that's faster than the speed of light? Yeah, you got to have a clock that can measure it. It has to be faster than that. You can't use a 1 minute clock on a light. How are you going to use a clock that only measures 1 minute at a time on a light?
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Okay, so you have to have a clock faster than the speed of light. All right, so we can't do that trick.
It doesn't have to be faster. Well, semiconductors work at the speed of light also.
No, they don't. That's why they get hot.
That's why they what?
That's why they get hot.
That's not why they get hot.
Yeah, they get hot because they're doing too much work.
What? I don't know what you're saying to me. No, they get hot because they're passing current through them.
Yes, you can't go at the speed of light.
Okay, look, I don't know how he did it at the beginning, at first, but like I know how they've done it in recent experiments.
No, we can't make up new shit. We got
chat.
to repeat his experiment. We have to repeat his experiment, not make up a new experiment.
It's the same experiment. We're just using more accurate.
Okay, what did he use?
I don't know.
So we can't use it. Do you understand that part? You can't use him if you don't know anything about what he did. You just gave a name and said, "This is what happened. I don't know what he did, but this is what somebody told me." You can't use that as your proof, dude.
I'm not using it as my proof. That's just the name of the effect that we're talking about. He's the first person that tried it. I'm not saying he was very accurate. We have gotten more accurate over time.
Might be able to read what he did and tell us. Maybe you could tell us what he did and what they repeated.
Okay. So do you not want to look at the paper I posted or what?
I did. You said it was underground, and I want to know what the original one that they were repeating was.
So look up the Sagnac effect. There you go.
I don't want to. I want you to look it up. But you just said you did, and you don't know anything about it. You said you did, and you don't know anything about it. You don't know what he used. You don't know how he did it. You don't know anything about it. Somebody else that doesn't know what he did or did anything about it repeated it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Somebody who doesn't know what he did, doesn't know how he did it, repeated what he did and how he did it. That makes sense to you. Okay. I give up.
I'm not. That's not what I'm saying.
The people that you said did his experiment, what did they do?
What they did was set up a
Okay, is
ring
this what that guy did? Is this what that guy did that they were copying his experiment? He went underground and set up mirrors, right?
He didn't go underground. Why are you saying underground? The first guy didn't.
Where did they go? Where did they do this?
All you did was read the headline. You didn't read.
Where did they do it at?
Where did who do the paper I posted or the first guy?
Yeah, where was it done? Where was it?
Not the first guy.
I don't think he's read
my
the
God.
paper, Triangle.
God, this is terrible.
The paper that I posted, they did it in Italy. I don't know their exact location.
Oh, in Europe?
They would ever post that. Yes.
So what did they expect? What was the predicted result?
They were able to match it with the equation that Sagnac proposed. This thing, delta of omega is equal to 8 pi over lambda.
How did they
C
measure the delta and the
median
omega and all the
resolution.
pi's?
How did they measure pi? Well, pi is a known value.
No, how did it's actually not even a real value. Anyway,
the speed of light is a known value.
no, it's not a known value. Also,
okay. I don't know why I'm here.
I know. I don't
This is
either. I
crazy.
don't know how you. I don't know how you measured the speed of light back then.
This is what I mean by, like, when you guys say provide your best evidence. Like, that's not science.
And this obviously is not the best evidence.
Science
The
is a
best
buildup
one
of
would be you shooting a laser over, going about 10 miles, and every half a mile putting a stick and saying, okay, it's at this high, I'm going to go farther. Now the laser's at this high on a stick. Now we got to add another stick. Now we got 2 sticks, and now it's this high, and that'll prove that the Earth is curving. Okay, do that.
Yeah, have you done that? What experiments
Yeah,
have you performed?
yeah, it's called shooting a laser straight across the lake. It doesn't curve. So you just get the laser that you shot. It doesn't go anywhere else.
Okay, you've done the experiment. That's sick. Can I see?
That's
like,
not an
results?
experiment.
So you've done a measurement. Can I see your?
Yeah, it's called in our
measurement?
survey. How many times have you been in here? Jesus.
Too many times, brother.
And you keep coming back.
I know, dude. I can't get enough of you guys.
It's like you're bound and determined to try to convince flat earthers that water is not flat.
No, I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. Just trying to.
Water. Do you even know what a triangle is? Let's find that out if you know what flatness is.
A triangle is the one with 4 sides, right? No, 3.
So another glober who doesn't know what a triangle is. This is par for the course. I was on TikTok. I asked this question. One room just banned me because they couldn't figure out what a triangle was. And then another one, they had a meltdown to the point where it was so chaotic I had to leave. I couldn't take that. I can't be in just pure chaos the whole time. And then anytime I ask anybody in here if they know what a triangle is, they don't know. It's only globers, though. Yes, go flat earther, they give you the whole definition of a triangle.
I posted it for you in the side. The triangle test.
All of those look like triangles to me, so no issue here.
Those are all triangles?
Every single one of them.
Do you know what TRI means?
You know what the acronym TRI is?
It's for try. It means 3.
Right. I think you were trying to say
in D, can you point out the 3 angles that are touching each other? That would be a biangle, wouldn't it? Because there's not 3 angles, there's only 2. That would be a biangle. And B would be a monoangle because it only has 1 angle. Curved lines touching a straight line is not an angle. You know that, right?
No. I mean, B
What?
has 3 angles.
But they're not angles.
Depends on where you measure it at. Like, obviously, if you're talking
Okay,
physically,
measure it a quarter of the way from on the flat line. Yeah, what's that angle?
I don't know.
It's not. You can't measure an angle like that. You can't measure an angle between. Okay, if you turn that thing so the flat line is on the bottom, you just turn your phone so it's on the bottom. Imagine that's the side of a basketball. What's the angle that the basketball is meeting the table at?
I don't know what you just asked. I'm sorry.
I know it's so difficult for you guys. If you set a basketball on the floor, what's the angle that it's sitting there at?
Professor Triangle, can you just look at the paper that I posted, dude? Can we just talk about that, or what?
No, we're not, because you don't know what anything is. I'm proving a point. If you don't know what a triangle is, you definitely don't know what a flat surface is.
Okay.
Now you agree, you don't know what a triangle is, so you don't know what flat surfaces are, right?
I mean, I think I know what a triangle is.
You just said B is a triangle. It's a shark fin.
I mean, if you're classifying B as not a triangle because the angle at its 2 vertices changes depending on how far X or Y it is, then yes. I don't give a shit about the exact mathematical formulation of a triangle.
Oh, the only way you can have a triangle is the interior angles must equal 180 degrees. B, what's the interior equal? You can't measure it, so what's it equal? D, what's it equal? Can't measure that one either.
Yeah, these are just figures to like trip up people who don't exactly know the formal
So,
definition.
does anybody have the answer to the test so I can tell Mr. Figures that the answers came from a 2nd grade examination to get kids into 2nd grade when they move schools?
Is that my wife is a 2nd grade teacher? Babe, do you
Ask her
give
if she
this
knows
to
what a
your
triangle.
people?
Ask her if she knows what a triangle is.
She did say B and D would not be a triangle.
So then why did you say they are triangles? His wife is teaching him about triangles. This is classic.
Boom.
Anybody? Are the
just told
bots
you.
in here? Are the bots in here? Good. We're making you famous, dude. I'm putting you on TikTok now, motherfuckers. I have my own account.
Run me up there, brother. How many followers you got? 12?
Yeah, I got 13 now.
Hell yeah. About to be 14.
You're going to be one of them. You are one of them already.
Yo, what's
I
going on?
I don't even use TikTok, bro. You're getting cat.
You will. You're going to go install it and follow me. Make sure you go do that. And
Triangles.
don't sit there and laugh about it. I'm absolutely 100% positive you're going to be one of my next followers.
Yeah. Yeah, triangles. I got a TikToker that is claiming that you don't know what triangles are. Would you like
Oh
to
my. Let me get in TikTok real quick.
Oh, you're gonna get in okay. That'll be better. That's hilarious. All right.
I'm gonna come in and say hi.
All right. That's yeah, you heard
I
that
posted
Gladen come into TikTok and say what's up.
Oh, just quickly, Professor Triangle, I posted the answers to the test.
It's funny they picked the one guy. Sorry, Fish. They picked the one guy on the panel that actually has TikTok and comes in TikTok. They called out the one guy. That's kind of funny. Well, a couple of you have TikTok, but and nevertheless.
So this is really interesting. Every time I come here, I find like
Oh yeah, and
there's a lot
also
of people
this guy is also
here.
asking where bought him son.
Oh.
It's not just one person who's asking it. It was like three or four separate.
Does he not? He doesn't speak English. He's going to have to get a translator. Tell him.
No, this guy speaks English. What are you talking about?
Why does he speak in incomplete sentences? He's done that
Oh.
before to me. He's done that same one to me before. He can't speak a full sentence. So until he learns how, I can't communicate with him.
Oh my gosh. Come on. They all speak like that though. So like you're saying like the most Globers communicate like that.
Yeah, they can't communicate in complete sentences. I ruined this. I got on this one chick show. If it was actually a chick, I'm not sure if it was or a dude, but I got on this one show and they had like 40 people, and by the time they were done, there was like 80 people, and I immediately got 100 next to my name. You know, the little number. I don't know what it means, and everybody else had zeros. Isn't that funny how that works?
Professor Triangle, I got this.
Is he shit talking because he got $1?
I don't know. I think so. I think that's kind of.
I told him to speak.
He's shit talking because he received $1. That's amazing.
I mean, that's $1 is pretty good. I don't know.
Yeah,
$1 pretty good for going in there and ripping you guys all new assholes, isn't it?
That's like from
Oh, good, you can hear me. Where bottom sun during sunset?
Where's that?
That was my first time. That was my first time after where Neil had invited me that I went into a place by myself. Very first time, just went in there and just laughing there. They're talking about the moon landing, and I said no, and that room blew up. And it was funny because I went in there and all they could do was mute me.
That's cool. So where bottom sun during sunset?
Oh my gosh, it's the mental patient. Have fun, Professor Triangle.
Oh, I can't. I'd already told him until you can make complete sentences, I'm not going to be able to communicate with him.
So during a
or her,
sunset,
or whatever it is. Him or her, whatever it is.
Right? And that happens every single day on a majority of the globe. We have an explanation for it on the globe side. What is your explanation on Magic Dirt Pizza World?
It's weird how they never want to talk about measuring the Earth. They just want to talk about things in the sky.
Oh,
they want to talk about the sun.
Yeah. I mean, you almost feel sorry for them if they, weren't so insufferable.
When's the last time you measured the Earth?
Me?
Did you
2
think
years
it
ago.
changed?
At Lake Erie.
Think it changed?
Yeah, 2 years ago at Lake Erie. I'm not going to go keep doing it, dude. I'm not just going to keep going there every day.
So how did you measure it?
Got the distance to a known building and from where I was at, and I could see the whole thing all the way down to the street over the lake.
Oh, that's not a measurement. Measurements use.
Yeah, that's an observation. That's good enough. Yes, that's good enough for me. There's no Earth curve. No Earth curve. No Earth curve means that it's flat, right?
Oh, okay.
If there's no curve, what does that mean?
Globe denial. Globe denial is very exciting, but I was hoping for measurements because she mentioned measurements.
What happens when you don't measure anything curving? What is the other option?
Well, you didn't measure anything, so you couldn't have measured it curving.
Yeah, I know where the street level is at, and I knew where I was at, and I knew the height of each one.
Yeah.
That's measurement.
Yeah. But you didn't measure it.
Agreeing.
So how can you say
you measure zero, right?
But you did.
If you measure zero, then
I would say
zero,
I tested
right?
a sundial.
I got a zero, basically.
What tool did you use to measure it?
Oh, I used my P900.
Oh, that doesn't measure
and
things.
Google Maps and Google Maps. Google Maps
is based off of a sphere.
No, it's not.
It is.
It is not. That's why they have little cars driving around with cameras on them.
Is. You can use miles or nautical miles. So statute or nautical. What's a nautical mile based off of?
imaginary shit you guys made up with that's never been proven?
Imaginary shit. Yeah, it works for navigation, but it's just
No,
imaginary.
it doesn't.
Totally.
How do you
We
measure a
didn't
nautical
actually
mile
measure
on
it.
water?
So we'll
How do
go
you
right
measure
back
a
to
nautical
where the
mile on
bottom of the
water?
sun goes
All right,
during
wait for him to
sunset.
tell me when he's clear. Are you done?
I was going right back to where does the bottom of the sun go during sunset?
Okay. How do you measure 69 miles on water?
It'd be 60 miles on water. They use a nautical mile. It's based off of the circumference of the globe.
How do you measure 60 miles on water?
Oh, I don't know. I've never measured over water.
Okay,
But
so
you've
nobody
never
else
measured
has
either,
either. So there you go.
Nobody else has. Nobody else has measured anything over water, so we don't know
No, you
distances.
can't
to
measure a
places we can't
distance
travel.
using water. You can't measure a distance using moving water, dum-dum.
Yeah, no, of course you can't measure distances, and we don't know distances to places, so we can't travel to other places in the world. Yes, of course. So I'll go right back to where does the bottom of the sun go during sunset?
Why the bottom? It's right where you see it. It's just going away from you. Where does when a plane flies over your head and flies away from you, where does the plane go?
It shrinks to a teeny tiny dot until you can't see it anymore.
There you go. There you go. The sun moves away till you can't see it The sun moves away till you can't see it anymore.
No, it doesn't shrink to a tiny dot though.
Yeah, we've got plenty of video of it shrinking to a little tiny dot.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, yes, we do. But you're afraid to come in Discord.
I'm not afraid to come in Discord. I don't have a
You
Discord.
are. You are afraid. I told you the last time. For your little gang to come in here, and we'll let you broadcast from here.
You're so scary.
Hold on.
So
I figured it out.
three of my
Wait,
friends
hold on.
from, TikTok went into Discord. You guys blocked them for proving you wrong.
Hold on, time out. Hold on.
So what would be the point
host...
of going to Discord when I can come here?
No, hold on. The host is talking. Yeah, so we can actually post
anyways,
the chat.
The
No,
sun doesn't
yo.
disappear
Can you hear
to a
me?
teeny tiny
Yo,
dot.
can you hear me? Can you hear me talking?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Okay, yeah, thanks. So, basically,
now we can't hear you.
Okay, we can see the side chat, so we can talk and show videos in the side chat because you can see it too through my screen, right? So
super cool.
Nice. Matrix. Okay, continue.
Yeah,
there you go. So don't start spamming. Hey, our Discord. Don't start spamming the screen because he's showing it in TikTok.
Get out of the screen. Don't let him tell you what to do.
So what you have to do now is give him a sunset that doesn't go where the bottom go like that. Show him one just fading away.
That's awesome. You're an adult human being. This is fantastic. So yeah,
are you the one who said the question is where bottom sun?
Yeah, where bottom sun?
Yeah. Oh, you're a child. What the fuck's wrong with you, you idiot?
Oh, I'm a child. So why are you speaking to me?
Hey, guess what? Oh, I'm not gonna ruin Neil's broadcast, but I almost did.
Please, yeah.
Please. Why are you crying about this, dude? It's just a sunset.
Just go. Oh, that's it. Okay, I did it.
Chill with the profanity, try. Fucking child. He has a child. Sorry.
So is he going to tell me where the bottom of the sun goes during sunset?
Did you look at the videos?
Oh, is there a video of a really, really hazy day? You know what's cool? It will still disappear bottom up. You should try without all the haze and cloud cover in the air. But that's interesting. It still goes down and sets. That's really cool.
So when an airplane flies away from you, does it go up or does it look like it's going down away from you?
Looks like it's going away and it shrinks on all sides equally. So
yeah, and looks like it's going down, right? The nose is pointing down in your view. The nose is pointing down, but in reality, it's not really going down, is it? It's just flying.
I'm not sure why you're.
Because that's how things look like they're going down when they move away from you, sunshine.
My name's not Sunshine, but thank you, sweetheart. So the funny thing
is now, baby.
When there's a bunch of haze, so you can't see the sun barely. There's a lot that the sun's going through. On many, many clear days, you can see a sunset bottom up. every single time like it does on the majority of the globe. Can you explain why that happens the vast majority of times, not just on a hazy day when it's hard to see it?
Oh, I don't know where you were at when you were watching this.
So.
Yeah, how am I supposed to be a mind reader and know where you're talking about?
I was pretty specific. The sun always sets bottom up. Now you can find a video where it's really
For me, the sun sets for me over trees, dude.
Oh, very cool. Yeah.
So I don't see the sun at all, and it's still light outside. When I don't see the sun at all, it's still light outside.
You should view it over the ocean. There's no trees to obstruct the view. And then you can tell me where the bottom of the sun goes.
So there's not. So if you stand on the ocean, there's nothing that can obstruct anything.
The ocean will obstruct it as the Earth turns, but there's not going to be trees and stuff in the way. You know, there's not a lot of trees growing up out of the ocean.
Okay, so how far? When I'm standing on the ocean and I see the sun go down behind the ball, what point is that where I can send my friend out with a boat to put a flag?
Oh, that's the horizon.
Yeah, where is that at from me standing on the beach?
Oh, that's going to depend on a few different factors. Your observer height.
Tell us all the differences. Tell me how I can figure it out.
Oh, so you would go to the ocean, right, and look out until you can't see any more ocean. That's the horizon.
How far is that from where I'm standing? How far is that from where I'm standing?
Like observer height.
How far is that? How far away is that? Let me know when he's done.
I already answered you, but you weren't listening.
How far away is that from my feet?
Yeah, it depends on a few different things, like refraction and how high the observer is. Funny thing about living on a globe is the higher you go, the more you can see. But
I'm 1 foot tall. I'm 1 foot tall. I am 1 foot tall. How far should that be?
I don't think you are. That's unrealistic.
You mean to tell me I can't set a camera up 1 foot off the surface of the water?
Well, that wouldn't be you being 1 foot tall.
Sure, it'd be the same thing. What if I put my head down there and look through the camera?
The camera being 1 foot tall.
And me looking through it.
And then you're bringing in a lot of different things like focal length and what kind of lens you're using. But
do focal lengths and different lenses make you see around a ball?
Focal length will change the angular resolution of the camera. Do you know what angular resolution is?
Does that make you see around a ball?
No, do you know what angular resolution is?
Do you know what an angle is?
Yeah, do you know what angular resolution is?
What's an angle?
The gish-galloping and deflecting is amazing.
No, we're going to go back to the triangle, aren't we?
No, I want to go back to the sun setting bottom up, but you keep deflecting.
Because you don't know anything about that until you can figure out if that spot that it's going behind is there or not. So we're going to break out a triangle, and we're going to try to figure it out, okay? So we're going to break out a triangle and try to figure it out. But first, we have to find out if you know what a triangle is. Do you know what a triangle is?
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with a triangle.
Go ahead, give me the definition of a triangle.
Does the sun disappear first during sunset?
I'm going to get to that part, but you got to give me the definition of a triangle.
Oh no, I'm not going to do that. I don't dance like a monkey for
Flip that one, everybody. Another glober cannot tell me what a triangle is.
No, I've never seen a triangle. So, can you tell me where the bottom of the sun goes?
I've never seen the sun. I've never seen the sun.
Now, had a little one get a boo-boo.
Yeah, because you're not paying attention. You're worried about flat earthers.
Yeah, kids hurt themselves sometimes, no matter what you do, unfortunately.
Absolutely. You guys are supposed to wrap them in bubble wrap and make sure they don't get hurt by anything. Don't you know that?
No, we just keep them away.
We were talking the other day how when we grew up in the 80s and shit like that, there was no oh, we're going to sit around in the house all day. You weren't allowed to sit in your house back then. You had to leave your house during the day, especially if your parents didn't, especially if they worked. You had to leave too. No parties, ain't nobody over your house. You're going to go out all day and you're going to come back at dinner time. Bye.
And you still haven't told me where the bottom of the sun goes during sunset.
And we're still alive. Isn't that amazing? No car seats and all, laying on the dashboard of the car when they're driving down the street. We're still alive. We're all the smart ones. So, we didn't have to worry about dying because we were afraid to walk down a sidewalk because somebody might grab me.
This is amazing. It happened a lot more when you were younger.
Well, Professor.
Anyway, make sure you tell your child what a triangle is.
Why are we talking about the sun? I thought we were talking about the Earth.
He didn't even get to. We tried to talk about the Earth, but he couldn't even tell me what flat was. So I tried to get him to tell me what a triangle was, and he couldn't even do that. He just said, "No, I don't know." He said, "No, I can't. I can't tell you what a triangle is."
I didn't say I can't. I said I don't dance like a monkey for dumb bastards on the internet. And you can't tell me what. Just hold it on there. Just.
So are you thinking because we aren't telling you what's going on with the sun, all of a sudden that defaults that the Earth is like a ball or something?
No, I feel like if you had any evidence of flat Earth, you'd be able to share it, but nobody ever can. There's no explanation in flat Earth for any phenomena that happened in reality. You guys make some stuff
we
up,
don't make.
Yeah,
you're confused. We don't make claims about that. We don't make claims about certain phenomena. We talk about the geometry of the Earth, right?
But
how come you don't want to talk about the geometry? You just want to talk about sunsets? That's weird.
Geometry? Geometry
okay.
Flat Earth.
Okay, right. So when we measure the Earth, everybody, everywhere, always measures it to be flat.
Oh, how did you determine that?
I just looked at the surveyor manuals and the data that they get when they measure and how they do it and when they do it. And, basically everything having to do with navigation and all that stuff. So they always measure the Earth to be flat. They use triangles, as it turns out, but you don't know what that is, so I don't want to overcomplicate things for you.
They do use triangles. That's true. Why do the survey manuals talk about curve view?
I don't know. Well, why are they using triangles and flat lines and straight lines to everything that they measure?
And you can't use flat lines and straight lines on the surface of a ball, so that doesn't make sense either.
Oh, of course not. Yeah, that wouldn't work, right? Because you guys are very skilled surveyors. You've done it before. You've measured the Earth.
Oh, no, not me. I'm deferring to the professionals. They're the ones measuring it flat. I'm just telling you about it.
Surveyors, right? Like Baron Rutledge. You may have heard of him. He's been on TikTok quite a bit. Measuring the Earth, it is always curved, which is strange. So surveyors.
Oh, I know who that is. I made that guy quit the other day. That's why one of the other reasons why I got booted, because he quit.
I'm sure. So anyways, surveyors understand that the Earth is a sphere, but you say they measure it flat, but you've never measured it.
Did he show you the measurements? Did he show you the measurements?
Flat Earth.
Sorry, friend, did he show you the measurements that he took?
Baron? Yes. Yeah, he's done it on his live many times. Yeah.
Great. What does he do?
Oh, I could not go through it step by step. I'm not a surveyor. You should ask him, though. He's very good at it. He's been doing it for like 25 years or something. And he said, man, it's so conformed to a globe. And I was like, I'm shocked. But
so I got a friend of mine that measures, he's a surveyor. And so when he measures the Earth, he does it because he needs straight lines, distances to points, and then he uses triangles to measure the heights above the flat measurement that he took on the surface of the Earth.
Above the tangent?
No, you're begging the question if you say tangent. When you say tangent, that begs the question of a sphere. No, they're trying to get heights and depths below a certain level, and that level is always flat. That's how they plot their points.
Okay. Gotcha. So they
Right. So
what's
the curvature in there?
Is what you're saying.
They don't use what?
They don't use a tangent line.
Of course not. That would beg the question that the Earth is a sphere. That's not true.
Is your body a flat earther too?
No, I don't go by labels. I'm just some guy on the internet that knows that the Earth is flat.
Oh, gotcha. So your buddy who surveys the Earth isn't a flat earther?
No.
Shocking. So the guy that you know that measures the Earth knows that it's a sphere, and you're trying to use what he does.
Well, he doesn't know it's a sphere. He just measures it flat. He thinks it's a sphere, but he measures it flat every time. Kind of like Rutledge does, where they measure it flat, but they say it's a sphere.
Yes, they were taught that you're making straight measurements, dude. They were taught you're a surveyor, you're making straight lines, even though you're on a ball. So they just have to pretend they're on a ball, but they still have to make sure they got flat surveys.
Yes, yep. They're just big fat liars. That makes more sense. So
I didn't say he was a liar. Who said he was a liar?
Oh, you just called him a liar. You said he assumes it's a globe.
I didn't call him a liar. When did I? Hold on. Now you're lying about me. I never said he lied about anything.
You inferred it.
No, I don't infer that they're liars. I say that they think that the Earth is a sphere, but they always measure it flat. That doesn't make them liars. Okay, so is this the kind of logic you use every day? Maybe you should bubble wrap the kids just in case.
Why would you measure it flat? Excuse me?
I said, is this the kind of logic that you use when they think that the Earth is a sphere, but they measure it flat? That's not calling somebody a liar.
Oh, okay. So they measure it flat, recognize that it's flat, and still call it a sphere is what you're saying. Did you say kids?
Yeah. Yes, that's what they do.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
You got
so
it.
You're calling them
Good job.
liars. You're inferring it.
I didn't say anybody was a liar. I'm not inferring anything.
You are when you
is it okay if like somebody thinks something is one way, but they do a process in another way? In no way am I accusing anybody of lying. Does that make any sense to you?
They measure it flat. They measure it entirely flat and say that it's a sphere.
Of course. Yeah, that's what their devices are designed for.
Yeah, there's other guys out there that connect those sections together around a ball. There's another guy who connects the flat sections around a ball. You get it?
Of course,
what's up, archery, and what's up, no name?
So,
oh, go for it. Sorry.
So when it comes to measurements, how big is the flat Earth?
Huge.
So we don't have a measurement for the flat Earth.
How big is the Earth? How big is the globe Earth?
The circumference?
No, the radius.
Radius is 3,959 miles. It's funny how much you want to talk about balls on trying to prove flat Earth. But anyways, can we?
Hey, quiet, kid. Who went to the center of Earth to measure that radius?
That's adorable. Oh, do you think you have to go to the center of the Earth to measure the radius? Because
how else would you know it's the radius of a ball?
Sticks and shadows.
Excuse me?
Eratosthenes measured the circumference of the Earth with 2 sticks and shadows 2,500 years ago, and he was off by 1%. So
that's incorrect. That's incorrect. So who went out last year and proved that he was off by 1%?
So he measured it to be 45,000 kilometers around the circumference of the Earth, around the equator, and it's 40,045.
Where'd you get that information from? That's crazy.
We measured that one.
I'm indoctrinated. So, do we know
who measured the second one?
That's the one I wanted to know. Who measured the second one? Nobody will ever tell us.
Nah, dude, no. I want that in a percentage, brother.
So do we
Oh
know
yeah, that
difference?
is the wrong percentage, by the way. When you do those two large numbers, you're talking about 0.000 something.
What did I
But
say?
I didn't want to
Less than-
ruin your day. I didn't want to ruin you on live on TikTok.
Oh, please try and ruin me by saying the Earth is flat. Do we know distances to places on Earth?
Like what?
Hold
Like
before he
distances
goes
to
on to
places,
another.
like port to
Hold
port.
on, I want to
Can you
hear
guys
what he
hear
wants
me?
to know about
Can you
distances
guys
to
hear
what?
me?
Yes, we hear you. Yes,
Okay, because
distances
don't
to
let them
what?
go on. No, wait. I'm sorry for the audience. If you guys are going to go on to another topic, that's fine. But his Eratosthenes claim is nothing but a myth and has nothing to back it up. He is giving you a mythological story with no evidence to back it up. So if you guys want to go on to a new topic, that's fine. I just need to make sure that that is clearly stated.
I agree. I agree. It's made up.
There's plenty of documentation. You can call it fake documentation if you want, but that's your issue, not mine.
Present your documentation, please.
How could I
Finally,
possibly
somebody has his.
you on Discord?
Finally, somebody has his actual paperwork he did.
I'm on TalkTick. So, do we know distances to places on Earth?
Okay, hold on. So he did not present the documentation, so that is still up in the air as a undocumented claim. You can move on to the next topic if you want.
Oh, perfect. So, do we know distances to places on Earth?
Yeah, like what?
Like trade routes, port to port distances. Like, could we use flat maps? Right?
No.
We don't know distances.
No, you can't be exact. How are you going to measure things over water?
So we don't travel places in the world. That's what you're conforming to. We can't travel.
No, we do. You asked me if they measure distances like that, and they don't measure distances using water.
I didn't say do they use water to measure distances. I said, do we know distances?
We can get close. Yeah, we can get close. Close enough so we can see where we're going and then go, we have to go over there, and then you get to it.
Do you think it's a guess when we fly a plane to a different place?
No, we've been doing it for years. They already know where it's going.
Right. But we don't know what the distance is.
Well, they already know how much fuel to put in them. They've been doing it for years. The ones that didn't make it all crashed, and they said put more in. And they said put more in, and they did.
I need to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying, that we don't know the distances to other places. Can you please state that?
How are you going to measure it? How are you going to measure it?
No. Can you please state that for everyone to hear, that we don't know?
Yeah, you don't have exact distances to places that are far away.
Okay. Wow. That's the most bold claim I think I've ever heard, no matter how stupid the person was that I was talking to. If we didn't know the distances, we wouldn't know the fuel that was needed.
Yeah, you know what? They don't fill up a plane and say, we're only going to put 16% of fuel in the plane because that's all we need today. They just fill that baby up and charge you for a full flight.
Do they? You should talk to a pilot.
Yeah, they do. You think the pilot changes the ticket prices?
You should talk to a pilot.
Yeah, I should talk to one. I should talk to one. You should bring one in here. You should bring a pilot in. Let's talk to him.
Yeah. So we don't know the distances to places. So we can't travel anywhere, and we can't do trade.
You can estimate. You can travel on the ground, and if 5 million cars travel to the same point, you can get an average of how far that is, can't you? If 5,000 cars drive from New York to Cleveland, can you get an average distance?
If 5,000 planes or 5,000 boats travel across the world, can you get a distance?
No.
That's the most amazing claim ever. Does anyone with 4 or more brain cells want to answer that question? You guys can't all believe that
you can't measure distances using a boat or an airplane.
Measure distances. I'm sorry that you're unable to do that, but I'm wondering if someone with 4 or more brain cells than what you have is willing to answer the question.
How do you measure distance over water in a boat?
I've never measured it before. They
He doesn't have any brain cells, so he only has 3. He's out. Who's next?
No, I'm probably the dumbest person you've ever talked to, and I'm still smarter
You
than
are.
you.
You are. I can hear how you.
Okay,
I
so
can hear how you're doing things in your life.
so how do they measure distance in
I made
over water in a boat?
got an apple with some peanut butter, fixed a boo-boo on a finger, and
Are you
still
going
haven't
to
gotten
answer the question yet? Answer the question.
What was the question?
How do you measure distance over water in a boat?
Well, I have no idea. I've never done it.
Why are you saying we can? Why are you saying it's dumb that we can't?
Oh, because we know the distances because we've traveled them many, many times.
Yeah, how did you measure that over water?
Oh, as I've said, I've never measured it. But if you think we don't know distances,
How did they
to places
do it?
that we travel constantly, that's a silly assumption.
Okay. All right. So how do you measure distances in a plane?
Oh,
over
I've never
water.
measured distance in a plane.
So you don't know.
I would imagine nowadays they use radar to track where the plane
No,
goes.
you're wrong. Yeah, you're wrong.
It's like how they know, when you get on this flight, you're going to fly for X amount of hours to reach your destination. And they fly
Yeah, how
at
do
a
you-
certain speed.
Okay, so how do you
Right.
measure speed
You
over?
could
How do you measure
choose
speed
to
over
measure
water?
out of that
How do you
if you
measure
wanted
speed
to.
over water? How do you measure speed over water?
Speed over water, speed over anything is distance over time.
Okay, how are you getting the plane speed?
Distance over time.
No, they measure air speed.
How do you measure
think
air
that-
speed or ground speed?
No, they measure air speed.
Oh, they measure air speed. Yeah, so 500
how-
miles an hour.
so how do you-
they would fly at.
Yeah, so how do you convert that to distance over water?
What is the difference between overland or over water if you're in the air?
I'm asking the questions.
Oh,
How do
of
you
course you are.
measure?
Running.
Okay, so the plane's flying in the sky, right? And it's measuring how fast it's traveling
Usually,
through
yeah,
the
I don't
air.
think they fly in the water.
Yeah, so it's measuring how fast it's flying through the air due to airspeed, right?
Over the earth.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
how do they separate the airspeed and the
Why would
wind
it
speed?
matter? Why would it matter if it's over water or over land?
Look, you've got no discernible landmarks, right?
Over water?
Yeah, over water.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
over
would say-
land, all you have to do is say, "There's mountain A. Hit your clock. There's mountain B. Hit your clock." And you take that time. You can figure out the distance if you know your speed and shit. So, but you guys don't. You guys can't tell me that.
Awesome.
Can't do that over water, can you? Can't do that. Oh, look, there's a wave. There's wave 1. Oh, look, there's another wave. I'll get that one next. Can't do that over
No.
water, can you?
Better is you can start in one position on Earth, fly to the next position on Earth, and go, how much time did that take? How fast were we flying? Hey, look at that. There's a distance.
So when you go 30 miles over the ocean, how do you measure 30 miles flying over the ocean? How do you measure 30 miles flying over the ocean?
Why would you measure 30 miles flying over the ocean?
How would you know you went 30 miles?
The ocean that you would land on.
Hawaii.
Hawaii's 30 miles off into the ocean?
I don't know. It's in the ocean.
Oh, but we don't know the distance to it. So you admit that we can measure the distance to things, but then you say we
Yeah,
can't
you
measure
can't. You cannot measure the distance to things using a boat in water or an airplane. Yeah.
Why? You just said you could use an
How are you going to do it? How are you going to do it?
Take off one place, land another place. How fast? How high? I mean, it can't be terribly difficult. It seems like basic.
Okay, so if you had a headwind of 450 miles an hour and your plane goes 500 miles an hour, you would only be going 50 miles an hour. How would that measure distances?
I'm sorry. What? You think a plane travels at 50 miles an hour?
You didn't understand it, did you?
These guys are a bit slow, I think.
Yeah, he is slow.
You set a 450-mile headwind. So you think that 450-mile headwind will completely slow you down to 50 miles per hour? As if you're not
ground speed. For ground
anything
speed,
negative.
yeah, your ground speed changes definitely. It'll look like you're standing still.
We definitely shouldn't talk flight.
You're right. You shouldn't. You don't know the difference between ground speed and airspeed.
Because you're telling me that a plane essentially would hit a wall and slow down to 50 miles an hour.
Dude, I grew up next to a little tiny airport, and on windy days, little tiny planes would just be hovering above the airport because it was so windy they couldn't land.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. So
hey,
anyway,
birds do it all the time too.
Birds don't fly 500 miles an hour through the atmosphere.
No, they hover.
It doesn't matter. They hover in a wind coming at them. Good grief, dude. What, have you never seen a bird in your life?
I've never seen a bird travel 500 miles an hour. I can say that.
Oh, wow, dude. Oh, my goodness, dude.
Go time a hawk. See how fast they fly. I think they're around 350.
Hey, did you know some airplanes are actually modeled after bird skeletons? Did you know that? I guess they must be birds. Holy crap, you're dumb.
So it's not because it's in the air over a plane?
Right? You're on another flat earth line?
Yeah, I'm talking to dummies. So anyways, when it comes to distances, you say we can't measure them, so
No, you can't measure them. You can measure them on the ground.
Oh, of course.
Over land.
We can't know distances to other countries, is what you're saying, which is stupid.
You can't measure over. Well, okay. So I asked you, but okay,
can't know the
dude,
distances.
just calm down. I asked you, how do you measure the distance over water, and you couldn't say how we do it.
Well, I have no idea how we do it.
Therefore, you don't know. So stop making the claim that we know distances over water.
Oh, we do know distances because we go to places all the time.
Okay, so we're going to go around in circles. Okay, so how do you measure distances over water?
We're at an impasse at this point. If you're
Okay, so how do you measure distances over water?
If you're too stupid to know that we know distances because we constantly travel these different routes.
I never insulted you. All right, so there's no need for that. All right.
To be fair, that was meant more for you.
Hey, Timbo, have you ever studied boxing? Have you ever studied boxing?
Done a bit of boxing, but never studied it.
No, it's when the boats go into the south, like to Australia, and they arrive way too soon or too late, so they have to do boxing out in the ocean because they're off schedule. Because their distance and time measurement didn't calculate properly.
I know, it melts in a bit.
It happens off of England too.
I thought we were off distances because you said we can't know the distances.
Well, I was just curious how you explain that all these rocks out in the ocean to have their ships taken into account because they showed up when they thought they should have already been there because their routes didn't go the time they thought they would. I thought you said there was a perfect time.
I don't know what you're referring to, so I can't really talk on it.
Did you guys ever answer where bottom sun?
What?
No, that's another guy on my panel.
It's like asking a kid how to run.
After the answer what a triangle is.
Triangle, it's a shape.
Okay, so you lost.
Okay, triangle's not a shape. I didn't know that. What's a square?
Okay, so define a triangle so we know the difference between that and a circle.
I'm pretty sure a triangle has 3 sides. Square's got 4 sides. A octagon has 8 sides. I'm blanking on 5. What's 5?
5 is a pentagon, bro.
Oh, pentagon. That's
So
right.
are the sides curved or are they straight?
On a triangle?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they're straight, or else there's some.
You don't know though. You're not 100% sure.
No, I just said straight. I said straight.
Are they straight or are they curved?
They're straight. Where bottom sun go?
And how many angles are in a triangle?
Can you explain a sunset to me? I'll like pretend
no,
I'm 5.
Afterwards. You have to pass the triangle test first.
Sunset.
Oh my god.
Yeah, triangle has 3
Dude.
sides.
And what does interior angles add up to?
I don't know. I'm not a triangletician.
Okay, so you don't know anything about triangles then. You wouldn't know if a triangle hit you in the ass or not.
No, I would. It has 3 sides. It's pretty easy to tell.
Are the sides curved or straight?
They're straight.
Does it make 3 angles when they connect?
No, he just keeps asking the same questions over and over and over.
Because you're confused. You don't know what the interior of a triangle should equal.
I just told you I don't know. I think 180.
It's 180 degrees.
Great. Oh my god, that's what I said. See how smart I am?
The funny thing is,
I guess and I know.
Zenith angles, the angles are all screwed up on that flat plane we live on.
Okay, so we're going to show you if you can see the text. Can you guys still see the text?
Do you think airplanes are in the business to lose money? They add more fuel than they
Yes, that's why they go out of business.
Okay, so they're stupid.
Yeah.
All airlines have gone out of business.
They're not. If airlines go out of business, does that mean they're a good business or a bad business?
The more fuel they use, the heavier they use, the more fuel they're going to burn. Equal the more fuel they're going to need.
And what does that have to do with the triangle test that I'm about to give you? What does it have to do with the triangle test you're about to receive?
Well, I'm about to fly tomorrow, and they told me the flight's going to take 4.5 hours. Are they just guessing, or do they know?
Guessing.
Oh, they're guessing.
Yeah, it's an estimate because the last time the last plane did it, it took about 4.5 hours. Dude, stop talking. They already know how long that flight is because other planes have flown it before. They're not recalculating it just for you.
So like they keep flying farther. Like, oh shit, we can fly this far. Let's try to go a little farther. It's just
oh, you don't know what you guys. That's what you guys don't know about is the winds are at different speeds. Are they done yet?
You're telling me
this is so much fun.
You're telling me planes have figured out how far they can fly by like.
Did you know? Hey, go ask a pilot if planes fly at different heights because there's different wind directions at different heights. Ask a pilot that.
Sure, they do.
Oh, so that explains headwinds, huh? You avoid them. You avoid them and you go for a tailwind if you want to go faster. If you don't, you get out of a tailwind, huh?
How long you been a pilot, bro?
What does that have to do with
a long time?
It has nothing to do with the rotation of the Earth.
He's lying about being a pilot. That's awesome.
Well,
who said it? Bottom sun?
Who said it?
Who said it? Where's bottom sun?
Hey, Mumbler.
I get more intellectual stimulation.
Who said it? Who said it had to do anything? Who said it had anything? Who said it had anything to do with the rotation of the Earth? Who said that?
The sun set? No, I just pretend I'm 5. Explain it to me like I'm 5. Daddy, what's a sunset?
Okay, what distance? What distance is it to the horizon?
What's the distance?
He wouldn't answer me before. He wouldn't answer me, and I said I'm 1 foot off the ground. He said, "Now you're just a liar." So he said, "You can't put a camera 1 foot off the ground."
I'm stupid.
For a 6-foot observer, it's typically around 3 miles, but it also depends on refraction.
Yeah, I have a 12.
So how do you measure? So how do you measure refraction?
Who cares? Where bottom sun go? Like, just start there, and then we'll figure out the rest.
They don't want to talk about.
Hold on, bro. The answer. I'll tell you the answer to where bottom sun. Refraction. There you go.
Refraction.
What is
refraction? No, that's your word. You guys have to tell us.
Oh, then
No, I
don't
know-
use it.
I know where bottom.
You don't
sun
even
goes.
know what refraction is. You can't use it as an excuse for why we can't see the bottom of the sun during sunset.
Refraction.
No, you already said that refraction explains why things aren't where you expect them to be. So the answer is refraction. The end.
That's not what I said. You're misquoting.
Hey, listen, if somebody says the horizon is at a fixed location unless it's refracted, that's exactly what I just described.
You don't know
You
what
don't know the difference
refraction
between
is.
optical locations
Use
and
it as a
object
reason
locations.
for the sun to be disappearing bottom up.
In fact, AI, he's the one who told me we can't get the distance to the horizon because of refraction. So I don't know what he's talking about.
Did you say
Brought it
AI?
out. Oh.
Holy crap, he's going to ask if I'm an actual AI. What a retard.
Oh, hey, look, slurs. I'm shocked.
Thanks,
said,
bro.
Did you say AI?
I'm already.
I can't see
it's
any
okay.
of your names.
This live's
Do you
already
not get
restricted,
that?
so it's
It's
okay.
just pictures on a screen. Is this your first time on the
Kind
internet?
of like going to outer space, just pictures on a screen, huh?
Wow, dude.
Oh, reflecting again?
He thought pictures on a screen was a trump card? Are you kidding me?
Yep.
So far, you've not been able to tell. You've told me that we don't know distances to places, which is provably untrue. You've told
Prove
me
the
that
distance from my house to the Eiffel Tower. Prove the distance from my house to the Eiffel Tower.
Give me your exact street address.
No.
Well, then how would I get the distance if I don't know the points?
Well, what do you think you're going to use?
Well, if it's from your house to the Eiffel Tower, I would use your address in the Eiffel Tower.
Well, how's it going to give you that? How's it going to give you that route? Is there a ferry or something, or does it tell me to go to the airport or get on a boat?
I didn't hear what you said.
I know you didn't.
Good one.
Let's make it easy for you. What's the distance from the Empire State Building? What's the distance from the Empire State Building, second floor or 15th floor to the Eiffel Tower's 15th floor, 150 feet up? What's the distance between those two?
Do you want me to Google it for you? I'll use Google Maps.
No, I don't want to Google it. I want you to tell me how you measured it.
Oh, I haven't measured it. Well, you brought it up.
Well, who did? Who measured it?
Why would I measure from the Empire State
Why are
Building to
you
the Eiffel
asking
Tower?
us
I
if
haven't even
we
been
can
to
know
Eiffel
the
Tower.
distance? Are you asking us
You still
if
haven't been
we
able
can
to
know
tell
the
me.
distances to things if
Any
you don't know how to
evidence
get a
of slider.
distance to things?
You can't tell me where the bottom of the sun goes. You say we
I
don't know
just said
distance.
bottom of the sun doesn't go anywhere. Bottom of the sun goes nowhere, dude. It's right there. You still see it.
Why can't we see it?
You do see it. It's
When
refracted and
it's fixed.
squashed. Yeah, it's just all squashed. Too far away.
It's squashed. It's too far. So the bottom gets too far. The bottom gets farther away from the top.
It gets so far away it turns into nighttime.
That makes total sense. If that actually
You're on a
happens.
flat Earth.
But
If you're on a flat Earth, it makes sense if you're on a flat Earth. Right, it makes sense if you're on a flat Earth. It makes sense, right?
My sunglasses go.
Light attenuate, buddy. You gotta take that into account. Light attenuation. Look that up.
I've never heard the word ever in my whole life.
Attenuation.
So anyways, the light from the bottom doesn't attenuate as far as the light from the top. Now that's the new argument.
It's getting blocked by waves and shit because it's so far away that it looks like it's down low. It's really not. It's just the same height it was over your head, but it's so far away. It's like an airplane flying away from you. For the 10th time on TikTok, I've told you this.
An airplane's not a giant ball of light in the sky. And the airplane.
Neither is the sun. Neither is the sun. The sun is not a giant ball of light either.
Oh, what the hell is it?
How is a ball of light going to exist in a vacuum chamber?
Who said it's in a vacuum chamber?
Everybody that works at NASA, SpaceX, and that believes in the globe.
Why are you quoting NASA? You don't trust them, bro.
I'm going by your priest, whatever you guys use.
Why? I wanted flat Earth evidence. I wanted flat Earth explanation.
Here, all right. You didn't ask me about that. You asked me about where the sun goes. You didn't ask me about flat Earth.
Yeah.
All right, flat Earth. Earth is
Flat
flat and
Earth.
stationary, and we're contained.
Perfect.
What's your next
So how does the
question?
bottom of the sun disappear first?
No, we're talking about Earth now. You wanted to talk about flat Earth.
Yeah, so if the Earth is actually flat, how is it the sun
It is.
disappears bottom first?
It is flat. Oh, I don't know. I'm not a sun guy. I don't go to the sun.
Okay. How did you determine the Earth was flat?
Measurements. Planar surveying.
But you didn't measure it. You already admitted you haven't measured it.
Planar surveyors. Oh, I've used transits before. I've done my share of surveying in my lifetime. Yep, I've done my own land in my lifetime. Sure have.
You already admitted that your surveyor friend knows it's a sphere, but you say it's flat. So can we do a different experiment?
How is planar surveying an experiment?
No, I said, can we do an experiment?
What kind of an experiment? What's the hypothesis?
One that would prove the Earth is flat.
Well, let's do one that proves the Earth is a ball first.
But I don't want it to be a ball anymore. I'm indoctrinated. Convince me.
Oh, that's not. We're not here to convince anybody.
Oh, gotcha. So you have no evidence that the Earth is flat.
You stalked me. Hey, you stalked me. Remember, bottom son, spag. I mean, you know what I mean.
I was wondering where the bottom of the sun went. It doesn't make sense.
Bundle. Where's the bottom sun at? Bottom of the sun. Where is it?
Yeah, the whole sun never changes angular size throughout the day. So
you don't talk like that to your kids. You don't talk baby talk to them, do you?
No, my kids are a lot smarter than you are.
You are going to ruin them if you talk baby talk to them.
Oh, please don't talk about my children.
We don't allow our children to talk to their children like that either. Everybody in our family has to speak normally, or you get a whack in the mouth.
Pause. You don't need to talk about people's children, right? But also, they're much smarter than you are. What's the shape of the Earth?
A sphere.
A sphere. Hey, look at that.
Tell her to prove it. Prove it.
No, you don't get to talk to her.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't. That's creepy, dude.
Why are you bringing your kids in here, Mr. Creepy Dude?
Then. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Creepy Dude.
Because they're smarter than you.
So you're gonna let them do whatever they want, fall down, get cut, gotta put band-aids on them because it's more important for you to sit in here and stalk me.
I don't even know who you are.
You sure do.
I definitely don't. Do you have a TikTok
name?
name?
In the room the other day when I ruined that chick or that dude, whatever it is, ruined them. 4 people knocked them right off the list. I can't deal with this.
Totally.
He won't play. He won't play the game right.
Do you have a TikTok name?
And then I asked, "Hey, what's a triangle?" And you guys are like, "Oh, they don't know what a triangle is in there."
So, very basic question. Do you have a TikTok name?
No.
Oh, so how would I possibly know you?
I gave it to you already.
You said no.
That's my name.
Your name is No. Yeah, I've never seen you on TikTok. So anyways,
pay attention.
There's no explanation on flat Earth for any phenomena that we see in reality, but it matches perfectly to a globe model. And the
you don't have a globe model.
So I'm going to stick
You don't
with
have
globe.
a globe model, kid.
Oh, I'm sorry. We do.
What is it?
So have you ever seen a calendar that has the sunrise and sunset times printed on it?
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, they exist and they match reality. They determine that using a model.
They're never accurate.
Oh, that's incorrect. You said you didn't even know they existed, and now you're saying they're not
Written
accurate.
on a written on a calendar. No, I didn't know they were written on calendars, dude. I didn't know they were written on calendars. I just see it on my phone.
Yeah, and they match reality. When the sun sets, it matches on the calendar that's printed.
No, they're not
before
exactly
the
right.
sun had set, because
Some
the
days they're
calendar
off by
is printed.
some days they're off by 15 minutes. Why?
Oh, you've never paid attention. So, anyways, they use a heliocentric globe model to predict that.
No,
what
they
can
don't.
you use a flat Earth for?
You can't get angles to those objects from a globe Earth.
Of course. You make a lot of claims about the globe being not real, but you've still not been able to back it up with any actual evidence.
Yeah, you're taking angles to like the sun. That proves you're standing on something flat.
Why?
Yeah, they're not
Because you can't
predictions
take an
either,
angle.
dude.
You can't take an angle from the surface of a ball. You can't stand on a ball and then just put a stick on the side of a ball and call it an angle. That's silly.
If I stand outside on Earth, my heel and my foot completely straight, right on the ground.
Oh my god.
We could call that a 90. And then you stretch out a pretend line.
Then you're assuming the ground is flat. And you're assuming the ground is flat.
Yeah, that's what a tangent is. It assumes straight.
Oh, so you assume the Earth is flat. Oh, okay. So you got a flat Earth. Okay. You said we have to assume the Earth is flat. I got it.
No, I said we need a tangent. Why would we assume the Earth is flat if it is flat?
Well, because you said use your foot, and that's 90 degrees. You can't have 90 degrees to the surface of a ball.
Oh, yes, you can.
Yeah,
No,
okay.
you
If
can't.
the ball is big enough, yeah, you can.
How?
It's very cool.
Where's the center? Where's the center of the ball that you're going to verify your 90 degrees to?
But you haven't been able to provide evidence of anything.
So far, everything I've said, you guys have just moved the goalpost on.
I wish I was moved the goalposts.
Oh, we're recording.
No, it's impossible. I can't go any farther with that. We're bottom sun. You say refraction, but you say you don't know what refraction actually does.
It makes the sun, it cuts the bottom of the sun off. It cuts the bottom of the sun off.
How did you determine that it does that?
Because the Earth is flat and we only see half the sun when it's setting.
Gotcha. So you don't have an actual reason to believe that.
Yeah, it's refraction. Yeah, it's too far away.
Oh, gotcha. So the bottom goes farther than the top does.
No, it's refraction.
Oh, gotcha. So the bottom has to go farther.
Yeah,
than
like when you're driving down the road, you see the little squiggly cars in the reflection of the road. They're not really there. They're just squiggly and smashed. Yeah, that's just refraction, just like the sun does. It's just too far away.
Oh, gotcha. So it never changes angular size.
Now you understand. Now go back and tell your friends how it works. Now you understand, right?
You haven't told me how refraction does that.
It just makes the air wiggle around.
It just makes the air wiggle around. Okay.
Yep.
That's a very good explanation.
Thank you.
This is probably why you guys don't have a model yet.
A model of what?
Listen to me being optimistic and saying yet.
Dude, you guys don't have models. You don't have a globe that you've ever measured to make a model of.
Oh, that's incorrect. You can go buy.
Okay, who measured it? Who measured the globe?
You can go buy a scholastic globe, and you can use known travel distances over Earth and match them up to the globe based on the scale of the globe.
How do you measure them?
How
do you measure them?
How do you measure that?
You would use like a ruler or something. So there's a.
Oh, so you got to touch. You got to touch the ground.
There's a. What are you talking about? I'm talking about on a globe.
Nothing, dude. You don't get it.
How do you measure that your distances are correct?
So, well, you said we could measure distances from place to place on land. You already
on land, yeah. Of course.
Yep, correct.
Are you okay? So we can take known distances on land and compare them in the northern and southern hemisphere on a globe, and they'll match within a margin of error because obviously
How do you,
down.
how do you measure that? How do you measure that to confirm it?
So like if you were in Australia, you could go from one end of Australia to the other.
Yeah, that's land, right?
Yeah, that's what I said. Measure land distances. How are you not following? Anyways.
Yeah, and then what do you do with the rest of the 70% of the rest of the Earth? How do you get that?
Well, no. What do you mean 70%?
Well, 70% water in your model, right?
Oh, I don't know. I've never measured it. But if we already have those known land distances, right? And we compare
weren't you presenting a model?
I'm sorry, how do I present in Discord? I'm on TikTok. Are you unaware of this? So you can go get a scholastic globe and take those known distances.
Who scaled that globe down from the actual measurement so you can use it?
Oh, I don't know. Then a whole bunch of different companies have scholastic globes you can purchase. Why don't
Can
you
you
just
tell us one person from those companies that measured the globe so they could actually make the globe model?
I'm not on like a personal friendship basis with the entire world. But you could take the known distances, right? And then compare that to a scholastic globe model and see how close it is. And then compare that to never mind. You don't have a model.
How do you take a globe and then put a ruler on a globe, a flat ruler on a round surface? How do you use that to measure the distance across Australia versus you driving from one end to the other? How does that compare, and which one is correct? Is the child's globe correct? Is the child's toy correct? Or is your car correct? Or are both wrong?
Oh, a scholastic globe isn't a toy. A scholastic
What
globe
is it?
is one that's to what the Earth's measurements are. It can be used.
Okay, so where do I get one of those at?
Dude, you can
look
buy
at the
one
bottom of it.
Amazon's got everything from A to Z, bro.
They say those are decoration only. I tried.
How long have you believed? Oh, you're lying. How long have you believed that the Earth is flat?
All right, so you're
2013, and it's not a belief. 2013.
All you're going to do there, all you're going to do is confirm. All you're going to do is confirm land sizes, right?
Yeah, and they don't match any type of flat Earth map that I've seen. Everybody always wants to use the Gleason map.
What Earth map? Stop trying to put that on flat Earthers, dude.
That's what flat Earthers use when I talk to them. I'm sorry.
No, you're talking to TikTok flat Earthers, not real flat Earthers. That's why when I came into your guys' room about the moon landing, I ruined you because I wasn't your standard TikTok flat Earther. You guys tried to use that shit on me like voodoo, and I said, we don't use that shit. We're the real flat Earthers from 24/7 Discord. I announced it in there.
Yeah. So since 2013, it's now 2026. You have no evidence to supply that confirms the flat Earth.
I do. Here's my evidence. My evidence is you don't have a globe. You don't have any measured curve. That's the evidence for flat Earth.
That's a denial.
Why are you running away from your model, dude? Why are you running away from your model?
What are you talking about? You started gish galloping.
You're a master of it. You never answer anything.
I already explained. All you need to do is get a scholastic globe and compare the.
Hey, where do I get one of those? And who verified that that's actually correct and accurate? The scholastic globe.
You're going to verify it by using known distances.
I did. I tried to verify it, but the Earth is flat, so the globe was wrong.
Oh, so you didn't do that though?
Yeah, I did. I went to Lake Erie and it didn't match the globe.
This is sad. But you didn't measure. You already admitted that.
No, I can. I'm in the middle of it. I can see way pretty far. I can see there's no bend left or right.
Way pretty far is a pretty damn good measurement. You got me.
Yeah,
there.
I mean,
Let's see. Probably if I look one direction, I can probably see 20 miles. The other direction, 20 miles. So that's about 40 miles. And if I measure 40 miles on your globe, there's a little curve to it, and there isn't one when I'm standing there in real life. How come?
Oh, I see why you're confused. Earth big, Earth real big, right?
Oh, so when you asked me how big is flat Earth, and I said huge, that made sense to you.
Yeah. But I can actually give you a circumference of the globe.
No, you can't. No, you can't. Nobody ever measured that.
24,901, 3959. We use it for things. Do you want to know who uses it?
Yeah, I want to know.
Flat Earth Dave for his Flat Earth app.
No, not flat earthers, dude. I want to know what people use the globe for.
Dave Weiss uses the globe measurements.
The globe, not Dave Weiss. What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with me? Why is he using globe measurements for his?
Don't ask me about Dave Weiss. He's not from here.
Well, you wanted to know who uses it.
You're trying to talk about people that are not part of this 24/7 flat Earth, the real flat earthers. You're trying to use somebody else besides us for your argument.
You asked me who was the second person in history to measure the Earth. That person is not a part of this cult. I'm sorry, Discord.
Your globe cult? Yeah, he is, obviously.
Why do you get to use people outside of your Discord cult? And
I'm not using Dave or anybody else. I want to know who's scientists that you're going to find for us that measured the globe using science like you requested to measure a ball. They use science to measure a ball. I want to know who that is.
No, because they're outside of the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
No, because you don't use science to measure the ball. You use geometry. Gotcha again.
Totally.
It's a nervous laugh.
Oh,
I broke this one.
This has been fun. 13 wasted years. Wow, that's so sad. What else? Lunar eclipses. How do we happen on the Flat Earth?
Stop talking for a second, dude. Would you want to look at a laser test?
They're not going to look at it. Barely can see their screen with sharing the screen. I don't know how good that's going to be for Neil. They're on TikTok.
Lasers cone out, and they also refract through the atmosphere.
So now that lasers and flashlights make a cone of light. So does that mean they bend around the ball?
No, it means they cone out.
Does that mean it bends around the ball? If I put a wall up in front of the flashlight, and half the cone was on the wall and half the cone was flying over the wall, would I be able to see the bottom of the flashlight that's hitting the wall past the wall?
Where's the wall?
Blocking half the light. Would I be able to see all the light after that?
No. What's the distance from the flashlight to the wall?
10 feet.
Like 10 miles, like you try to do the lasers with?
2 feet. How's that?
Use a theodolite. You could use a theodolite and actually.
Those are only good for like 3 football fields.
Of course, yeah.
Well, read the box. Read the instructions.
What box?
You only make triangles about the size of 3 football fields, dude. So where you can see your buddy. Yeah. You don't make them like over 100 miles or 50 miles. You don't use a theodolite over 50 miles or something ridiculous. That's not how you use them.
Why?
Refraction.
When's the last time you used a theodolite?
Let's see. When did we build this edition? So 10 years ago.
Oh, gotcha. Did you try to measure large distances with it?
Doing my property, that's all I needed to do. What? You can't use it for doing large distance. You can. It says on it, it's requirements. It says how far it's good for, like 1,000 yards or something like that, or 2,000 yards. Accuracy. After that, it's no longer
the accuracy. It's because there's other shit involved. You got heat, making refraction, bend shit. And if you're just taking one look and then you look an hour later, you're going to get two different readings. So you can't do that, right? You can't do that at all.
What else affects it?
Nothing. I don't know. Barometric pressure?
Curvature of the earth?
No. Why would curve affect it? There's no curve.
Oh, I know. You've measured it many times. You got me distracted when you said laser. Oh, I forgot. Do you want to do a experiment?
So you're doing science?